it midnight yet? I thought I. Ah, there we go. Midnight. At least in my part of the world. Time zone. Happy midnight. This is the witching hour. No, we just got watched. 1 second. We just got through watching the Red Pill documentary, and I'm all like wired up. So why not do a midnight stream? I checked the panel. Actually, I was looking for other panels to watch or go on or something. And there's nothing going on right now except for Bloodsport. And so I said, well, maybe there'll be people who want a panel. See, I'm always thinking about y'all. Wow, that panel's still pretty full. 1, 2, 3. It's a full panel. There's 10 people on. I thought they do eliminations. Hmm. Oh, I was listen to this. I was browsing through the news and this local article came up. It says long after the AIDS crisis peak, the LGBTQ plus healthcare still limited in the county that I'm in. Um, so they go on to talk about in the 90s how the people in this county would have to go to the one one county over where Seattle is, King County, to get their treatment and support for HIV and AIDS because the a lot of the doctors in this county would not want to work with those patients. Um, and this was in '87. They're quoting from. So they're saying that today, like they were talking about all the homophobia back then and around AIDS. And I kind of remember that. I don't remember doctors turning around patients. I mean, turning away patients, especially in 1987. I remember them not knowing what to do. Like they didn't know what they were dealing with or how to help the patients. It wasn't like, oh, you have AIDS. I'm not treating you or don't come in my office. But there was homophobia back then. And I want to tie this into the red pill, actually, because that back then it was the Christian right that the homophobia was mostly coming from. Um, Today, I think what I'm realizing is I'm fighting something today called androphobia and misandry, which I've always been kind of fighting my whole life. But I think the homophobia from the 80s that this article is describing, to me, it has waned. I think statistically it's waned. I think in the polling with things like support for gay marriage, etc., it's waned. Meaning it's less than like so now if you have HIV, which is hardly I hardly hear the topic come up at all in the gay community. In the 80s and 90s, that's every third conversation there was going to be something related to that. It was just in the air constantly. Um, Now if you have HIV, I think you just go to your regular doctor and they refer you out from there. They treat you. It's not a big deal. Like it's just a medical condition like any other condition. I don't think that whatever they're describing here in the 80s you would encounter now. So that's one index that I use that the homophobia has diminished. But let's see what the article says. Um, this is one person they're talking. So it's one individual. They're 51 years old, biologically male, identifies non-binary, whatever that means, and hasn't used a urinal in 20 years. So it's a biologically male person. I'm assuming they have a penis and they sit down to pee. In the past 3 years, this person has spent weeks in local hospital beds due to serious health conditions. Despite their preferences, the nurses only gave them the option of using a urinal. What does that even mean? Like they have only urinals in the hospital rooms, or does she mean like those little pee bottles that they bring to your bed? Anyway, people have to feel safe. I don't mean just safe physically, but it's safe emotionally, where they can come and be who they are and not have to have a facade in order to navigate good health. So this is all tied to being able to use a urinal. This is a man that could easily pee in a urinal. This is the homophobia they're talking about, that the article is trying to say that LGBT still struggle with, and they brought in the AIDS crisis of the late 80s as a parallel. Come on. People, just come on. Seriously, come on with this. Um, let's see. I don't know what feeling safe is. Like, okay, they define it as safe emotionally, where they can come and be who they are and not have to have a facade in order to navigate good health. The healthcare system here is difficult because of the culture here, and because of the technocratic way of doing things. I've told you before, I had a little card I made up when I was working at my last job that says I have PTSD, autism. If there's communication breakdowns or anything gets weird, just be aware, um, et cetera, et cetera. And I have had to pull that card out at least 2 or 3 times at doctor's offices. And I used to be one of the people behind the front desk. Every time I have a medical appointment, I have to wonder, am I going to get in a fight with somebody at the doctor's office that day? They are so unfriendly here. They're not, they process you like cattle, and these are sick people. It's not a friendly environment. I don't think that has anything to do with orientation. Maybe a little bit of anti-male bias, but I don't even want to assume that. Um, I don't necessarily feel that I have to put on a facade, but I do. It there is kind of a walking on eggshells feeling of, when are you going to trigger the medical staff into having some kind of weird reaction because you're not doing some process or procedure like they want you to. Um, that kind of stuff. And like, I got in a huge fight at one appointment. The manager had to come out and everything. And it's a place I actually used to work at, so I knew how to solve the issue we were fighting about. And it's one of those things where they you check in and they're like, "Can we verify your address? Is your phone number still blah 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 blah?" And then they wanted to know my emergency contact, and I said, "Yeah, that's all the same." And they said, "Can you verify the phone number of the emergency contact?" And I said, "It's the same number. I don't have it memorized, but the number hasn't changed. It's my roommate." Like, and she's like, "Well, I need you to tell me the number." I said, "I don't know the number." Um, and she sat there and tried to argue with me. Like, she didn't want to check me into the appointment until I could verbally recite the phone number to her of this emergency contact. Like, because people carry phone numbers around their heads like they used to. And I said, no, it's correct. We could continue on with the check-in process. And she wanted to catch an attitude and just escalated from there. And the manager had to come out. The lobby, with like the whole lobby was looking at us, and it got very combative. It wasn't a collaborative. I've always said the service here in this part of the country, to me, is completely reverse from the service that I've experienced growing up in the South and even in Las Vegas, which is a big tourist town. Which is, you're there to give the customer a positive experience so that they want to tell their friends and they want to come back and they want to keep spending money at your place. Up here, it's like the service relationship is reversed. And you are there to make the server's job as easy as possible. And it's your role to not be a nuisance, not put added stress on them. The server is at the center of the customer server relationship. And I used to work customer service. I was really good at it, in fact. My whole life, the customer has been at the center, and the staff is there to kind of adjust to and accommodate to the customer. Here, everything accommodates to the server and the staff, and it's just known. Like when you walk into a place, it's just known. The staff are the ones. It's kind of like the Vancombe lady from Mad TV. The staff are the ones setting the tone, and the staff are the ones setting the expectations that everybody conforms to, etc. Not the customer. It was very weird to me, and that's how the medical offices here are. So I'm constantly ready to fight with them, and all that is to say that is independent, I think, from racism, gender, LGBTQ plus, whatever this article is about. Yes, at one time, largely because of religious prejudice. Daniel Barry. I love Eminem. They're miserable up here for sure. I've never seen. This is my service when you walk into a restaurant. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome. Blah blah blah. Here it's like stink eye, resting bitch face. They sound like they're PMSing constantly. I mean, they look like they're PMSing constantly. I was in one restaurant. I'm not kidding. I was sitting at the table with some friends, hanging out. A friend of mine worked at the bar there. Some customers came in. They had a "please wait to be seated" sign. Nobody was paying attention to them. Everybody was ignoring them. It wasn't even that busy. I fucking got up from the table and went and greeted them. I'm like, "Hi, welcome. Somebody will be here soon. Here, do you want to have a seat at this table? In the meantime," I walked to the bar. I told my friend, "There's customers. Can you come at least sit there?" I can't sit there and watch people just stand there and nobody acknowledge them or try to make them feel welcome or anything. And so it's just very weird up here. It goes against all of my customer service instincts, both as a customer and as somebody that has delivered customer service my whole life. That's one reason they hated me at my job, because I was so good with the clients. And like the little medical office job that I had, I knew all my clients by name. I knew my our patients. I knew their families. I knew who they came with every day. And where my desk was, I could see at the end of the hall where the elevators were. So the minute they got off the elevator, I knew who was here, and I started getting their paperwork ready, started getting their check-in. So when they came up to the desk, I'm like, "Hi, Miss So and So and Mr. So and So. Great to see you today. It's good to see you again. How's your dog? I remember you telling me last week." It was very personal. That's how we do it down home. Nobody nobody in that office had ever seen that before. Like they didn't know how to do that with the customers. It was very formal. Every single time a customer would show up, they would pretend not to know like they had like the customer had been there for weeks. It was just this ritual, this like hollow ritual that they would perform with each customer. There was no personal touch whatsoever. And half the time they would have their head down. And then the customer would come up to their desk and like talk or say good morning or something, and they do. "Oh, I'm sorry. What? What is your name? Are you here to check in?" And they'd start looking up. I'd have all that shit ready before they even get to the table. And I'm sitting like this, smiling, waiting for them to walk up to the desk. So that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about up here. And I don't think that has anything to do with homophobia or oppression or discrimination or whatever. It's the culture up here. It's introverted. It's not people oriented at all. They view conversation as something very negative. They get very hostile when people try to talk to them, just like friendly chat. Um, they hate strong It freaks them out. Any kind of strong emotion. They're ready to call security. They don't know what to do with it. Just don't go to New Orleans, please. That's the advice I have for them. Um, so back to the Red Pill movie. So back in that time period, it really was kind of the Christians that you had to watch out for, or were trying to change policy opposite from the way you were trying to change it, etc. And now I feel like it's the feminist. It's the feminist are the new, are they are the version of what I was fighting with the Christian right back in that day, and I'm fighting it as a male now instead of a gay person, and it's the androphobia and the misandry that I'm fighting instead of the homophobia, and it's coming from the feminists instead of the Christians. But the Christians did not have the institutional foothold that feminism has. The documentary talked about that Duluth model that they developed for domestic abuse and violence. By the way, did I put the link? It is an open panel. I'm just filling in dead air right now until someone else wants to come on. It's a heavily biased ideological model of how abuse happens, and it's always the male's fault, and it's all these vectors and ways that males abuse women and their victims. And if you read them, it's things that anybody, any gender could do to anybody, but the model makes it seem like it's something that males do to women. And that is in bed. I think they said there's 32 states that use that Duluth model in their official like state domestic violence programs that are mandated if you get domestic violence and all that. Just like that implicit bias training that's embedded in some of these state bureaucracies and now at the federal level because of Biden. The Duluth model somehow got embedded, and it's an ideological belief. It's a model based on a belief, not on science, that works against a certain group, in this case, men. And that's one of my same criticisms of that implicit bias thing. And it's coming out of that same kind of feminist driven matrix from the progressive left. So this is all tied together. This is my motto on this channel. Everything's tied together, and not in a conspiracy theory kind of way. I'm actually trying to connect my breadcrumbs and cherries in very detailed, precise, specific ways with all the source material laid out there for you to see. You know, scholarship, I guess. If this was a book, it would be footnotes and endnotes, and bibliographies and stuff. Um, so it's making me real, like I have never felt more isolated, lonely, more uncertain about my future in society and my place in society than I have as a male in today's feminist dominated culture. It was much worse than a gay person growing up in the Republican dominated culture that I grew up in, which was Trump country, Reagan years, Bush years. Um, as a gay person, I never worried that I wouldn't be able to fit into the workforce or find a job or keep like I thought maybe not everywhere, but there's going to be some places somewhere that's going to hire gay people. I didn't think it was a barrier to securing a living. I'm beginning to think being a male, especially up here in Washington State and being from the South, is an actual barrier. Like I am very fearful for my ability to establish like security for myself up here. Like just things like just go out and get a job. Go out and get a job is already not that easy when you're neurodivergent. That's one of the main, when I was working with autistic people, that's one of the main issues that kept coming up over and over and over is their struggles to find and keep employment. Provo, I see you in the back. Can you put your camera on? We had a visitor just before you showed up, so I need to make sure you're not him. Oh, it looks like you are. Nice try. You just switch your avatars out. Okay. Well, if you're the real Provo, you're always welcome to come up. But for now, I'm gonna back you out of there. What was I talking about? And one point the movie made, it's a really good movie. In fact, I'll put the link. It's free on YouTube. Um, is that if you listen to the women and the feminists, they think that the men are the oppressors and they're the victims. And if you listen to the men's side, you can see all the ways that women are in power in a lot of areas and have control, and the men are the victims. So it's both sides, and each side has a really hard time listening past their own grievances to the other side. And I think that's part of the cause for this gridlock. And I think you could take what's happening with the genders and kind of extrapolate it to other groups, political groups, racial groups, etc. Whatever groups can be polarized are being polarized. And I'm not saying intentionally. I think just the technology, social media, the way our society is trending, for some reason we're just all ready to fight with each other. I think part of it is we don't have that common story. I was thinking about that too, because the feminist side of things are telling themselves a set of stories, like the woke left, the progressive left. They have their little set of stories. It's like little like a plane with campfires, and everybody has their little set of campfire tales, all spread out across this country we call America, or whatever country you're in. And the men's movement, the red pill side, has their little set of campfire tales that they're sharing and telling each other, and it's all based on it's all drawn from experience. That's what brings them together in the first place. But the stories that emerge from that experience kind of coalesce into these common narratives that are different for each little group. But outside of these little discrete little campsites with their little stories, um, what is the larger story that's tying all of those little sub stories together? Like, what's the larger? The whole campground needs a unifying story to tie the individual campsites together. That's what I don't know. I don't know if we've ever had it in America. Maybe that is America. Um, oh yeah, there's one other thing I want to show y'all that I found interesting. Hey Nancy, good to see you. Um, but and it seems like that's what we're missing. We either at least need to acknowledge that we're coming from particular campsites and we're larger than any individual one of them, or we need some common story, like some meta story beyond just the individual tales that are emerging from these little groups. And we kind of had like the American historical mythology. Um, Take a look at this. This is kind of interesting. I was just curious, like what, where do most of the people in the world come from? It looks like India, China, 15, what is it, what, billion, like 1500, whatever that number is, billion people. And then you come down to us, we're the third at like barely 300 million. And then look, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nigeria, Brazil, Bangladesh. You have to go all the way down to Russia at about half our population to find another Western or Westernized type country. Then Mexico, Ethiopia, Japan, Philippines, Iran, Turkey, maybe. But look, the United Kingdom, number 21. Then you start getting to Europe, France, Italy. Look how isolated we are out here relative to the world population. This is the largest Western liberal democracy. I don't know what all these other individual governments are, but as far as Western culture, like the kind I've been talking about, the Western culture from like Greco-Roman, Judeo-Christian, Renaissance, scientific revolution, that Western culture, that the United States kind of was one of the phases of, if not one of the culminations of. We're kind of like our own very unique thing out here. And then all these other countries are much less populous than us and doing similar things. But the United States is really a unique project, an experiment. Yeah, it is a democracy. I guess it's the Western democracy part that that was standing out for me about the U.S. Like we've really positioned ourselves relative to the rest of the world in quite a unique position. And maybe that's part of this common narrative too, or can be. But we got to come up with something to, because this polarization, it's just stories. It's some of it's maybe a little bit of fact, but I think a little bit of actuality. I think a lot of it is some myth and some meaning. Hey, Renato,
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
what's up with you?
It's been a couple days.
You sound hoarse.
Yeah, and I have to keep my voice down because my wife's
Oh,
sleeping,
well, I'm glad you could
and
hang out.
I figured I'd pull up. I was just enjoying some of your dialogue.
Oh, my ramblings.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I think the same thoughts sometimes. Like, where are we going? You know, um, the feminism, the radical feminists annoyed the
hmm
hell out of me. But you can't give them any power, and they
well,
really.
they're getting it somehow anyway.
Well, if you really break it down, what I've learned is this: they don't. They only have social power if you give it to them, right? They certainly don't have physical power.
They have institutional power with all the
Uh,
DEI stuff.
they're, I mean, but there's still, equal rights amendment. They can't just fire you because you're a man, you know.
They can. They have
Um,
been. I mean, they don't say that. And if but here's the
yeah,
thing about firing someone: if somebody wants you out, they will find a way to get you out, whether they're
they can
supposed to
certainly.
technically do it or not.
I think that's every position, though.
Yeah.
It's and but I mean, my company gives me so many things to do that no one can ever do it, so they could easily fire you, right? Because you can't keep up. Well, you're underperforming, or they'll just downsize the position. So, but
Even at your job, you don't feel
yeah,
100% secure,
yeah.
like
I
just
know
based on your merit or your output.
nobody's secure. The CEO
That's
isn't secure, right?
yeah, no, that's
Uh,
not gonna work for me. Like, where's the meritocracy?
well, if you think about it, if you underperform as a CEO, the board gets rid of you. They also get rid of the board. I mean, there's no security
But I'm talking
is.
about the people that don't underperform and still have to worry about like being targeted for non-work related things through office politics and that kind of stuff.
Uh, I think that. Um, I mean, they don't know. My approach is they don't owe me a job, and I have a skill set, and that skill set's valuable, and I'll take it elsewhere. So, you know what I mean? Like in any company that's just targeting people indiscriminately for stupid stuff, they don't make it very long. They'll eventually fail, So, but I think what goes around comes around, and if you do the right thing, um, ultimately you end up in the right place. So,
I wonder
you
if
know,
that's not being naive because I believe that too. Like, I still want to believe that, but my
here's what I know.
experience is starting to run
So,
contrary to that.
I'm in business. I'm in sales. Okay, currently, I manage a territory, and if my company targets me and gets rid of me, I'm going to go to their competitor, and I will wake up the next day after my company does that to me, and I will terrorize them. I will put my full. I'll work 100 hours a week to beat them, right? So that's my approach to it. So they're not stupid enough to do something like that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
So
I think that is part of it. Is the strategic thinking behind it doesn't make much sense to me because I don't think it is based on long term thinking.
none of these businesses are thinking quarterly, especially corporations. The quarter, everybody has a quarterly job because that's when the earnings reports come out. And the CEO, it's a quarterly job. If earnings fall through the floor and sales fall through the floor, Apple, all of a sudden they're selling a third of the iPhones they're supposed to. The CEO, they're looking at him. They're getting rid of him, right?
But
So
then if you're good at what you do, it's
I'm going to Google, then I'm going to Microsoft. Then people want, if you work hard and you get a skill, a trade, or a skill set of programming, or I mean, I don't have any of those things. I'm construction, right? Um, it's marketable. I mean, and if you do a good job and do the right thing, you'll land on your feet. You know. So
you still think that like people can still hold that belief, that kind of Andy Griffith
I
era
felt.
belief.
I will tell you, it's not an external thing. So I felt very, very, very insecure. I come from the trailer park, right?
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
so I had insecurity, you know, lunch tickets and insecurity my whole youth, right? And I did into my 20s. And then I was able to start saving some money. Once you have a few months of your income in a savings account, it literally is the weight of the world off of your shoulders.
Yeah.
Um, so people that don't have that yet, I tell them, listen, put away whatever you can. And if you're an impulsive person that likes to spend the money, get it out of your hands. Get it out of your hands. Like, there was a way for me to divert money. I, I'm 50, and as of 7 years ago, okay, I had a savings account across town. People say, why? I can't get to it. I had to drive to get the money because I'll come up with bullshit reasons to spend it. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, Jeff?
Yeah.
So I got to get it away from me because I'm a moron that will manufacture reasons to blow it on some stupid concert or some bullshit. And the reality is, once I have had a few months of my income and savings, I was like, so I lose my job, I got unemployment, and then also I got this other thing.
Yeah.
I'll probably be okay. But if people that don't have that, when I didn't have it, it was it's worry, right? It's
Yeah.
where am I gonna live? Um,
Yes, it's precarity is very stressful.
yeah. So and it gives you a little bit of breathing room. But a lot of people don't have anything in savings, and that I have a friend of mine now that I keep talking to him about it because he'll call me and he'll say, "Man, hey man, I think I need this. Talk me out of it, right? Talk me out of it."
Accountability.
Well, he called me up a couple months ago. He said, "Hey man, there's a Dead concert at the new SoFi Center." And this guy's a school teacher. He's an established dude. He's
I
legit,
thought
right?
the dead were dead. There's
Nah, it's a bunch of clowns, right? Now, bear in mind, this year, he saw several shows. He's probably seen the same concert, even though it's never the same with the Dead. So he says, talk me out of going. I said, well, you've already seen these sets, I'm sure. It's the headline, the lead singer now of the Dead is Jonathan Mayer. I don't know if you know him, but
Mm-mm.
well,
I know John Mayall. Probably not the same guy.
I think it's Mayer. I don't know, but it's at the new SoFi Center, and he's going to go out to Vegas, and then he's going to stay over, book a room with his wife, and watch the concert. I'm like, how much is this going to cost you? Several $1,000s. Are you insane? What are you talking about? Why would you do such a thing? So anyway, so I talked him out of it, and then about a month later, he kept sitting on that money, and then starts talking to you. This concert's going to be the best one. I'm going to remember this when I'm on my deathbed. Like, you start coming up with this
Uh huh.
bullshit.
It's your imagination that
Oh,
starts
I
playing
got
on you.
I got reasons I need everything, right? And so I'm like, listen, man, you got to get the money out of your hands. You got to get it away from you if you're impulsive and blow it. So I tell my kids the same thing, like, hey, get the money out of your hands. Get it into some retirement account you can't touch. You can't touch a retirement account. Get it into a savings account across town. Throw away your bank card. Throw away the plastic and use cash. That's the best. That's the number one thing I tell everybody with money. Throw People say, well, I got to go in to pay for gas. Yep, go in and pay for gas. Because the plastic makes us, it's magic, Jeff.
It's convenient.
Well, if you think about it, where else can you take just, like, think about it this way. If you're going to trade with someone, right, you show up with plastic, which is worth, let's see, a $2 soda, or, depending on your credit limit, a boat. You take your piece of plastic and go here, and they give you a boat. Or you take, it's magic. It's truly a magic thing, right? But it's delusional because you don't see the pain of the labor that it took to buy the boat. You don't
Yeah, I don't
see,
care about all that. Nobody sees that.
well, what I'm
People
saying,
haven't seen that for thousands of years now.
well, do this, okay? Go, just start using cash. Go into a convenience store, right? I've seen this happen many times. I used to go on these road trips with my kids. We go into the convenience store. These little bastards, and I love them, okay? These little bastards take all their fucking bottled water and little bullshit and put it up on the counter. And then the lady looks at me and says, "Oh, that'll be $28, sir." And I look and I'm like, liquid, 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 a fucking candy bar. My wife's got two big things of water. Fucking water's like $6. I'm like, we're not getting this shit. $28? You out of your fucking mind? So it pisses me off, right? She just gives them the magic. Here's the plastic. But when you actually take out 28 fucking dollars out of your pocket in that cash, you give her a 20 and a 10. I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? When you spend cash, it is fucking painful. Trust me.
Is it?
It's the it's the number one tip I tell people because people ask me about money. It's the number one tip. And here's what you do. You figure out how much gas you spend a week. You take that much cash, you cash your check or put it in the bank and get the cash out. So if you spend $50 a week in gas, if you are close, you get your gas money out, you get your food money out, right? You get it all out and you put it in your wallet. You go to the grocery store, you exchange cash, you keep the rest of the cash in there, and at the end of the week, you will have extra money in there. I promise. Because this week I got $200 in cash. I got 50 for gas. I got 100 for food. That leaves me with $50. And by the end of the week, you won't have spent all the money if you set the rule for yourself. Because you're scared to spend it because you only got $50 left. You see what I'm saying? You'll have extra money. I promise.
Well, part of the issue for a lot of people is getting that money in the first place. Do you do you think capitalism is such a good thing after all when like you said, like
I
you
think,
even have to worry about the security of your job?
well, but I have some money and I have some money
Like
saved.
it's still a game. It's still a game you have to play. It's not just, oh, I have this skill, here's the market, let me put the skill on the market. There's still a game to it, and I think as part of that game we make compromises that go against our like authentic
Uh,
values or selves or something. And so ultimately, is it really the best thing that people think it is?
well, let's put it this way. So the alternative to capitalism is socialism, which many people think, well, with socialism, I can't go backwards. But knowing socialism and friends that, I have a friend from Soviet era Romania, and that's a socialist country. And a lot of people say capitalism is this and that. And he looks at them and says, listen, I lived under socialism. Don't fucking tell me about socialism because it is, people think it's socialism like, well, you don't have to work 80 hours a week. Well, listen, you do. You got to work. If you don't work, they put you in jail. So you have to produce.
But
But the
do they
thing,
have jobs for you? Like, or do you have to go find a job? Or do they say, here, come and
they'll
do this?
they'll give
This
you a
needs
job.
doing.
They'll give you a job. They'll give you it. They'll
See,
say,
I'd
oh,
rather that. It's the finding the job part that
you can't
works
have a
against me.
you can't have a country like that because here's what happens.
Well, not for a country, but for I think for individuals that, I mean, the U.S. is kind of already a mixed
Yeah, it really
economy
is.
anyway, isn't it?
It's become pretty socialized. But the problem when they give you a job is it's a misallocation of labor, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not living your skill, you're living
But
what they want.
capitalism doesn't do any better.
As long as there's opportunity, you can pursue what you want if it's marketable. Like you can't just go study rocks. Everybody can't study rocks, right? Because it doesn't produce anything other than knowledge of rocks. So capitalism is a crummy. Yeah, I think Winston Churchill said capitalism is a crummy system, but it's the best one so far. you know, I mean, it independently allocates
That's part of
labor.
the problem. Is it's so crummy compared to what I could envision doing. like,
Well,
ha,
well,
ha- like
give me an example. Well, so how would you
I
envision
don't
it?
know. I don't know an example. I just know it's very transactional, which I don't really have a problem with if it was just simple transactional. But there's like capitalism on paper, and then there's capitalism as it works in real life, and there's a whole social element to it. You have to there's this social dance to it that you have to know, as well
Do you mean as far as fitting in your corporation, your society, or your
as
company?
far yes, as far as getting a job, keeping a job, fitting in with the job, not getting fired for things that have nothing to do with the job, but for all this like intangible social stuff that is important to a lot of people, like how comfortable they feel with you as a coworker, et cetera, et cetera. So capitalism is more than just I have a skill, let me
I, th-
get the market to work for me. Because
I
the
mean,
market, there's a like psychological social element to the market as well.
they have distorted the market substantially in our country. There's the free market has been hammered by the government's interventions. Okay, so like under the free market, goods and services are the price of the demand and production. So in other words, if everybody wants, you know, if everybody wants to buy apples, the price of apples goes up, and then it, when the price of apples hits a certain price point, it's a lot of money. Then all of a sudden you have people that go, man, I think we got to get our farm to stop making wheat and make apples because we can make more money that way, right? So farmers start making apples, and then if too many farmers are making apples, the price of apples goes down, right? So capitalism is great at that, and there's a little bit of a lag. But the problem is the government steps in and says, people love apples and the prices are high. We got to get the prices down because people will like me then and vote for me. So we're going to put a bunch of money.
Or it's just it helps the people. Like it's just a good thing to do for the people.
They love to play in business, and it's the EV market is a great example. Right now, so they pumped all this money into EVs. EVs are flatlining in sales. Okay, all these companies were able to absorb the money without any real risk, right? And now EVs aren't selling. They're
Right.
not really selling. So I mean, how if you look at where the government puts money, right? There's three areas that have gone up far more than inflation, which they shouldn't. Inflation is inflation, and again, um, markets seek equilibrium. So, oh, we need more healthcare, right? Normally, businesses get into, well, let's get into the healthcare business, right? We can make a profit. So all of a sudden, you have venture capitalists putting money into healthcare systems. The problem is the government has stepped in, and they say you can only make so much money, or we have to put money over here, et cetera, right? So what happens is this intervention causes downstream stuff later on, right? So they decided Obamacare passed, and I'm not against Obamacare, but what happened was it drove the price of healthcare up because all of a sudden there's more demand, right? There's more demand for healthcare. Anything, just like apples, there's more demand. All of a sudden, the price goes up. So these businesses and hospitals have been able to absorb the money that the government has put out and still raise their prices. So then non-government, the prices go up for them too. The second area is healthcare. I mean, education. Colleges have absorbed the government money and the price still goes up. Housing, same thing. So when they start putting money in this stuff, it creates so much demand, the price goes up. And that's reality. It's
So, but are they supposed to stop putting money into it because that helps the social safety net end of things?
what they have to do is introduce more competition. So, like, if you look at TVs, I bought a TV almost 20 years ago. I did a deal. I was a contractor, and I was 30. I just started to make some money. And before that, I was just, I mean, I lived in an abandonmenium for a month. I was broke, okay? In my early 20s, I was especially broke. But when I was 30, I finally started to hit and I had a business that lost money, and then I turned it around when I was about 30. Well, I went out, and the first thing I bought was a TV. It was $2,000 for a 40-inch TV. I'm sorry, it was $2,500 for a 40-inch TV, right? $2,500.
Wait, whoa, wow.
Yeah, for a 40-inch TV. Now,
It was a
if you
flat screen?
it has a flat screen,
Yeah.
new technology in 2005, right? People were like, "Oh, flat screen," but it was 40-inch. Like people have it
Yeah,
in
I
their
was
bed.
I was looking at them at that time. I was looking at one for myself, so I kind of remember the specs on them.
$2,500, right?
Yeah, I would even go to the electronics stores and look at them, but I don't
Yeah,
remember
like
the
wow.
price. I know 2,500 was way out of my league, but there were some in the lower end.
Well, I rewarded myself with this TV, and it was great. And guess what? Because of competition and when you have competition, you have to do things faster and better, refine the process. Oh well, I mean, you look at the TV and say, "Hey, you know what? How can we do this cheaper? How can we do it better and still have the same product? Oh, let's set up a new factory over here. We can save $12. Let's change out these transistors for this, whatever it is, right?" I don't know anything about electronics, but so competition forces adaptations within companies where you become do things better, more efficient. So now that same TV is, go look up 40-inch TV, HD TV, right? That same TV is probably a tenth the cost. I bet I can get it for $250.
Mhm.
Then adjust that for inflation, and it's $125. So you got something that was $2,500 that's now 120. It's a 20th the cost because of doing it cheaper, changing the plastics, you know what I mean? And it's just as good of a TV. It's higher definition. It's like 4K. It's probably $250, right? Worst case, maybe $400, whatever. It's still so when you have more competition, things get more efficient and prices go down, right? They go down. So you get a bunch of if the government were to help more businesses compete for healthcare, right? Less regulations, more competition. You'd see prices go down on everything. Places where there's only two competitors like Target, Walmart, Amazon, they're able to hold the price up generally. In other words, it's fragmentation. So where you have consolidated industries like the steel business or where there's only a couple competitors, they usually get their price. They maintain higher margins. You know what I mean? Whereas when you have businesses that are just, I mean, here's an example. You have a bazaar or a flea market, and everybody's got the same products in line, just one after another, right? They're all cutting the price. They're cutting it and cutting it and
Mhm.
cutting it, right? So they need to prompt businesses to create more competition. Have more. Part of the problem with
Well, why don't they do that?
um, there's several different types of motivation behind it. So I think in tech right now, for example, they always want to break up Apple and Google because they have huge market share. Like I can't. just start a company tomorrow and say, I'm going to be a phone maker, right? There's a lot of barrier. There's a lot of money I got to invest. So Apple and Google and Microsoft, they're now so big that there's been push to break them up, right? Elizabeth Warren wants to break them up. She's semi-socialist, and the Democrats want to break them up, and now the Republicans do. And I think they don't break them up. I think the Democrats don't break them up because they help cover for some of their bullshit.
Hmm.
Okay,
I was about to say.
and the Republicans now want to break them up. They didn't before. They tend to like big business, at least they used
Mm.
to. And the Republicans now want to break them up because they think they're being silenced, right? This is the first real movement to break them up in a while. And then
Bipartisan.
yeah, and then the other thing is, I think that we also as a country want to have some big, strong global businesses to go up for national security to go up against China, right? So all of these big companies are going overseas, Google, Microsoft, Apple, and they're doing business with India. All their platforms are on our stuff. Africa, South America, like all these countries are on Google. They're on Facebook. They're on. So I think the government's mining all that information also, right?
Probably.
So that's another reason that they're almost semi. They're like almost like a quasi company, right?
Hmm.
Where the government has so much control that they're not going to break them up. I think, but in other industries, historically they've broken up Standard Oil, right? John D. Rockefeller in 1900 had 90% of the oil business under it was Standard Oil, like, and then Teddy Roosevelt broke him up in Carnegie Steel and the robber barons, right? I don't know if you remember that, but he broke all those businesses up because they were able to charge whatever they wanted. Um, so anyway, when you have more
Was that a good
competition,
thing for him to do?
it gave. I mean, yeah, because the I mean, I think it was. So
So there is a limit to capitalism, you think?
oh, of course, regulated capitalism. You have to regulate it. You can't just have unlimited free markets, or it doesn't serve the people.
Here's
So
here's what I want to know about capitalism.
yeah,
The people at the bottom are on the outside of the social hierarchy.
yes.
How does capitalism work for them? How do they get a foothold in the system? Or are they going to be stuck on social services the rest of their life?
The thing about capitalism is this: it lifts all boats,
It
right?
doesn't though. That's my critique of it. It's
Well, so here's an example. The so in our country, even the most needy, the ones in the most pain, the bottom for them is higher than it is in India, than it is in many socialist or non-capitalistic countries.
so they just accept the standard of living they have because it's
Well,
superior to India at least.
well, they have all the needs covered.
But if capitalism is this great system with all this promise, someone should not have to settle for, oh, well, I'm at the bottom, but my living standard is better than India. They should be able to say, I want better than this. I want to use this capitalistic system to improve my own.
Well, theoretically, so what's happened is, theoretically, the one at the bottom who's hungrier would then work harder or strive more. Like, I
But
personally,
where do they do this if they're like misfits in society to begin with? Like, how do they interface enough? At what points of contact do they do this in the capitalist system?
so theoretically, they would go to school, they would see people with other things, and they would go, I need to work harder. It's my story, Jeff. Like, I came
It's
from
it's
lunch.
partly mine too. Where do they start the work process? What I'm talking about, like if no employer's ever going to give them a foot in the door, where do they even begin the work process? You're just assuming there's some job out there that anybody could just go get if they want, and I'm trying to see what those jobs are.
Well, you start anywhere you can get a job. You walk into place after place and say, "I'll work hard." What do
It
I got to do?
doesn't. It should work that way. It doesn't anymore. If it ever did, but where I'm at least, it does not work that way. It's like go on this website, fill out these 10 applications, and do this pre-test and this training, and submit your drive, and do this hoop, and then go take this certification and this card, and then come. It's like 200 hoops before you even talk to a human.
So what I would do is this, if it were me, because and if I think about when my daughters were young, right, and if I didn't have any money and I knew that they had to eat, I would get literally I would get to the Texaco station up the street, and I walk in and I say, "Listen, I have kids and I got to feed them." And I'd ask for the manager and I'd say, "I got to feed them. I'll do anything here. I'll change tires. I'll pump gas. I'll work in this place. But what do I have to do to get a job here and gain employment? Because I really want to have a job." And then, "Oh, we don't have nothing. Okay, see you later." I'd go next door and I'd say, "Hey, um, I have a couple of kids and I really need a job and I'll do anything. I'm a good worker. I'll work my tail off for you. How do I get a job here?" And I would do that. That would be my job until I found a job, right? But I love my daughters, and when they were little, I would do anything. I'd kill to just right. I will do anything so that they can have a life. And I'm gonna tell you, I kind of did in a way. I had a terrible job. I was divorced at the time, right? So I'm paying child support, and this old guy said, "Hey, I'll let you live in this." He had this house he bought that was like a junker, right? And it was terrible, cheap house in the city, bad neighborhood. And he said, "Listen, I'll let you live there, but I need you to work on it. You're gonna renovate it. I'm gonna give you a list of stuff to do, and in your spare time, you're gonna do it, and you can live there for free." And I moved in. It was a crack house. I swept up the needles, and I lived in this disgusting rat hole. That and I did that for about 3 years, right?
That
And
was an actual job duty, sweeping up needles.
that was what I did when I wasn't at my shitty other job in this warehouse. But when I moved in, I scrubbed the walls down. I put all my food in the fridge. And when I say that, it was I'm talking about like uh, the bread, the cereal, because these roaches had bones. They were so big. Okay, so ultimately, like I just lived in squalor, and then and then when I got my kids, I'd take them to my mom's or something and stay there. I had visitation. I didn't bring them to that place. But the thing is, it was like living in like Colombia, maybe like like being a poor person in Colombia. Like it was terrible. But ultimately, I saved up every penny, and then I got a place. You just start from ground zero. And you need things to survive. You need the basics of life: food, clothing, shelter, and then move up the Maslow list. You know what I mean? So, and you just keep putting one foot in front of another. I went back to college. I did that at night when I had my money saved up. So, but you just start today. So I beg for a job if I have to. You know, that's what I'm going to do. So, but I love my daughters. So it's kind of an external motivator too. You know
Yeah, I
what I
was about
mean?
to say you had an extra motivation.
Yeah. So,
Maybe I
but
could like fake some cats or something. I tell an employer I have two
I mean,
cats I have to
I,
feed. Please
I,
hire me.
are you finding it hard to get on with an employer?
Yeah,
What's your skill set? Like, what is your? Are
mental
you
health. But I'm willing to do anything. Like I'll mow grass right now. I just want something easy and
when you say
something
mental health? You mean
physical that I
you
can
mean
just show up and start working. I don't want to do a lot of. I left the workforce in 2020, right before COVID, 3 days before lockdown,
yeah.
and I made a decision then not to re. I'm like, this is my chance once for all to leave the workforce and do something on my own. And so I started my business. I started doing all these online. I did more on my own, volunteer for free than I ever did at a job. And so going back into the workforce seems like a step backwards compared to what I'm capable of outside of it. I just need to find a way to supplement what I'm doing. I need to like dip my toe back into it for a little while just to get enough income to keep my actual work going. And so I'm not real picky about the job. I just need it to be streamlined, relatively hassle free, just the path of least resistance. I'm not looking for a career. I'm just looking for like to feed my family, like you said.
What about, I mean, what about just labor jobs? Like you could
Where do
work
you
for,
find that? Is there like a place? They used to have manpower somewhere. You could just show up. That's what I don't know how to find if there's places like that.
do you live in a city or a county, or do you live in a suburbs
I
or,
live in a city.
okay,
I live
so
where Boeing is. You'd think there'd be a ton of jobs with Boeing up here.
their careers though. Most people are going there, they're working 50 hours a week, you know.
That's what I think that's the issue. I'm finding all the career jobs. I need to know how to find the non-career jobs that they'll just like hire a person for to get the work done.
You mean like day labor where you show up?
Yeah, something
Oh,
like
you're
that.
not going to get that. That's called immigrants.
See, there
That,
you
that
go. That's what I'm
it's
talking
immigrant.
about.
Yeah.
Capitalism is not it looks one way on paper and when you try to make it work, you run into all these little barriers that don't show up when you're studying in a textbook.
Well, capitalism works except when you
Except for the social factors involved.
well, like with the immigrants, it's a distortion because in markets
I'm
what you're
looking
doing.
for immigrant work, but I'm too white and too American
Well,
and whatever. And I'm looking for office work, but I'm too male and too scary and too like wild and savage. So there's no sweet spot where I fit
think
into.
about capitalism like this, right? The reason immigrants are not good and legal or illegal, right? All of a sudden you have labor supply. Just so we talk about apples. Now you got a lot of labor supply. So when you have a lot of supply, the price goes down. So the cost of labor or how much you have to pay people goes down. You see what I'm saying? Like it's all supply and demand. And so there's a lot of supply of labor. You have labor everywhere, right? There's people ready to work. The price goes down. And this is the bigger problem with the immigrants that the Democrats aren't currently talking about is there's a lot of labor supply. Employers don't have to give raises.
But supposedly it's the jobs nobody wants to do. But here I am willing to do them, and you're telling me I couldn't even get them if I wanted to.
So they say that's the jobs nobody wants, right? But let me ask you a question. If we were to cut off supply and there were only 10 people to do those jobs in the country, what would happen to how much we got to pay them? Limited supply, price goes up. So all of a sudden, people that are quote unquote doing jobs nobody wants, picking apples, whatever it is, all of a sudden we're going to have to pay them $500 an hour. Now, do you think people
But
would want,
nobody's gonna pay someone $500 to pick an apple.
they would have to?
No, they'd hire some high school, like some high school kid could undercut that easily.
It, bingo. So they'd undercut it to 450. The point is, the only reasons nobody wants those jobs is because they don't pay enough. Because if you're going to give me 300 grand a year, I'll pick apples, right? The problem is we let all the immigrants in. That keeps the prices down, right? Of labor. It keeps the labor prices down. So you see what I'm saying? Nobody wants those jobs because they don't pay enough. They don't pay enough. That's the problem. And they don't pay enough because there's too many people doing them. You know, I heard it over the bridge. They said all these. So in the Baltimore Bridge, six immigrants died. Illegals, by the way. They didn't say that. That everybody was. Oh well, that's the jobs nobody wants working on bridges. Now listen, in the '70s, my uncles worked on bridges. It paid top dollar.
I'll go work on a bridge. That sounds
It
fun, actually.
it paid relative to inflation. It probably paid about $60 an hour. Plus they got overtime. They probably were making 150 grand a year relative to the '70s, whatever that would be, like 70 grand or something. So the point is, those jobs paid a lot. But when you have tremendous labor coming into the country. They don't have to pay as much. It drives the price of the labor down. And then,
I thought there was a labor shortage. Like we didn't have enough labor.
so they say there's a labor shortage. And there was a labor shortage. And during that period of time, we saw wages go up. Limited labor, wages go up, right? So we started to see wages go up. Well, guess what happened? All of a sudden, they opened the floodgates and said every immigrant can come in. Come on in. So you're not going to see wages go up for a while. You're not.
Why did they? I didn't know they did that.
What, open up the floodgates?
Yeah.
Biden's let 8 million people into the United States in the last 3
Oh
years. Yeah.
no, I didn't know. Like I thought it
He,
was the normal immigration that's always been coming in. I didn't know he said send more.
so, well, he
Jeez.
did. He did in a way because, so Trump said, we have too many illegal immigrants coming to the country. It is keeping the people can't get more money at work because if I'm an employer and the guy comes and says, man, I need a raise. Well, why am I going to give you a raise? Are you working harder? No. You're not. You're going to fight with your employer, right? I would just say, listen, I got 10 other guys that want your job. Why do I got to pay you more? I'm a business. I'm here to make money. That's what's going to happen, right? That's capitalism. So ultimately, because we've had this flood of immigrants, wages won't go up. Yeah, you didn't know he pretty much opened the borders and told everybody we're going to. In 2016 or in 2020, Biden said Trump's a racist because he doesn't want brown people coming in. And Trump essentially made them wait in Mexico if they were seeking asylum.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
We had like 200,000 people try to get in 2019. As soon as Biden took office, he said, we're going to treat you humanely. We're going to make sure we give you health care. We're going to give you dental. It's going to be awesome if you come here. And all of South America said, that sounds great. Let's walk there. So in 2020, I'm sorry, 21, 22, 23, we've had about, now bear in mind, Trump had a couple 100,000 try to get in. Millions. 300,000 people showed up in December of like 22 at 1 month at the border. Hi, I'm here. I want my free health care, free dental. By the way, you have to give me a house until I go to asylum court because they say they're seeking asylum, allegedly, for, oh, my government's persecuting me. I'm in danger. They say they're seeking asylum. It's people looking just for jobs, is what it is. So they
I
all
mean,
went to
which you
the,
can't really blame them for, but don't we have
oh,
laws that we're not enforcing?
yes, absolutely. Yeah, we're not enforcing them. Well, what they would do is make you wait down in Texas. They had facilities, and they made you wait in those facilities. And then the media and the Democrats said, "Oh, they're putting kids in cages." Kids, even though Obama
Oh, the
built,
kids in cages. I do remember
uh,
that.
e-
I found
by
this
the
chart.
the kids in cages were built under Obama. By the way,
This is 2021
yeah, is that
compared to
the
2020. This is Trump.
yeah, yeah, yeah? Boom! Look after that. Boom.
But then it was happening. Who are these people? Let's see. 2000. That was Bush, huh?
Bush let a lot of people
Oh,
in.
it dropped after 2000. So this
Yeah,
was Clinton
yeah,
and then Bush. And
yeah.
look over here is this is the middle of Reagan years.
Yep. Reagan let a lot of immigrants in.
Oh, okay.
But I'll tell you something about Obama. So there was people didn't really realize who the immigrants hurt most, right? So Obama commissioned a study, and I know who it hurts because I'm in construction, and I was in construction back then. I got into construction, and so I was a bricklayer, and a lot of older black dudes were on my crew, right? A lot of bricklayers, and it was a great way out of poverty, using your back and getting ahead, right? And it was a lot of older black guys and black guys. I mean, they were on the crew. I learned from them. Well, that same company's still around. It's 100% Latino. There's not a white guy. There's not a black guy. It's all Latino. So what's happened is they've taken all those jobs. So
Hmm.
immigrant labor hurts poor Americans, white or black, right?
But they do better work because all the people I know back home hire the Mexicans for all their work instead of the black people that they used to hire before. Because when the hurricanes happened, they couldn't get any local construction companies to come. So all the Mexicans would come over from Houston, like all the Latinos, and take the construction jobs. And their work was so superior that the people just started going straight to them. They just bypassed the
Well,
existing
so,
construction companies.
so if you're illegal, right, and you are taking money and sending it home, even if you are legal and you're sending money home to a poor country, right, I'm willing to accept more bullshit from my company. I work more hours, I work harder. Because when I go home, those American dollars go forever. And here's an example. When I was a contractor, I did commercial work like buildings. I didn't build the building, but I was a sub, so I would do a part of it, right? So I would do what's called caulking and waterproofing. On the outside of the building, on the exterior, there's these huge caulk joints that are like an inch wide, right? Around the windows and at the expansion joints between the brick and stuff, right? So I would contract that, and then I had guys working for me. So we'd hang a scaffold off the building, and they would put the caulk in, right? I paid those guys about $20 an hour in 2007, right? Like, so it was decent. It was probably about 35 an hour now, you know. And I had some guys, and then I couldn't get any more guys. Like, there was the economy was still good, and so I hired a couple guys from El Salvador, you know, that were up here. And the one guy's name was Romero. He said, "Listen, you pay Ryan. You need to come down to El Salvador. You know, come down and visit. You know." And we were friendly. You know, I said, "Why is that?" He said, "I own 5 homes there." Right. So here's my point. The point is, they send a little bit of money home, and they're almost like millionaires there.
Oh, yeah.
So here's my point. If I told a high school kid, "Hey, you're going to be able to just work a regular job and you can buy 5 homes within a few years," do you think he'd work hard? He would he work extra hours? He'd do almost anything for that kind of money, right? To buy 5 homes. So the point is, a lot of these immigrants work way harder because when they send that money home, they are wealthy in their countries. You follow me? There's more of a motivator. High school kids coming out, you say, "Hey man, you're going to go caulk this building like these guys did, right?" And you're probably going to just live in a small apartment at best. So they work a lot harder because they have greater motivation to do so. You see what I'm saying? So these employers can beat them to death because that money in their countries is worth a lot of money. Here, it's not worth that much because it's more expensive to live here. You know, so they're essentially utilizing our currency to.
But aren't the employers supposed to not be hiring them in the first place?
Well, they can hire green cards. They can hire. Some of them become
But green
citizens.
card is legal immigration, isn't it?
Yes. So some of them hire illegally. Some of them hire on green card. They have various types of visas. These guys became citizens. They took the test and they were citizens. They still send the money home and they're still wealthy in their own countries. So do I hire those guys that'll work real hard? Because
But
again, in
that
their
sounds like a good thing. Like I would want employees with that kind of work ethic.
well, the only way you're going to get them is you have to pay a lot for Americans or you pay little for immigrants. But it still hurts our native population.
Yeah, but only
So
because our work ethic is inferior. If we're like we as Americans are not competing with them, we're letting them come here and outcompete us with their motivation.
if you limited them, right? If I didn't have those guys and I still couldn't get labor, right? Because again, I was looking for people to work for me that they were, I, I couldn't get anybody, so I could only do a limited amount of jobs, right? So then I would say, well, maybe I got to pay more, right? To attract more labor, if the immigrants weren't here, I'd have to pay more money as an employer. And when you start paying more money, all of a sudden, people working for your competition come work for you. He comes to work for me. And eventually, I have to pay a lot more. And then a kid coming out of high school goes, man, I can go there and make $45 an hour. I think I'll do that, right? Then he can buy a house with that much money. 45 an hour is about 90 some thousand a year. If he pulls in overtime, he's making 120. I mean, he can buy a lot more. He's not just in an apartment. He's in a townhouse,
Yeah, but an employer's not going to pay for that if they don't have to. If they could hire this other guy for a lot less.
which is why we have to limit immigration
But
to drop.
I thought we already did have a limit on it, and it's just not being enforced.
We did have a limit, but now I mean, what's the limit now? We've got 10 million people that have come in 3 years.
I don't know how that's determined, but I thought that there were limits.
There are legal limits, but the Biden administration, see, again, they used to hold them at the border. Now they're in New York and Chicago and LA and DC, and they're here. And believe me, the Democrats want them to be citizens because they let them in and they're going to vote for them, right?
So you
They're
think
going
it's all just for votes?
it is. So, well,
And
they're
if they
already.
didn't need the votes, then they would just leave them in Mexico? Like the
uh,
employers, with all these employers that need this labor, would say, okay, just leave them where they are. We'll pay the American. It's all politics. There's no other factors
I
driving it.
believe it. I believe it's 100% politics. I mean,
That
think.
that
Well,
sounds reductive to me.
think about it this way. California has, let's say, there's 40 million people, 50 million people, right? They currently have at least 10% of the population is here illegally. They count them at the census. They count the illegal immigrants at the census, right? They count them for quote unquote social services. However, if you count them on the census, those 5 million people, the House of Representatives is by head count. It's based on the census. So currently in Congress, there's additional probably 2 or 3 congressmen from California that are there pushing power to the Democrats because there's more of them based on illegal immigration. They're counting the illegal immigrants in the census. So therefore, they're already affecting politics. Um, we also
Right, they
vote.
might be affecting politics, but you don't know if that's the intent, like the sole intent. Like if it's this secret plot they cooked up.
I don't know
Let's
why else they would do it. Like they're damaging the current populations of these cities. Social services in New York are being redirected from police protecting the public and from other things to go to house and feed illegal immigrants, right? Like black people in Chicago are throwing shoes at Brandon Johnson. Black people typically vote for Democrats. They're mad at Brandon Johnson because Brandon Johnson has taken schools and closed them and put illegal immigrants in them. Black people are furious. He's cutting their social services for giving it to illegal immigrants. Why else would he do it? For fun? Oh, we just got it. We owe him stuff. I mean, no, he's black and they're black. They're ready to kill him. Look it up on YouTube. I know of no other reason they would do it. Piss off their current voting base, unless they're trying to expand their voting base by adding more people to it. But if you think about it like this, Jeff, if you count, there's 350 million people in the country. If 10% of the people are illegally here, you're talking about 35 million people here illegally, right? In California, in blue states, right? If you count them in the census, you get more heads in Congress at the House of Representatives, and you get more electoral votes because the Electoral College votes our president in, and it's a winner take all system. So if California goes blue, like there's more blue voters in California, I'm not talking citizens, right? You get more weight in the Electoral College system, right? So therefore, you get more electoral votes based on head count. So when that state goes blue, all the people that they counted, including illegals, you get that many more electoral votes. There's probably 10 to 20 additional electoral votes beyond what there should be right now. Okay. So it it puts the weighting in the favor of blue, not red. And now Texas benefits and Florida benefits because they got a lot of illegals still. But I think that's the plot by the Democrats. I can't figure out why else they would do it unless they're just stupid. Because it literally costs taxpayers $150 billion a year to take care of these people. It's a lot of
Well,
money.
why do they say they do it?
Um, because these people just need it. They just here for a better life, man. They're here for a better life, bud.
Well, maybe
That's
that's
it.
true.
Well, I'm sure it is true. And guess what?
Oh, am I
Why?
zoning out? But
What's that?
I don't feel zoned out. But
Yeah, Jeff's like, oh my God, this is soul crushing. But but no, but look, they are here for a better life. So let me ask you this. We just break it down this way. You're a taxpayer, Jeff. When you buy stuff, when you are working, your income gets taxed, right? If I don't want to give away any of my stuff and I don't want to work harder to help people that, you know what I mean? I don't want to give them anything. Like, why do I got to give them stuff? And if our government give them stuff, it means you individually are giving them stuff. You're helping to pay for them in your taxes. I don't want to do that. I'd rather give it to our poor people.
the point is, we have an immigration program. We've had it for a while,
Yes.
and until we change that, we have to continue to
The,
keep
the,
this
the,
immigration program in operation. So it's we're not doing anything new that we haven't already committed to as a nation.
well, before we said we're going to let 225,000 people in, that's what we said, legally, right? That's what we said. Legally, we're letting 225,000 immigrants come in a year. A year. We've let 10 million in 3 years. So that's not, Biden's letting them into the country. When you get to the border, you say, listen, I'm here for asylum. They all say that, which, by the way, it's 80% of it's men. There's no women and children. Like, if you're here for asylum, would you leave your wife and your kid? Right? So you're like, where's your wife and kid? Is this you? So basically, they get here and say, I'm here for asylum because we have a treaty with NATO and with other that says we let asylum seekers in if they're being persecuted. That was set up when we were at war with the Russians, right?
Right, but regardless of that, until we change it legally, we have to
Until
operate
we,
it like we agreed to operate it.
I think you say until we enforce the law, right? Until we enforce it.
Right. Well,
We
if it's not being enforced,
Yes,
that's on us. It's so the
but I
problem is us. The problem is whoever's responsible
oh
for having that law enforced. And from what I understand, it benefits many different interest groups to have lax enforcement in that area.
it might hurt businesses, and it may hurt businesses because they'll have to pay more, right? For current people here, it may hurt businesses if you make them don't let them come in, right? It may hurt businesses, but it will benefit workers. It'll benefit poor people. That's why
Well, who
Obama,
do you think's going to win out? The businesses or the workers and the poor people?
well, workers and poor people have voting rights, so hopefully,
Right, but they do have voting rights. But when you watch those voting rights play out in the actual political landscape, who usually ends up winning?
I mean, it depends on.
Especially after Citizens United.
Well, that was about influence.
Right.
I mean,
That's important when you're trying to sway a
are you against
policy.
are you against Citizens United?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I wasn't a huge fan, but
I
the
think
problem.
speech is speech. And I think if you have this new category of speech called money, it gives an advantage to certain groups over others. And speech is suddenly not equal anymore.
Here's the problem. The Democrats did not want corporations to be able to speak, but they wanted unions and teachers unions and they wanted all the Democratic interest groups to still have a voice, but none of the businesses, right? So you can't have, government agencies being able to speak and unions and all these different democratic entities
But when
being
you
able
say speak, the question I understood was not who
and
could
funding
speak, but
and
what
fund
constitutes speech.
and funding. Well, dollars too, right? So that's part of the issue. But I think that I think that I mean businesses pump a lot of money to Democrats. So I don't know why the Republicans were so staunch on it. So I'm like the Democrats are pumping up more money to Biden than they are Trump. I mean, big business is now on the blue side, not the red side.
Yeah, I think so too. I see it with all the DEI stuff.
Yeah, and you're talking about all your green companies now, which is $1 billion
The
industry,
ESG.
ESG. So you know, that was more like I don't know. I mean, I think everybody should have a voice, but um, I tell you what, I don't like these government unions. I think that should be outlawed.
What's a
So, to,
government union?
so like when you're okay, just government workers unions
Like
because
the postal union or something?
yeah, and I mean they'll have huge teachers unions, things like that because you don't have a choice. You know what I mean? And then it's there's nobody representing the taxpayer. Like if I'm in the teachers union, I could say I want a 10% raise a year, and are we going to fire them? You know what I mean? Like they're a single source, so the taxpayer gets screwed, and politicians don't care because it's like their motivation is, well, we want the votes of the teachers. Let's give them a 10% raise. It's not their money. What do they care? So nobody represents the taxpayers there. Me and you. So see, the thing is, the government doesn't pay for anything. The taxpayers do. We do. And they're great. They take the money off the top and they just spread it
Well,
around.
the government is us. It's not a they. It's elected from us, from the body of the people. Unless you think they mutated to some other species when they get elected.
The problem is, so this is why socialism doesn't work. The problem is, no one sees the pain coming out of their paycheck and the waste. Nobody sees it. It's all collective, right? So everybody puts in a nickel, and the whole idea is everybody puts in a nickel, and then the government uses it correctly. But now everyone's putting in 50% of their money. If you look at all the
I'm not.
taxes,
I looked at the tax brackets. That most Americans are not at 50%.
so what is your Social Security? That's a tax. You
Yeah,
pay
but
in
they
your.
don't take out 50%.
Are you a 1099 or you a W-2?
I'm a 1099.
Okay, so you pay 15, 16% of your first money goes out of that. So if you make $100, you pay your part of Social Security and your employer's part. You pay 15% off that dollar. Okay. Then you pay your federal taxes, which can be 10% or 12% or 24% or 27%, depending, right? So you got 15, but let's just say you pay 12.
The
So you got,
highest bracket is 37%. Nobody's at 50%.
I'm doing the math for you. Hold on. On
I'm
your
looking at the
1099,
IRS site.
yeah. So take Social Security, you pay 15% for a 1099, right? So 100 minus 15% is $85 you have left, right? Then you got your federal taxes. How much are your federal taxes? Let's say you pay 12%, right? So you just gave up 15%. Now you're going to give up 12%. So that's, what's that, 27%, right?
That's not what I pay though. When I do my tax, that's not what the math comes out to.
If you include Social Security
Like,
and you,
and that's the same stuff an employer would take out, and I guarantee they're not taking out 27% of my paycheck. And I have to do the estimated quarterly tax or whatever, and it's not 27%. So I don't. The math is not mathing.
but you're talking about federally. You're just talking about your federal taxes. Do you pay state taxes?
No, there's no state, not personal. There's no income tax. There's business tax I
Well,
do annually. but
Okay.
I don't have to do quarterly state estimated, like
So
not the
I
kind
pay.
of tax you pay the federal government.
So I pay Social Security. I get a paycheck. Okay. I pay Social Security. Then I pay federal tax. Then I pay state. My state tax is 7%. My federal tax is in the 20s. Then I pay Social Security. That's 15% off the top. And then I pay local tax. And then I pay tolls. And I pay sales tax on everything I buy.
Mhm.
And then they have those business taxes you're talking about, corporate taxes. And guess what? Businesses don't pay them. Businesses don't
Well,
pay them.
I certainly pay mine. I don't. How do I have anybody to pass it off to?
Well, you made so. Do you think Walmart pays taxes, corporate taxes,
Well, I
which are
know, but
20?
I'm a single business owner. Like, compare me to Walmart, it's not. I'm just saying I whatever business tax I have to pay, I absorb
What happens is
as
in
an
in the
individual.
in the overall economy. So with like let's just and I'm doing an example at Walmart, McDonald's, whatever. If they make if they said to Walmart, listen, we're going to start charging, uh, 100% taxes on the goods that you sell, like on apples, right? If the apple's $1, and we say we're going to charge you uh, a $1 tax on apples, right? And the apple, we'll say it sells for $2, right? And we're going to start charging a $1 tax on every apple you sell. Do you think that Walmart would A, keep selling the apple for $2, or B, raise the price of the apple to $3?
I don't know what Walmart would do.
They're going to raise the price to $3 and pass the tax on to the consumer. All the corporate taxes we pay,
So
guess
we
what?
shouldn't have taxes. Like I don't mind paying tax. All the stuff you. I don't mind paying a city tax. I don't mind giving a little bit to the county. I benefit from county services. I don't mind giving a little bit to
Mm.
the feds. I don't mind paying into Social Security. Like all of that has been normal my whole life. I've never had an issue with it. I
What I'm
just don't. It
what I'm
doesn't eat at me like it does some people.
what I'm saying is, if you add it up between the ones you just mentioned and the corporate taxes,
It's not 27%. I might have a problem then if it was. If it was the numbers you're saying, I might, but they're not anywhere close to that. That's how I know I don't have a problem with it.
you pay sales tax on a good. Which what is your sales tax? 5%, 6%?
It's higher here, but it's even higher in
Yeah.
Louisiana where I come from. So it's actually lower than I'm used to most of my
So
life.
let's say it's 6%, but the product itself, there is a part of that product is going to corporate taxes.
Yeah, I don't care about that. That's all part of capitalism to me.
But
I buy a I don't know, a hamburger or something. Well, let's say a product. I buy a laptop. I don't care if like these five or six or seven entities get a little piece of that laptop price. I just don't care. As long as I get my laptop at a price that subjectively seems like a good value. I don't care about the minutia of it.
so when you're
Most ordinary people just don't.
well,
They go to Best Buy, they buy their computer, they take it home, they plug it in, and here they are on StreamYard.
if you look at the embedded taxes and the taxes that we
But
don't
it
see,
takes a certain kind of neurotic mind to do that in the first place and have that be the basis of their grievances.
or people that majored in accounting.
Right, like certain type of your neurotic mind. Or autistic, maybe, or OCD, but it's not a normal, it's
They
not the
hide
ordinary brain you're talking about.
they hide a lot of it too. I don't like that our country and our government takes all this money from you and me and taxpayers and says, hey, you know what? Here's what we're going to do with it. We need to start a blah blah blah. We need to set this up. We need to do. That's all they did was set this bullshit
But
up.
they do it within a legal framework that's been set up by the
What do you get it?
U.S. It's not; these are not alien entities that are landing and colonizing us and imposing alien foreign laws upon us, and we're at the mercy of. This is our political system at work. This is emerging from our will and values as an American nation.
I don't like that they're taking my money and giving it to people
Then
that are
change it.
coming here. I don't
Tell your
like that they're taking
congressperson,
my
get them to
money
change it.
and sending it to other countries. I don't like they're taking money that I like they're stealing my labor. is what they're doing because I got to work for it. Right? They're stealing my labor. I don't like
Eh,
it.
you don't feel like you owe anything to society? It's all your labor and the fruits of it all go to you, and there's nothing that you put into society that you benefit from to keep it going.
When I was living in the abandonmenium, I was living in the abandonmenium. I didn't ask for nothing from them, and guess what? That I'm okay with that, right? What do I get from these people? A
What do you
subpart?
get from living in the U.S.? Where
No,
is there somewhere else you want to live?
I get defense. I get a subpar school system, generally speaking. I get a bunch of politicians saying, "We're going to do all this shit for you." I mean, the stimulus. You got stimulus in 2020. That's why we have the rampant inflation that we've had.
Oh, well, I want to thank y'all for that then. That really helped.
But it didn't help you.
Sorry about the inflation, but I sure appreciated that
The
stimulus.
You got stimulus. I don't have a problem with helping people that need it, right? The thing is, they gave out too much money to buy votes. Trump did it and Biden did it, by the way, right? Oh, we got to give everybody money. This is what overcooked the economy. This is why today eggs are $8 and not 4. Was that stimulus money, right? They've
So
borrowed.
does that mean you want to move to another country, or what do you want to do about it from this point?
Being that I work in DC a lot and see what they spend and see the lavish buildings and the dim sum restaurants that are $25 a
Yeah,
plate.
that's what wealth does. I see the lavish stuff that all the tech companies up here
The
spend. So
government workers are making too much, and the agencies they have don't do anything. And we're now paying
they
most
don't
of
do anything at all. They don't keep our country going. They
well,
just sit there empty offices like the
the,
Maytag man
the
collected money.
well, the government's now 25% of our GDP. Like as a country, we our GDP is like 27 trillion. The government's like 7 trillion is what they want to run this thing in DC. So I want to cut it in half. I want to cut it in half. I want half the government to close it, give the money back to the people, give the money back to the states. Let the states have. The states can run the economy. Like the benefits that you got were probably from the state.
A lot of the especially in the mental health field I work in, that the grants and the funding, a lot of it comes from the federal government. The state depends on the federal part of it, and then they funnel into the state programs and
What?
disperse it through their state programs. But I don't know that without the federal funding they would have the capacity that they have
Well,
as just a state.
the state could charge you more taxes then, right? The state could.
Sometimes they do. They're constantly. We have like the ballot system, so there's constantly taxes showing up on the ballot. That if the voters approve, that it gets implemented. Sometimes there's sales tax. Sometimes it's business tax. Sometimes it's like a certain city. If it's in the city of Seattle, it's a tax. And they have different ways of doing it, but they have ways of increasing taxes here and there where they need to by putting it to a vote.
So if you take the Department of Education, right? It was set up in 1980 in order to make all the schools in the country the same, equal, right? Whatever.
1980? Are you serious?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Dang.
1979, 80. So that
That's like right
so
in the middle of my education. I had no idea.
the money was supposed to come in to the federal government. Department of Education was supposed to have a little bit of oversight, make sure all states are taking care of their schools, right? And so what it's done is it's now $800 million budget, right? And then they're supposed to take that money and give it to the states, right? Apportion it out if they hit their standards, right? But all the money goes to administration and the building. Fifty
I
percent
used
of
to
the
work in the school system in
yeah,
Vegas. The
the
administration made six figures. They had golden toilets,
huge money.
marble bathrooms, and the teachers were like pushing in little broken down
Now
Dodge cars into work every day.
my daughter's a teacher, and I'm like, okay, so you work all this, take care of these little bastard kids. The Department of Education sucks, and ultimately, you could hire double the teachers if you got rid of the Department of Education,
Yeah. Well,
right?
or yeah, but
And I'm not saying get rid of it completely. Downsize it.
I
Stop
think in general, like
stop
organizations that are top heavy, like administratively, can be downsized. That's
stop
just a general principle across modern society.
stop running the money through the federal government. Which, by the way, DC is far more expensive to live. So They get all this money, and then they have to pay the DC workers more because it's expensive to live there, right? Stop pumping the money through the Fed, pump it locally, raise the local taxes. That's fine, but stop running it through the federal government. They don't do anything. I work there. I know the buildings down there are phenomenal. It's like the Taj Mahal. Every building I go in, right? It's because it's a huge. It's they don't care. They have
It's
unlimited money.
wealth. It's prosperity. That's what happens when money flows through things. Marvelous buildings get built. You seem resentful of that or something.
Well,
I'm glad the U.S. has these marvelous Taj Mahal Palace monument things to
I
show the
don't.
world.
I don't like that the kids are currently not being educated. So you got it like local. If the money went into the schools, you could have double the teachers. Instead, it goes into DC and pays for administrative costs. It goes back to the schools, but it's not as much.
But that's every the tech companies work the same way here. They pay exorbitant salaries at the top. And like every modern organizational structure almost that I know in capitalist society is very padded at the top, and then the money trickles down to the work. Here in my field, the peer field in Washington State, the people that get the Washington State released $500,000 to develop this program to help peers in the workforce get the support they need to continue working, etc. And I was going to be part of the program. $500,000. They wanted to pay me $40 a week, I think, to do like 7 Zooms for them. Zoom support groups for $40 total a week out of that $500,000 that they got, because over 300,000 of it, I think, went to the administration of this program.
Mm,
So I see
so
this happen everywhere. What you're describing seems like just the norm in capitalism, or it's just for whatever reason the money trickles to the top, and it seems like it always has. That's where the
yeah,
penthouse suites are, the CEO, all that stuff. The money flows upward.
unless you have competition, right? If there's a lot of competition, then prices go down, and what you can make typically
But the
would go
money's
up.
still going to accumulate at the top. There's no business person that the price is going to go down. They're going to say, "Oh, okay, let me suddenly start cutting my salary and giving it to my employees."
Only for the businesses that last, and that's not true. That's not true. If you good businesses, the way good businesses are run, they typically have profit sharing or 401k where you can invest in your own company, and then you own part of the company, which is a beautiful thing.
Well, then they're out there. People have those options. Problem
But
solved.
but but I think that you're looking at this and with a indicting capitalism. I'm for limited, intelligent capitalism.
No, I'm not indicting it at all.
And well, you had talked about it earlier, and I
I'm
you know,
trying to make it work for me, and I see all these, like I'm running into all these barriers. So I'm told what a wonderful system
you
it is, but it's not for me. And then when you talk about all the money at the
you're looking
top,
you're looking for you're and it's kind of fun. You're in a unique situation because a lot of people are complaining. All there is part-time work, and you're like, all there are is these careers.
right? All I want is the part-time work, but I'm being told that they only go to immigrants now, so I'm
That's
screwed.
kind of funny. Well, if you go out to the counties, like there's a lot of there's a lot of tree cutting services,
I'll cut
landscaping
trees.
services, but in the city there's no landscaping services, you know. But if you get out to the county, are you in like Seattle or like a western? I guess you're in a western city. I'm
Yeah,
assuming so, and it's very metro. It's not like suburbs or something.
yeah. Well, it's
Yeah,
suburb metro.
I mean, if you want to build, there's suburbs and urban environments are building, and then there's landscaping services, but I don't know. I don't know. Other than that, there's just like retail
I
bullshit
thought about
jobs.
landscaping. Are those jobs easy to get?
It's just a great job. I love landscaping
I
myself at my
would love
house.
to. That sounds so
Yeah,
relaxing. And to get paid for it.
yeah. Putting mulch out, like I mean, it's great,
Yeah.
right?
I think that's what I want to do. Something like that.
I mean, you can even if you have a lawnmower, you can just cut grass. Like my
I
dad
don't.
pays a guy like $50 every other week to cut his grass, and he's got a ride on mower where you just ride on it and just it's like
Oh,
riding a go
I
kart.
love that, man. That
Yeah.
used to like work.
Well, you don't have to use your mental capacity, right? You just ride around and put gas in it, like,
Yeah,
But
yeah. My mental
what
capacity is not working. I'd rather
what was
try
your
the other thing.
what did you do in mental health? What was your
I'm a peer counselor. I work in men's mental health, particularly with
okay,
like neurodivergent men, autism,
okay?
ADHD, all that kind. Like
Did you work?
a very underserved population that nobody else seems to know how to help, but for some reason there's no market for it either.
Well, it is. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I know like within my county, there's a lot of opportunities in that. I have a friend that's a he's in the social work field um, within my county, but he's dealing with families, and it's just
Yeah, it there's like a level at the level that most people interact with the mental health and family services system is different from the type of people I end up helping.
okay.
And so I work with I have a very particular niche, and it's kind of hard to always find the market for that.
Who pays for it? Insurance?
Who pays for what? Oh, no, I'm private paid, but if I get this new peer license that they're trying to switch to, then I'll be able to bill insurance and Medicaid at that point.
So
I'll have
why
a
would I?
lot more
So
options.
why would I go? Why would I go to you versus an? And I'm asking, why would I go to you versus an LCSW? Just
I'll tell you why, because you're going to go to all those other people and they're not going to be able to help you with what you there to get help with, so that you can end up coming to me.
and
Because
I'm
I'm
just
going to be the person that can do what all those other people weren't able to do.
I'm just asking because like so I got a kid. The kid has autism, which by the way, my daughter is she's spectrum. My
How
nephew's
old is she?
spectrum. She's 20,
Oh, so
24.
like adult. She's not
Yeah.
schooling.
Well, she was ADD. She was bipolar. She was all these things, and within the last year, she went and the counselor said, well, she's got a lot of these autistic symptoms, and then she was tested, and she apparently is on the scale. Which the autism thing is it's very uh, it was like you're Asperger's or you're this or you're this, right? And now it's just a spectrum
Yeah,
disorder, right?
it's
So,
becoming a useless category almost.
well, I see jokes about it. My wife is always like, I took a test and I forget what it was, and like, so my nephew is autistic, but not severe. My brother was likely autistic before he died, just based on some of the
I always thought
characteristics.
you were. I assumed you were because I met you. You were like a bunch of autistic people, all of Angel and all them, but also the accounting, the math mind, the number brain too, gave
Oh,
me that impression.
it's all. I know stupid dates, but so do you because we were on the same panel, and I was like, well, I know that when the Battle of Hastings was, and you're like 1066. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah,
yeah.
the William the Car. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's an important date to know
Well, it's like,
for
you know that
Western
you
civilization.
remember that question? So they were all these married couples, right? Like it was on the internet, and it was like, how many women? How often do you as a woman think about? Or the question was asked of women: how often do you think your husband's?
The Roman
Um,
Empire.
yeah, and I'm like, I'm good for at least 3 times a week, right?
A week.
Yeah,
Mine is the Greek. I think about Greece like 1,000 times a day, but that got folded into the Greco-Roman culture. So when they talk about Rome, they're kind of talking about antiquity in general. But yeah, I think about it
it's similar.
constantly.
Yeah. Well, and my wife's like, what? I think about it once a year, and never. Women don't think about that, right? For whatever reason, but I was like, well, I kind of got a little bit of the tism, so I'm way up there. I'm thinking about all kinds of shit like that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
normal.
It's very normal. So I remember a lot of stupid dates, and I always have had weird. I mean, statistics, man. I know a lot of stupid statistics. I know just stupid shit, and I'll spit them out. Like I'll be on CT's panel, and he'll be like, "Oh, what percentage is?" and, and so I'm sitting there, like I'll be like, "Oh, it's 87%." Like I'll chime in.
Because it's useful information. It made sense to your brain at one time,
It just
and
it
you stored it
registers.
in there.
It registers. Statistics
Yeah.
register quickly, and so I'll. But this is what's fun. I'm sitting here on the couch one day, And I'm sitting with my wife, right? And I'm like, well, so I start, for whatever reason, I was like, well, of course, India is right next to Myanmar, which used to be Burma. And then there's Afghanistan, Pakistan, there's Pakistan, Afghanistan. Then, of course, Iran, then Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, like Egypt. I'm literally going across the world, right? And like I'm down in Africa. Then I'm like, well, if you did go north out of Afghanistan, there, you got you got Kazakhstan, you got the Cossacks, you got, and I'm on like my 80th country, right? And my wife looks over at you. I look over at my wife, and she's just like, she's got this look on her face,
Burke.
and I was like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize that this probably isn't very interesting for you. And she just, no, it's not. But I was literally just listing off the countries, and in my mind, I could see a map, like
Yeah,
risk, right? Like
like visual
you
spatial.
can, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus. Like I'm going through, yeah, I could see it all, right? And then I was like, wow. And she goes, yeah, I think that maybe that's a little boring for me, right? And but who does that? Like that's just not normal behavior. Nobody is going through a map in their brain and trying to just have a common conversation, but listing all the countries. It's not normal.
It's normal for nerd. If you were around nerds,
Yeah,
it would be
yeah,
completely normal. Your
yeah.
wife just is. She's not a nerd.
She was GT. She's um
Oh, really? Why?
yeah,
Why would?
she's um I think she's just a smart person, whereas I'm a little I'm there's something off with me. You know what I mean? I'm real black and white. Like
Mhm.
yes, it's yes binary. It's binary. And so we're just different thinkers. That's all. But she's not a she doesn't have the tism though. None of it. I tested and I was well above the bench for uh, but I don't have an official diagnosis, but I think most people
It's a
have that.
threshold diagnosis anyway. You, as long as it doesn't interfere with your life, there's no reason to even
Yeah.
worry about it.
And I mean, I deal with engineers all the time. Half them are probably autistic. So,
Yeah,
and chemistry and engineering, they're all just,
you're probably around it so much it's invisible to you.
oh, yeah. My wife will reel me in because people start talking about, some, just some shit, post tension construction. And then I'll be like, oh, well, let me just tell you about this. Like Cliff Clavin and shit you remember Cliff Clavin? Well, actually, Normie, and then
From Cheers.
yeah, then list this, talk about, well, actually, Normie, 23% of, like so. Yeah, she's like, I got to get him
Yeah,
back in. So,
yeah.
but
I think that sounds like the tism.
look, man, I think you're doing okay, right? You're doing okay. Like you have some income, and then, but the pandemic really was weird for people, and you're trying to find this part-time gig that's going to supplement your other thing that you're doing, I
Yeah,
guess.
or get something on here. On here, kick it off. But this is like the backup. The part-time gig's the backup plan. I had intended to have like a full-time
YouTube's hard,
business and
man.
YouTube channel.
YouTube's hard. It's hard, and I don't know if it's how sustainable it is. There's just more and more people coming in, more competition. It's a tough gig, man. I see, you
Yeah,
know,
but I think I see potential in it, and until I
I,
explore that to my
yeah.
satisfaction, I'm not gonna be able to let it go.
Well, I think it can be fun, and I think it's a good way to make friends and communicate. And I mean,
I think it can
I think
help
you
with
should,
mental health. I think it could be part of this mental health
I agree.
solution.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Jeff. I just generating revenue out of it. I think that you
Yeah.
take what you can get, but I wouldn't want to depend on it for any part of my other than just supplemental fun money because it seems like you constantly got to work it. It's a lot of
Well,
hours.
this channel is part of a larger project, and it's the
Okay,
larger project that I'm hoping to turn into a
gotcha. Okay,
lifelong,
okay, that's
I
cool.
guess you'd call
Also,
it career,
so
vocation.
it's so it's a multi prong thing. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
that's
absolutely.
cool. Well, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know. I know that.
But the channel's like the public facing part of it, so it's an important part.
I see a lot of these channels, and unless you they're getting more outlandish, right? Unless you have, I don't know, man. Like, look, some of these channels are just crazy now, right? Like, they're just insane. People screaming the whole time, or some
Yeah,
question. I mean, like
that's happened on here.
CT's channel's hilarious, right? But man, it's something else. I'm like, geez, some days I can't listen to it, you know. But midlife is trying to get something off, and then Jay Rillo and
Who's
problem
Jay Rillo?
another guy that just
Let me
comes
look him
up.
up.
Yeah, there's I don't know what I think his is like something topics or something. Then they got all these channels that are relationship channels, like Risky, the guy at CT knows. That's all just relationships. So I can't. I'm not doing that. So I don't care about relationships. They just talk about men and women the whole time, you know. So
Yeah, that's
look, I don't. I think a lot of these things that you were talking about in the beginning, Jeff, like feminists have gained their voice. I want to say, but also I'm like, what? I I don't know. I guess in my mind, I think, listen, you're a woman, and I want to say this the right way since YouTube's forever. I kind of laugh at them, you know what I mean? Look at like they're irrational. You know what I mean? They're ridiculous. Like
Well,
if the,
it's funny until all their ideological bullshit ends up in your state government, and now you have to go to mandated trainings based on their beliefs about the world in order to be employed by the state of
yeah
Washington.
that
And in my mental health field, in order to continue your license, you now have to go to trainings teaching you about all
yeah
their feminist bullshit. That's
well
when it
that
starts becoming funny to me.
yeah those DEI bullshit nonsensical stuff. Um, that would piss me off. My
It
company don't
does.
make
It,
me
I
do
think
that.
I think it blurs the line between separation of church and state because I don't think any of this stuff is scientific based. I think it's belief based, it's faith based, it's superstition, and it has no place in the state.
Well, I agree, and you and I were talking about the whole trans thing and how that would piss me. It irritated me because unless you've had surgery, it's just costume party. You know what I mean? It's costume. You can believe what you want,
Even
right?
if you have had surgery, it's none of my business. Like, how am I involved in that?
Yeah, I agree. And but it's costume party. And if you've had surgery, at least that's something, right? But otherwise, it's just a costume. I can I can dress how I want, right? So you know what I'm saying? So I guess
I just don't care enough about it. Like,
I don't
even if I
care.
wanted to follow their little etiquette and stuff, I just don't care
I don't
enough
care.
to learn. I'm not motivated or inspired to learn any of it.
I don't want to learn it. And this the DEI thing. I'm like, listen, I treat people like people. If they
Yeah.
treat me like me, great. I'm not. I don't. As cultural awareness,
You think you
listen.
treat people like people, but you don't know about your unconscious biases that actually influence you to treat some people differently than others. But good thing there are experts out there that do, and they can now illuminate that for you.
Well, I'm sure they treat me differently, right? Like as a person with likely autism, as a person with
As a
other. I mean,
person with a penis,
a person with a penis, a person that's kind of a goofy white dude that comes from like poor a poor section. Like I'm sure I have my own stuff, but I just try to do the golden rule, treat people like people, and frankly, in business, I don't give a shit what you do. It's fucking just do the job, do the job,
I'm the same way.
do the fucking job, and hate
I'm
my
the
guts. I
same
don't care.
way.
But if these women know, like my wife starts with her shit. She went to a woman's college, right? And you know how they are, right? Like at least
Oh, I know. They are.
35% lesbian, probably. But I always say that. But they're. But here's the thing about it. I'm like, listen, you get oh she because everything for women and generally anyone that's quote unquote a minority, even though women are the majority, um, and the minorities are pretty much the majority too.
Well,
So
I think white men are the minority now,
oh
becoming.
we're the persecuted group. We're the Jesus Christ of the world now, right? But I'm not. because frankly, I don't. I look at it like this: I can survive if shit hits the fan, right? I know how to fish. I know how to hunt. I know how to take. I don't need any of this bullshit built up nonsense. I can survive just in the wild. You know what I mean? So I bring it down to that. And these women don't have power over me because I can kill them with my bare hands. That sounds crazy, right?
But they might have control over your job, career, ability to earn a living, et cetera, through their influence on the regulatory mechanisms of society.
Oh, listen, I don't think women aged 20 to 50 shouldn't be allowed to vote in my book. They should. I'm serious. They're irrational. They're stupid. They're too compassionate. Like, we can't
But
even.
yeah, but there's plenty of irrational, stupid voters in the United States before women got the vote. Like, I don't know that that's ever been a requirement for voting. That you had to be rational. And,
They don't think about the good of the country. They think about the good of themselves, typically.
yeah, but so do plenty of other voters.
Women are the
It's
worst.
it's not like all voters, but women think rationally and care about the good of the country, and women come along and they're the only ones that.
Look, here's the thing. We needed a good war, which we haven't had one in a long time. It really directs the country in a good way. And we're, we're coming off of, since the Battle of Hastings, all of Europe, right, has waged war against their neighbor, or vice versa, right? And I don't know, man. Like, we're now warring with each other. We would be warring with an enemy, right? Instead,
Canada. Should we pick a fight with Canada?
well, I just think that winning the Cold War and then the collapse of the Soviet Union gave us no real enemies. Now it's more economic war that nobody sees, like against China. And so everyone's just sitting around with, even like I said, even the poorest people are affluent. Even in my abandonmenium, right? The crack house that was turned into an apartment, and eventually I put drywall up. Eventually, even there, like, I had 3 hots, a cot. I did have a cell phone at the time. I did have clothing. I had everything you could need to survive. So, and this is way back when. Now, there's even more shit. There's food and clothing, cell phone, access to this and that. Like, we take care of our people. We do. There's health care. There's all this stuff, right? It might not be the best, but it's a hell of a lot better than it was in the 1930s when people starved to death in America, died from no
Or
food.
even the 1980s. I mean, they didn't have half this
That,
stuff around when I
yes.
was
So,
growing up.
which is why I'm pro capitalism, because it lifts all boats. And Jeff Bezos has a lot of money. Yes, he's a one off. Most people are just eking out a living, working to their grave. But
But
so,
he also worked. I mean, he was one of us. He worked up from where most of us started to get to where he is, too.
well, and the thing is, a lot of those guys, they're bolstered by the share price of their companies. It's like no one sees the failures. No one sees all the broke ass people that started a business and it imploded on them. In '08, a million businesses went under. People lost everything. They when Jeff Bezos went and when you start a business, you got to get a loan. You could lose you sign your car, all the shit you've been working for. You put that on the line.
I went into. I am proud. Like, I went pretty deep into debt to get mine started.
Yes. No one sees
It's
those
starting a
people.
business is not a. It's a serious thing.
Well, then so let's say you break out and all of a sudden you start making money, right? Then you got people coming and saying, "You're making too much money." You say, "Well, hold on a minute. I risked my whole life, all the
Yes,
shit
I
I've ever,
absolutely did.
all the shit I ever worked for. Oh, you make too much. What's too much? Number two,
Who
you do
comes and says that?
the
Like
liberals.
the climate protesters and stuff. I
Oh,
don't care what they
fuck you,
think.
fuck them. That's where I am with women. I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Let me tell you something. If bullets start flying, you're gonna get behind me. I know it, and you know it. And there's a reason that when you see the Titanic, you see all the women getting into the lifeboats with the kids, right? You saw that, right?
The
The
women and
men,
children.
yeah, there's a
I don't
reason
even
for
have the problem with children that I have with women. Somehow,
there.
children get along with me fine. They don't have any of the issues that women seem to have with me.
Look, dude, they have, first off, 5 days a month they're insane. They have estrogen levels all over the place, and women and children first because when in times of panic, okay, um, women panic. Men are like, look, let's fix the problem. Women just want to talk about their feelings. My wife still does this. She wants to talk about her feelings. I'm like, don't you want to fix the problem? Because I'll try to fix it. Don't fix it. I'm just trying to vent. Well, what the fuck's the point of that, right?
Yeah.
Women and children first, so the men can work at fixing the boat. That's usually what happens. You know, if a bunch of men and women are on a rowboat, it starts sinking in the middle of the ocean, right? Women will describe the water and how cold it is while men are bailing out the boat. That's how they are. So they have too much power in these corporations, running their stupid mouths
Yeah.
and giving me all their feminist nonsense. But I'm like, whatever, bitch, I ain't listening to her. But if I had to go to trainings like you do, I'd be pissed because I don't want to hear a bunch of bullshit. Women are in the workforce. They want all the CEO jobs. There's not enough representatives of women here. Really? Really? What about women on a trash truck? Oh, there's none of them. How about women loggers? Zero? Hmm. Women truck drivers? None. How many women die at work versus men? Oh, it's 100-to-1 ratio, huh? Wow. Women's suicide rates? Real low. So it's all bullshit. They just want the best jobs. So they to talk about power bullshit. Oh, it's power dynamics. What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? You know, white men are now very sensitive to this shit because they don't want to lose their jobs. But yet women are still talking about discrimination? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck. I don't want to hear that bullshit. All these fucking people. Basically, it's intersectionality is what the most recent term is. That's white women, uh, black, Asian, or now Asians are whites now.
And
They
so are
can be
Jewish people.
they yes they conveniently put Asians with whites when it comes to income, right? It's democratic bullshit. So 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 basically, Asians and hate crimes. Oh, they're a minority. It's white supremacy. But when it comes to income statistics, oh, Asians are white, but not for hate crimes. Hate crimes are all white people, right? So it's all bullshit. I don't listen to none of it. I go out.
Yeah, I don't either, except when it shows up in my state government, then you're suddenly required to listen to it to have a job. That is, to me, the major crossing of a line.
Yeah, that's why I hate all this regulation. And now the private and now corporations. See, corporations have adopted some of this stupidity because they do business with the state government, right? So, like a lot of these investment companies are handling and managing the retirement accounts of massive numbers of state employees like Vanguard and BlackRock. So, because they're dealing with the state for 529 college plans, they have to get in line with their nonsense, right? And pretend to be as woke as possible, right?
Yeah.
And then you got other corporations that follow, like Target, that say, "Wow, this is the way the wind's blowing. So let's make these little figurines of black Santa in a wheelchair."
Wait, what? Let me see. I gotta see this.
Dude, look, type in black Santa in a wheelchair Target. They have not. It wasn't just black Santa. It's black Santa in a wheelchair.
Oh my god. Okay, yo, I have never seen this. Hang on.
It's so funny.
Frank,
It's
if
so,
you're awake, you're gonna love
dude,
this one. Yeah,
it's
you're
the
right.
it's
Okay, is it
fucking.
because they had a white Santa they had to make a black one?
Well, I think it's just a double whammy. He's black and he's in a wheelchair. It's like
Is
the
that a
pre-
wheelchair? Yeah, it sure is. I'll be darned.
you can buy one. So just in case you wanted to, because we don't want to leave anybody out. We don't. You can't leave anybody out. Right? He's got. So he's black
Oh, they got the
Santa.
gay nutcracker too,
There's a gay nutcracker that's a Latino, right?
and Black
Like
Santa.
it's the
Ooh, that's a
dumbest.
scary. I wouldn't
It's
want my
so
nuts
look.
anywhere near that
I'm
thing's
all
mouth.
about. I'm all about being inclusive, right?
That's like a Mister
But
Rogers puppet.
isn't that just fucking stupid? It's so dumb. But it's really
And
just
they made it look like the Rudolph characters from the cartoon. That's another thing that bothers me.
there's a gay nutcracker. They're just it's just like we have to like if you look at the population, Jeff, right, and add it up, I'd say straight people are what probably 96%. I think is the number. What do you say? It's not. What do you say? It's the number.
We looked at it the other day. It was, I think,
95.
12% LGBT, whatever.
Yes.
Um,
I mean, but in all honesty, like you have the I don't identify with sex, right? Non-binary. You have all that shit, right? What percentage is actual like just I'm gay? I'm a gay dude, right? Like I think most of these people are probably just gay people. Cool, be gay. But then
I
now
thought everything was turning into trans, but when I pulled up, I looked at it the other day. Shit. Okay, here it is. 7.2%. And that's the total categories of all
LG,
the LGBT. Um,
but I would say that
but they do break it down into.
I would
Okay,
say
here
that
it is. And it's different by generation. But currently in the US, bisexual is the biggest category, 4.2%. And if you go outside of that, gay is 1.4. It's the next highest. 1.4% of the entire population.
so
Lesbian is 1%. Everything else is below 1%. Transgender is 0.6%.
and then and some transgender is probably just gay people. But because of the current trend, like I know I think 1 in 5 high school kids polled said they were within the LGBT
Well,
community
the
because
numbers are higher in the new generation. They're like almost 20%
I mean,
compared to the 7.2%
but do
overall.
you really think that that's I can't imagine 1 in 5 people is I would think evolution would have a lot of bottlenecks along the way.
It's not, they're not all gay. It's queer. It's queer is a political category. They're straight people that there's so much stigma around being straight that they have to have some other thing
That's
about
what
themselves to put them in this new
that's what I
category so that they're not normal, boring straight.
and I'll tell you something. So you're talking about 1%. Let's just say 2%. Let's say 3% of people are gay, right? Within that community, right?
It is. And the young generation, 3.4.
Yeah. So 3%. There's 13% of people are black. 18% are Latino. 6% are Asian, and then you're infinitesimally below that, right? So you're talking about white straight men, 40 million and more than that, 70 million in the U.S., 70 million straight white women, 10, 15 million gay people of some derivative thereof, 40 million black people. Like if you do the math and look at the statistics, you would think that a lot of these fucking stores would go, well, 60% of the shit should probably be for white people, right? But commercials, well, out of 10 people at the football game, we're going to make a gay guy, a black guy, 10%, 12, 13% are black people, right? I see these commercials. It's a Doritos commercial, right? One guy's gay. He's wearing a fucking boa because they need you to know he's gay, right? Like even they typecast all the gay people in these
A
commercials.
belt.
If you, what's that?
A
Yeah,
belt, you said?
no, a boa. He's wearing a
Oh,
fucking
a
boa.
boa.
Like
Okay.
yeah, just like
Oh,
the marketing people are so fucking sad. He can't just be a normal gay dude, right? Like just wearing a red shirt or whatever. He's got to have a leather
well, we
pants
have a
on.
uniform now, I guess. Separate us
What
from the straights.
well, you know what I'm saying. Then there's a black guy. He's cool. He's going to be like in the Doritos commercial. The black guy's cool. There's a gay dude. He's cool. They're hey man, what's up, buddy? And they typecast out the shit out of everybody. Then like the straight white guy comes walking in. He's the idiot. Like he's the idiot in the commercial. You know he is the straight white guy, right? The first off, the white guy's always the idiot in the commercial. But then there's a gay dude, a black dude, there's a Latino, throwing the football around. Like they typecast everybody in these commercials. I'm like, statistically, I just don't really see. I You've represented a lot of people. By the way, Pacific Islanders left them off the list, and th- these corporations want so badly to cater to everybody, and they think that's what everybody wants. I'm like, just be normal. Just do normal shit. Like 6 out of 10 people are white. Most people are straight, but there are, you know what I'm saying? They're working so hard to be inclusive. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. Don't you think?
Yeah, but I mean, it's the trend too. It's I don't know. Maybe the Budweiser fiasco put. Does it seem like it's turning around? There seems less of it now. Like even Pride this month, I hardly heard a peep about Pride from anything.
And don't you think that's how it should be though? Like I think I don't I think the absurdity at these things, like I said, like my friend went up to uh, New York and was in a Pride thing, and one dude was wearing just like a like just a nut hammock, and I'm like, look, just act normal. Like nobody wants to see your shit. You know what I mean? A
Yeah,
lot of
but
that.
that's been going on since Stonewall. That's nothing
Well,
new.
I could understand it. So the goal was to be a subculture and to bring awareness to the gay community, right?
That
Like,
was that was there were actually competing goals and agendas. That was one of them. The
but
other one was free expression
but
of being allowed to be your authentic self publicly, openly, socially.
but now I'm like, okay, listen, any culture that wants to be a subculture will struggle. Just become part of the. Just be
They
gay.
don't want to.
It's
That
that's
was the part that didn't want. You know how women got the vote, and like 90% of women are like, "Yay, we got the vote," and they went about, they just joined society, and you had that one little sliver that it wasn't good enough. They had all these other demands they needed to feel equal, and then civil rights happened, and the black people got the vote, and Jim Crow went away, and most black people were like, "Yay, we can be part of society now."
what did that
What
last message say? By the way, what did it say? Some bullshit.
from Nancy?
Yeah,
Something about men feeling sorry for themselves.
I
And
don't. No
then when
one's.
the gay people got marriage, most of us said, "Great, we'll be part of society now." And there's that little sliver that never wanted to be. And so those are the groups that when their group gets progress and gets integration and acceptance, they're not happy because they didn't get their perfect utopia, and they still find little grievances that they feel that they're owed.
It's
and
ridiculous.
and the gay version of that is this new generation, the queer people. They don't want to be part of society. They want to be
Well,
freaky and weird and different because they are alienated from heterosexual society for some reason.
they may feel alienated, but most people don't give a shit.
They do. It's
Yes, I
it's
agree.
psychologically in their mind the idea of a male and female couple for some reason like disturbs them so much that they do not want to share a society with them.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know why.
yeah. So yeah. I don't get that. Like, just like you wanted to be just accepted, like we pretty much are. There are some idiots
Yeah.
out here that like, oh my god, like it's gay people. But most people don't care. I don't care. I don't walk around thinking about gay people. I don't give a shit. So, in responding to Nancy's comments, I don't think anyone is belly aching about being a man. I think
See,
that
that's what we get though. That's what happens on the streams, and that's what the Red Pill documentary talked about. When men do finally start to talk about the things that bother them, we get shamed and stigmatized as
nah,
bitching or
you're,
feeling sorry. So
you're
when men try to have these conversations, this is the shit we get, usually from women,
it's fine. Who
sometimes from other
cares?
men.
If she wants to pop up on the panel, then we could maybe
Yeah, you can
discuss
come
that
up,
with her.
Nancy.
So, but ultimately, um, she's talking about paying taxes. Well, that's what you're
Oh,
supposed to
I don't.
do. Like we're supposed to pay our taxes. I just believe they're too high, based
But
on.
I just looked at the brackets. They didn't. Even that top bracket was what 37%.
I don't want them taking any money from me.
So you don't want to pay any tax.
No,
Oh
no, just
well,
no. Okay, you know what I really
yeah, we're
want?
not the same.
I don't mind paying taxes if I know where it goes. And I don't want to have to pull up, the GOA, the government accounting office, to see what they're doing with it. I don't.
Well, what do you want them to just come feed you the information?
No, like here's an example. Um, hey, we want to pass this law. Okay, what's it going to cost? And then I would even like to see a breakout in my paycheck, right? Hey, we increase, because if you went to the American public and said, hey, we want to bring in all these immigrants, but it's going to cost everyone an extra 2% of their income, well, how would people vote, right? What? We're not voting for, forget that. We
But
don't
don't
have,
they have people that already do that? That look up the cost of things that let people know about political issues. I'm sure there's like the people that are for attacks
what,
are gonna
what I'm saying.
put.
So here's an example. So yeah, it goes through the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO. So whenever they create a bill where they're going to spend money, they're supposed to run that bill through the Congressional Budget Office and the Ways and Means Committee is what it's called, right? So what's this say? I can't read it. I don't know what she's saying.
Oh, she's talking about you saying women being too stupid to vote and going crazy 5 days a month.
Well, it's true. It's specifically true. Women vote single party at the white women between 20 and 50 vote
So
Democrat
wait, if the women don't vote the
consistently.
way you think they should vote, then they're stupid.
I just think that if you vote the same way, in other words, a homogenized voting block, we're talking about white women between the ages of 20 and 50 vote Democrat. Like, that's the secret to it, right? Why is that? There must be something broken if there's no independent thinking there, or they're being catered to by a certain party. So
So you think all
I, I,
85% of those women are the
I think that
same? Like
the,
they're
so
all thinking the same?
they're overly compassionate, and the Democrats play on that, right? Like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and the truth of the matter
Yeah,
is
but there's men that fall for that too. It's not just women.
single women are the worst in terms of being grouped into a voting block, right? It's like the black vote is Democrat. Well, why is that? Well, because there's the Democrats market to that by policy. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, right? Or the other party is white supremacy, right? So in other words, this group is votes individually rarely, and they vote collectively because they're just overly compassionate. It's true. Or else, why is it such a high number? Why is it a massive number? I mean, it's like the teachers union. They vote 98% Democrat. Why? What is the reason for that, right? Well, obviously the Democrats are targeting, they know that's their voting bloc, so they're trying to do things for them, right? There's no independence there. There's no independence. Reality.
I don't know how you infer all of that from just that one voting statistic. There's never ever been a
She said
Republican
she voted for
elected.
Bernie. She voted for Bernie.
Oh,
Who by the way, it literally, if you ran any of his policies through the CBO to look at the cost,
you
it's
talking
in
about
it.
Bernie?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, no, I was not a Bernie fan.
yeah. Dominic says it's hive mentality. It is. Like, if you ran anything that he said through the Congressional Budget Office, it's like, he's a socialist, right? Like it would bankrupt the
Well,
country, and we would literally be. It would destroy the budget. That's why it's not reality, and that's probably part of the problem. Is there's no accounting. You know, a lot of this, the liberal voting bloc is like, we need to do this, but how much does it cost? What are the costs of doing it, right? So, and I say it with the stimulus. The stimulus has set everyone back a massive amount of more than, if they didn't give out the stimulus, guess what? It would have set people back. It wouldn't have set people back
you're
because of
making
inflation.
less money. Then you have less money now because
The
of the
money,
stimulus.
this what the stimulus did, and it was predicted to do this by a Democrat called uh, Larry, he was Clinton's money man. He was Clinton's treasury. Before the stimulus, before Biden gave out the money for the American Rescue Plan, he said, Larry Summers, who was
Hmm.
Clinton's treasury guy, he's a liberal, he's not a conservative. He said, listen, if you hand this money out, it's going to cause inflation up to 10%. Biden didn't listen to him. Biden passed it, and inflation ticked up the next month to 4%. It ended up at 9%.
Well, it
Now,
maybe Biden didn't listen to him, or maybe it's Biden saw that the stimulus was more important than the 10%
but here,
consequences. It may not be that Biden said, "Oh, I don't believe you. I'm doing it anyway." It may be that Biden said, "You know what? 10%. It's worth it. The people need the money right now. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. Nobody can work."
but here's the thing, Jeff. Unemployment was at 5% at the time, right? If he said, I'm only going to extend unemployment to people without jobs, right? Instead, he sent my daughter
Yeah,
a
but
check.
hang on, because most of what I got was in 2020, and it was under Trump.
Trump did it too. Trump
So I
did
don't
it,
know
and
why Biden is getting
so
all
we
the
did.
flack for something that they both did.
So what you would normally do, I give it to both of them, right?
Well,
However,
I didn't hear
however,
Trump until I brought him up. But
however, when Trump did it, we fell into the market tanked, unemployment ticked up immediately, and everyone went home, right? So at that particular time, you say, okay, unemployment just shot through the roof. Well, anyone that has any money is going to stop spending it, and then a lot of people end up unemployed, and the economy locks up. So you would do a stimulus then, right? You say, okay, we got to get money flowing. We're going to give people money. They're going to spend it. Businesses are going to then sell their goods, buy more goods, right? So it's Keynesian economics. It gets the economy cranking. There's a few ways to do it. One of them says Trump's stimulus was probably right around the right amount of money, because by the end of the year, by December, the economy had recovered. The stock market was back. People unemployment ticked down to 5%, I think, and you could see that the economy was going again, right? So then Biden gets in office and goes, we're going to do another stimulus. Larry Summers was like, don't do this. It's going to cause inflation. It's going to hurt people way worse. Well, then Biden did it anyway, right? Because he wanted
But
to.
were there other people saying other things, or there was only that one guy, Larry Summers, stopping by? Biden had the pen. Larry Summers walks in, says this one thing, and Biden side. Or was there multiple perspectives from multiple economists that Biden was taking into account, and then he made an executive decision? I'm suspicious of this narrative that Larry Summers, that one voice of reason, tried to warn Joe Biden. I'm sure many people gave input when Biden was planning this. Why are you singling out this one voice of Larry Summers?
I,
Because
I,
his happened to be the one that was the
there,
result that
so
happened.
there were competing viewpoints. There was, right, but in my opinion, I was like, all right. And again, I just want the panel to know, Nancy, you as well. I'm no Trumper. I think he's a moron. Okay, I'd like to throw him off a bridge. I like some of his policies. I do. Some of his policies just work and make sense. But as a person, he's a moron. Okay, he really is. So I don't like Trump, but and I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm an independent. But I do look at the Democrats and I get irritated. Dominic said his actions were unnecessary. I think Biden did that for the votes.
Yeah, but no, none of you know why he did it, because none of you. So any conversation about knowing what's in Biden's head is
So Biden,
automatically a
he
non-starter for me.
he said he did it. So Biden said he did it because everyone was hurting, everyone was unemployed, and listen,
Well, he sounds like a nice guy.
nice. If he's a nice
You don't
guy,
believe him? You don't
eggs
think
are
that's why he did it?
well. Inflation has gone through the roof. Nice guy or not, it was a huge error because if you look at what he gave out on average versus how much
I
money
think
we've,
Citizens United was a huge. There's been plenty of huge errors by
but
leaders in the United States.
but all I'm
We
saying
have
is
a
this:
certain tolerance for that.
it, if you do the math, just based on what he gave out on average versus how much we've lost in
He didn't
buying.
give more than Trump because I remember there was a time when he was going to give more and he actually ended up reducing it, cutting it. I'm like, God damn it, Biden. Why did you have to go and
Well,
cut
let me
it?
just. But if you look at now, the your money's not going as far, right? You've lost more to that in buying power, and will
Okay, what do
overall
you
over.
propose to do? That was then. He made the executive call for then. What do you propose to do now about something 4 years ago?
You can't do anything. But my point is, um, it was a
That's how
stupid.
I remember it, Nancy. It was more like that. We were in the middle of a global crisis. And it's easy to look back 4 years later and bitch, but I can remember the mindset at the time and the picture looks very different to me.
So here's an example. What he should have done was this. Oh, you lost your job? We're going to help out with unemployment benefits. So it's called means testing, where they go, okay, we got to help the people that need help. What he did was he handed people that were still working, making $100,000 a year, stimulus money, 50 grand a year stimulus money, people that didn't lose their jobs. And then he said, hey, listen, you
Nobody
know,
got 50 grand a year. I certainly did not get 50 grand a year in
no, no,
stimulus
no, no.
money.
If you were making 50 grand and didn't lose your job, he gave those people money. I mean, look, my son got, I don't know, thousands of dollars. So he had a job and then he went away to school, right? He relocated for college. He got to college and the pandemic hit and he literally got three times more money from the government. My
Yeah,
daughter
I
got
remember that. It was a
my daughter
windfall. I was there
my
too. Were you thinking all this then?
yes, my daughter got what pissed me off. Here's why. So my daughter, I've been telling her for years, like, save a little bit of money, honey. And she's like 24, right? I said, you got to put a little away for a rainy day. I know it's hard, but you don't need latte every day, okay? So, because all these kids are like, I don't have any money. I'm like, you spend $6 on a cup of coffee. But anyway, I said, listen, Emmy, save for a rainy day. Well, boom, she gets laid off. Pandemic hit, she gets laid off. She called me crying. Dad, I just got laid off and I didn't save. I'm so blah, blah. She's crying. I said, look, I'm not gonna let you live on the street. Well, a week later, she found out that she was making three times as much as she was when she was working because the federal government said we're going to give you 600 in unemployment benefits. She was
Mhm,
making
I
like
remember that.
400, right? She's making like 600 plus state unemployment. She was getting like 900 a week,
Mhm.
like more than.
That was under Trump. I remember all that.
Yeah, that was under Trump, right? It infuriated me because I'm like,
Yeah, I don't know why. Like that's odd to me that you would be
it
infuriated that your daughter is being given money because she can't work during a global pandemic. That's an odd reaction to me.
because here's why. I wanted her. So I'm okay if they said, you know what, we're going to give you what you were making or a little less, right? Like, we're going to give you unemployment benefits, right? Instead, they said, we're going to give you, Trump said, I'm going to give you unemployment benefits plus another $600 a week.
Yeah, to meet the cost of living that people could not meet from not being able to have a job anymore.
But she was making 400
Was she
and now she,
still working? How was she getting unemployment if she was still working during the pandemic?
she,
This is
she
for
was,
people. Unemployment is you can't work anymore because they
no,
called a
okay,
lockdown.
okay,
Everybody had to stop going into their jobs and stay in their apartment for months and months and months. That's going to require something than the
okay,
basic low
okay.
level unemployment that you get from what you just pay into the system from a job.
What I'm
I don't
saying
know
is,
why that would anger people.
what I'm saying is she was making three times as much
So
money.
it was the amount more that bothered you. Like you don't think she should have gotten three
Absolute.
times more. But
She's sitting home
then take it up
making,
with Trump and his team. They made that decision. I have
uh,
no problem with it
I
because
agree.
we
I agree.
nobody knew the future. We didn't know when we'd be able to go back to our jobs.
Well, they could have stopped it then. But she got laid off, and they were like, "Oh, you were making 350, boom, you're making $1,000." And I'm like,
That
and by the
pissed
way,
you off? You weren't like happy for your daughter? It actually pissed you off that she made more money?
I was furious.
Wow.
My daughter called me and said, "Dad, I didn't save," and she was crying. And what happens when people cry is they feel pain, and then they learn, I'll never let this happen again.
But this was not anything that people. This was not the pandemic. Was not the consequences of anybody's action. It's not something you could teach a moral life lesson from. It was an event that we were all victims of together as a planet, as a society.
So then she should
It
have
was a
made
very exceptional
so
circumstance.
so then the government should pay her 3 times what she was making. I
I
mean,
don't know who came up with the number 3 times, but take it up with Trump and his team. Like your reaction to this is,
so I look, they should have.
and
Here's
the
what.
part to me that's striking me the most is at the time you're talking about. Nobody knew the future. We didn't know if anybody was ever going back to work again, and you were still angry that she was getting paid 3 times in the face of that kind of uncertainty. I would
Well,
be like, nobody knows what's going to happen. I'm glad they're paying her anything, and if it's 3 times, we don't know the future. So yeah, let her take that 3 times. But you're evaluating it with your knowledge from today. But when you put yourself psychologically in that time period without the knowledge we have today of what was going to happen, your reaction is bizarre to me.
well, how about this? She that summer she went to South Carolina and Florida on trip after trip. She went on 3 vacations and blew the money. Um,
Your money or her money?
See, Nancy, here's what Nancy doesn't understand. She just commented how I was furious. My son bought fishing equipment with all his stimulus money. He just went and blew it all. They both blew all the money. And so the thing is, what taught me about how to save a dollar is was the poverty from the abandonmenium, being broke, having to pay, like supporting my kids on nothing, right? Eating the cheapest cereal I could get, pinching everything, right, is what I learned. I said, I don't want to live like this no more. And that's when I said, you know what, I can't do this. I got to save for a rainy. That's where I learned to save a little bit of money, was being piss broke, right? So, at the end of the day, my point about the thing is, I'm not against the government helping people during the pandemic. I'm against them giving out so much money and not means testing it. Not going, hey, you lose your job, we're going to give you money. They gave businesses trillions of dollars. And guess what? None of them were hurting. They didn't go out of business at all. Did the businesses need it? Nah, we'll just give it to you. The public, here's some free money. Go spend it, go waste it. And it costs $10 trillion between these two idiots giving us money out.
I'm
We,
glad they gave you the money.
we ran up a third more in national debt that
Do you
you.
believe the pandemic was a real thing? Like, I feel like we're in two different realities. This was an unprecedented time in our lifetimes and modern history.
So it was. Yeah, listen, I absolutely believe the pandemic was real. I think it came from uh, uh, China, like they said. I don't know if it came from a lab or an animal. And I got vaccinated multiple times. I'm not some nut. All I'm saying is the government overreacted. They gave out too much money, and we will pay as a country, and your taxes and
Well,
mine.
the overreaction is your opinion. Like you have this subjective sense of how they would have reacted, and basically, you disagree with Trump's policy. A leader made a decision that you didn't agree with, is what this comes down to. That
Well,
happens all the fucking time in
those
governments and
idiots,
in
those
politics.
those idiots overspent. They overspent. Trump spent a lot of money. Biden then upped him by saying, you know what?
Overspent according to you. There's no objective measure of what constitutes overspend. This is your opinion that they overspent because
To
you're
me,
using
to me,
the
what
measures that you're choosing to use.
what Biden did was worse. Not because he's a Democrat. Okay, what he did was worse because the economy was largely recovering.
I don't
Another word.
remember it as recovered at
Well,
that time at all.
you can
Things
look up
didn't
the
really start opening up till about June of that year.
if you look at the
And
data.
that we weren't even sure was going to happen because it was depending on the timeline of the vaccinations.
So if you look at the data, okay, the economy was recovering, unemployment was coming back down, right? And Biden took office in January. The American Rescue Plan was tabled, and I think it passed in March. It might have passed in March or April. And the following month, inflation took off. And for 2.5 years, we lost 20% of our buying power. And what I mean by that is if you were making $10 an hour, it's now buying you $8 worth of
The
stuff.
buying power was probably going to take a hit from a global pandemic no matter what. And you're
No.
just upset that
How?
it didn't fall into the range that you would have liked to see it fall in. And
It,
I'm oh well, that's sorry.
it, listen, it actually would have been opposite. If the government didn't prop up any money, okay, all of a sudden all these goods would have been sitting there. No one's buying them. What happens when there's too much supply? Prices go down, right? Prices go down. But the government gave everybody money, so guess what? Prices went up because everyone was buying TVs and
I
everything.
still I don't know if you're a sociopath or what, but we were in the middle of a global pandemic, an unknown virus that had the potential to really fuck up humanity. That's the
And
context. It wasn't an ordinary day in America. Otherwise, what you say would make sense. Yes, teach your daughter to save. Yes, don't give her a bunch of money that she's going to blow. But when you leave out the context of the pandemic or you minimize that, which it seems like you're doing, it changes the whole story.
I guess I see it like this, like, you know, knowing that the looking at the unemployment, I was watching the unemployment rate. I was watching the overall GDP. I was watching the
Do
data.
you know why we had an unemployment rate? Because the government told everybody to stop working and stay in their house.
Absolutely. Sure. Yeah.
It's not people just suddenly decided to not go to work. We were told to stop working. So the employment rate did that because
So
most jobs stayed home
so here's my whole point to this. The
because
government
there was
should
a
have
pandemic,
the
a
government should have
virus.
they should have propped up people that needed it and even said, "Hey, we're going to give you what you were making." I'd be cool with that. It's the extra money. It's the PPP loans, right? They gave businesses money. Businesses didn't even need
We
it.
did not know what the future was. You can't give people you wanted them to plan for a budget as if life was going to continue as normal. And that was not the situation we were in. And that's the part I think you're not taking into account that's confusing me.
So after they opened up the economy, you said June, right?
Yeah, it was
They continued to waive rent for a year and a half.
what
Why?
the,
Like why did they
that
do
was at
that?
the
Like
federal level. I know they did some local stuff here in Seattle.
they did it everywhere. I mean, there are people that
I
just
don't know about this waving.
yeah.
I don't even the people in Seattle. It was never free rent. They waived it, but you still had to pay it. Like it just accumulated.
Yes. So but here's the point of that, right? And this happened many times. Like if I was a landlord, like let's say I had a house and I said I'm gonna rent it to this guy, and then he didn't pay me rent for 2 years, I would default on that because I couldn't make the mortgage payments. They didn't waive any mortgage payments, by the way. They just waived people's rent. So for 2 years, I don't get any money
Because there
coming
was
in.
a pandemic. It affected all of us in ways that none of us could. This was not a normal time in human history, and your whole narrative is as though it was. And you're not
It's
factoring in the one little alteration to all of your calculations
you know,
that the
and
pandemic brings in.
and I'm not heartless. Like as far as my daughter
It's
goes, I just wanted her to have a budget, and the best thing for
in the
people.
middle of a pandemic.
No,
This
before
was
that, Jeff.
chaos and
Listen,
crisis
listen,
and
listen,
unknown, and you're talking about it like this was a normal day in your daughter's life.
listen,
That's what's
listen.
throwing me off.
Before the pandemic for 2 years, I'm like, listen, Emmy, you're doing good, but save a little money for the future, right? Put away a few dollars in case something happens. She wouldn't listen. She wouldn't listen. She wouldn't listen. When she got laid off, like, why do you quote deserved, Nancy? Who deserved it? At the end of the day, the government doesn't owe us
I
anything.
had the same question actually when you said that.
If they wanted to help people, they could have just said, "Hey, whatever you made, we're going to give you that, not double and triple." My son wasted all the money on fly fishing equipment. We're talking. I think my daughter got 10 grand. She would have got far less, and she went on vacations all summer. So they just gave people too much
I
money.
predict that if the pandemic had not happened and none of this had happened, something else would still be getting on your nerves that take its place. Because this seems like neuroticism, or maybe it's the tism.
It's
But
physical. What it is this: it's fiscal responsibility. And Jeff, I don't know your upbringing. You know,
what percentage of Americans do you think are fiscally responsible to at the baseline level that you expect them to be?
this is the problem. This is a
I would
major
and
problem.
have always, as long as I've been alive in America, and probably the generation even before me, I would put that number at less than 10%.
And
So I think you're either out of touch with Americans, or you have very unrealistic expectation of the average person.
I'm not talking about the average person. What I'm talking about is just simple. I mean, maybe it is autism, but to me, it's just like the credit card. It's the plastic. Americans want to take this piece of plastic and use it to get stuff, right?
And are you talking to the debit card that takes it out you pay, or the one, the credit
Yes,
where you have
yes,
to pay
yeah.
for it later?
I mean,
Because
either one,
because
either one,
credit
either
card
one,
is, I can see that
either one.
objection,
It
but debit
becomes,
card that you just don't have to carry cash because it zaps it out of your account is
yes.
not a big deal to me. It's a modern convenience.
But here's the thing. Um, this whole event, right? They were handing out all this money, and I'm sitting back and I'm like, you know what? No one's going to learn to save a little bit of money.
In the
Like,
middle of a pandemic, you want them to learn life lessons as if we're in a normal world. That's what's bugging me. You're like, yes, that's good to teach people if life were normal. Life was not fucking normal for a whole year and a half, and you want people to learn the same lessons as though we're living in a normal world. That is not the time to teach that shit. You need to suspend that and then pick that up a few years later. But that cut a huge gap in everybody's sense of social and psychological reality. And the
listen,
fact that you're like, I know we're in a pandemic, but you need to learn this very important life lesson, honey, is just unnerving to me.
Jeff, it wasn't the pandemic, right? So
That was
when
a
she,
huge fucking deal at the
but
time.
you're not listening. You're not listening. I've been telling her to say for 2 years prior. The pandemic hit, and she was like, she started crying and said, "Dad, I screwed up. I don't have any money. I didn't save any money, right?" And I said, "Honey, I'm not going to let you starve. We'll figure it out, right?" I don't want her to live on the street,
Well, you
but
should be happy Trump came in and figured it out for you.
that fear, right? That's the fear I needed to change when I was young, when I was broke as shit, right? I
So
didn't
you
have
want
no
your daughter to suffer the same things you suffered to learn the same things you did, instead of, because of your suffering, your daughter doesn't have to suffer now because you went through the suffering. So that frees her from having to suffer.
the
Instead,
best.
you want her to go through all the same suffering you went through so she can learn all the same lessons.
No, what I want is this. The only way to teach people how to budget money is if they have to feel some pain. They got to feel
In the
some
middle of a
poverty.
pandemic, you're upset that your daughter did not feel enough pain.
This was the beginning of the pandemic. What I wanted to happen was them to then give her money enough to survive. Say they can save the
For how
day.
long? How long was someone supposed to know she needed the money for? Nobody
Well,
knew. There was no timeline on how much, like when, how long people needed to survive. That's why they were throwing all this money out. It was a year and a
so
half.
so you're talking about, so she went on unemployment. Unemployment is was going to be a year if we were on the pandemic for a month or 6 months or till she got a job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she, by the way, she went back to work in September. Like, she went back to work in September of that year. When she went back to work, she gave up like $600 a week. That's what she gave up, $600 a week. When she went back to work, she didn't want to go back to work, and I was like, "Honey, it's good." And look, the optics are high. The point is, as a father, children learn lessons. Oh my God, she's now
But
accusing
in
me
a
of like a child.
pandemic,
What
like
are you
if you were
talking
in the
about?
middle of like a hurricane or a tornado, or like a world war set, would you say, honey, I need to teach you this lesson right now? No, these are exceptional circumstances. You have to suspend all that shit. Maybe it is the autism.
I'm not talking. Okay, you're not getting what I'm saying.
I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying. That everything you're saying, the rules are different in a pandemic, and you're talking as though these were normal times. It what you're saying would make sense if we were not in a pandemic. The fact that we were in a pandemic and you can't factor that into any of your commentary
Jeff,
is.
Jeff, I'm factoring in the pandemic.
I don't hear it though in any of your state. I don't hear anything pandemic relevant to what you're saying.
For 2 years, I told her to budget. The pandemic hit. Okay. I tell all the kids, save some money, put away a little bit of money. Some listen, some don't. I have 4 kids.
So did you want her to be punished? Like, oh, now the pandemic hit, she's gonna have to learn. She didn't save that money, and now we're in a pandemic, and she's gonna learn the hard way. Now,
I
is
wanted,
that was that the
I,
attitude
I wanted her to kick herself in the ass and go,
in the middle of
"I
a pandemic?
listen." In the middle of any financial crisis that losing your job,
And this was
if she,
also a medical crisis. Like,
if she, okay, whatever it is, if she lost her job due to
oh
any
my
reason,
god,
due to any reason, if she lost her job because she was late to work, I want the kids all to feel a little bit of poverty so that they go, wow, money's not unlimited. I need to save for myself so I can be sustainable. So a little bit of poverty isn't bad for people. A little bit of pain, a little bit of,
Moose,
I
I
don't have
think
enough
you're
money.
right. It's the fact that you would apply tough love in the middle of a crisis like a pandemic. That's
But
not
yeah,
tough love. That's sadism. That's cruelty.
so if the government showed up 2 weeks later and said, hey, we're going to pay you what you would have gotten, $400 a week versus 1,000 a week was what they showed up with.
So she didn't feel enough pain because Trump was too not tough enough with his love.
Well, the thing is, 2 weeks later, if she got 400 a week, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. And if everybody got what they got before, but when people's money's doubled and tripled, and there's a motivation not to go back to work when businesses were open up, I have a
The
buddy of mine.
business word open up.
They were, the businesses didn't close in the South. Businesses might have closed in Seattle and Baltimore and D.C. I mean, our GDP barely went backwards.
The vaccine that allowed people to finally leave lockdown didn't even start rolling out until like May or June of 2021.
Shit, I gotta plug you in, Jeff, or else I'm gonna lose you because it's sweating now. But look, here's what I'm saying. I don't want my kids to experience pain, but there has to be a little bit of pain, a little bit of poverty, a little bit of stuff to learn to budget. They're not going to
In the
budget
middle of a
otherwise.
pandemic.
Anytime.
I know
Like
we're in a global pandemic, but you're just not feeling enough pain right now, honey.
what I said was, I said, honey, I know you lost your job, and I know that, but I'm not going to let you starve, right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, since this happened, and she was scared shitless, guess what? She saved a little bit of money. She's been saving. So it took a while, but she blew her money for years. Hold on a minute. You there still?
Hmm.
I don't know if this is in the right ear or not.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're not in this ear. This stupid thing. Oh, hold on. I think it's pairing.
Oh,
I
it's
got to plug.
Bluetooth.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
trying to plug you in. This thing is. Oh, come on. All right, I'm going to try to bring you into this thing. It's real stupid though. Hold on. Just
Okay.
hang tight. Oh, hold on.
We can wind it up too if you need to. It's
I mean,
getting
I'm
pretty
good.
late over here.
Okay. You. Oh, hang on. Let me try. Let me try this. Let me try this. Maybe. Oh, that's not it. Oh, just
All right. I'm not a father. I've never had kids, but I've been a kid and I've had people help raise me. That's and also I grew up with hurricanes and all kind of natural disasters and crises. And I just know there's some times when like the ordinary rules just get put on hold for a second because there's other bigger important shit happening, and then you can go back to normal life. All right, let's see if you. Oop. I gotta pee too. I tell you what, I think I'm gonna go try to run and pee, and if you come back,
Hold on a minute.
oh, there you are. Are you? Can you hear?
That's stupid.
I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me.
I hear you good. It's just this thing is dumb. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I hear you. So if you do that, I'll try to fix my thing. Okay. If you go pee.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. This damn thing. Oh man. Let me try to fix this fucking thing. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. Hello. Hello. All right. So I guess we're waiting. I know the chat's probably not happy with my wanting my daughter to learn a lesson, but the reality is I want all of them to learn lessons. I'll never let any of them starve, but um, and they're all doing pretty well. So, but sometimes you got to experience a little pain to learn something.
All
But I
right.
did.
You have it.
Yeah, I'm
Can
good.
you hear me?
Yes, I got you.
I don't know if I
Yeah.
could hear you though.
Hold on. Hold on. I have it now. You hear me? Shit. Hold on.
I
How about now? You hear me okay?
um a little bit. You're very faint.
Is there a reverberation?
No, you just kind of
Shit.
quiet. Like maybe you're in the distance or.
How about now? Oh shit, I know what it is.
But we can just wind
Better.
it
This is
down.
better.
I
This
was
is better.
gonna end it soon anyway,
Well,
but we
look,
could.
look. I'm not sadistic. I think you,
No,
maybe
it.
some of your
You know
fans
what it
think I'm
is. I think it
sadistic.
might be that like lack of empathy thing that gets associated with autism.
Look, understand this. I love my daughters to death. My son is a bright kid. They're all good kids, right? And the problem is if you constantly show up and pick up their water, they never learn to pick it up. I'll never let my daughters live on the street,
Yeah, but
my
this.
son, ever. But ultimately, in that situation, I was very frustrated that he got 3 times, he literally got all this money from the government. And I was like, well, make sure you put a little away because your tuition's coming. And I'm helping these kids with school, right? Meanwhile, he wasted all his money. And then she wasted all the money they gave her. And they both made about 3 times what they were getting. And my thoughts were A, that money could go to people that actually need it. And B, what did we learn from this? Like, we didn't learn to save anything. And they certainly didn't help with any college payments. So that was all on me,
So if
right?
he had paid the college, then you would not have minded that it was three times more.
And I would have liked to see at least maybe buy some books and not a
So
$1,000
all
fly
right. So
fishing
it's
rod.
not the
We're in,
amount then; it's how they spent it. That's the real issue.
well, listen, man, you know why? It was free. Free
How
money.
old are
Free.
your kids?
Well, they're now in their 20s, right? So my oldest daughter now is 27.
You
She was
gotta
20,
cut that
23.
card at some point.
Well, that's it, right? And then the government's like, oh, here's some money, go blow it. And I'm thinking, there's a lot of people that could have used that money. And look, I'm only indicting half of people. Then there's the businesses. You got Marilyn Mosby in Baltimore that literally took $1 million and bought houses in Florida for her quote unquote business. Right now, she's a politician. These people just, it was like drunken sailors spending money. And I'm sitting back like,
She got a
so,
million dollars from COVID.
dude, she got PPP loans. And then the government, Trump's like, oh, you don't have to pay them back. You don't have to, what? You're not going to make
That
people pay
doesn't
that.
sound. they just gave out loans that people don't have to pay back. That doesn't sound like something people that they can get away with for too long.
They did it. They did it.
So you're telling me how many people, how many politicians got $1 million loans
So
and bought houses in
I,
Florida with them?
not politicians, right? She
I thought she
broke the
was a
law.
mayor or
She had,
something.
so yeah, she had a business, and for her business, which was on the side, she bought real estate with the money and said it was part of her business. Now she got in trouble, right?
She
But there
did get
were
in trouble, so it
yeah,
wasn't legal
yeah.
then. How many people you
Well,
think did that?
there were other businesses. I mean,
Did they
so
get in
okay,
trouble like her?
the company I work for, here's what they did. Okay, so the government's rules were this: if you don't fire anybody and you keep your employees on, we're going to give you loans or at very low cost to keep running your business. Well, my company, they didn't fire anybody. They laid them off, put them on unemployment where they got extra money from the employees did. And then they still got the loans. I'm like, so you lay people off, you get a bunch of cheap loans, which
Well,
money
how did they
costs money.
get the loan if they laid people off?
They said you couldn't fire them. They didn't say, oh, I'm sorry. It was called furlough. Furlough.
Oh,
That's what they furloughed them, right? So the government, so my
yeah.
company
So
made
they
out
were
like
still employees.
my company made out, and the people that got unemployment when they went home made out. And I'm like, they're abusing the system. There were no checks and balances to all this money, right?
Yeah,
No
because
checks.
it was because we were in the middle of a pandemic and it was a new thing. This is like an
Well,
ad hoc solution to a global crisis.
yeah. Well, so the problem is that it will. We have to pay back this money that was borrowed, right? And it's going to
We'll
hurt.
just put it on the pile with all the other debt.
Yeah, but Jeff, here's what happens. All the other government programs that normally they have to put the money into, they now have to divert that money to the interest on the debt. The interest on the debt's bigger. This year, the government, if you look up the fiscal
What
budget,
programs have gotten cut? None of mine have. In fact, they've gotten more money for them.
well, I promise you, let's just say they let's say they didn't have any interest. They could put more money into your program. They could put more money into Department of
Yeah, but
Interior.
they didn't cut. They didn't put less money because of the stimulus
Well,
spending.
and I know that's why they're stupid. The thing is, as the interest piles up, eventually it's going to be the largest item in the budget. And eventually it'll be every penny we pay in will go to interest. The projections are grim for 2040.
But
Social,
the debt has never worried us. It's been looming over us my whole life, and we've never worried about it.
it is now World War II level. It's never been to where it is, even close.
So we're this world's largest superpower. Why do we care?
I mean, like,
Like I'm serious. The national. I've been hearing about the national debt my whole life, and not a single person seems to give a shit about it at all. No politician, nobody.
well,
It's
yeah,
just something we as Americans have just decided to live with.
yeah, they're pretty stupid. Okay,
Well,
and I'm gonna
you can think
the
what you want, but I'm just saying that has been the
politically,
American norm my entire life. National debt is not a
yes.
priority, but anybody but policy nerds.
So look, yes, which I am. So listen, here's the deal. Here's what happens with the debt. So once you're paying all of your revenues to interest, which this year, this is the budget. We're taking in tax revenue, I think I want to say 6 trillion, $5 trillion roughly, right? That 5 trillion is paying for Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. All the other stuff we're spending money on, like defense and Department of Interior and libraries, your programs, they borrow. Eventually, it'll be even larger to where if we don't pay down the debt, it's going to keep going up. And then all the money goes to interest and everything else stops. Because your gross domestic, like in other words, the
I
tax
doubt
revenue,
everything else is going to stop.
eventually the tax revenue is not enough to support any of it.
Well, that'll be for future generations to worry about. But
Dude,
this is
it'll
now
be,
we're in future stuff, not anything about
I'll
the
give you an idea. I'll give you an idea.
pandemic.
Social Security in 2035 gets cut automatically without passing a law by 25%. They're going to cut it. It
Okay.
could, Your money you've paid in your whole life will get cut automatically. So these people now are
Yeah,
getting
if they
three
don't
grand.
pass this law. I'm not worried about the future stuff because it hasn't happened yet. There's still time to do stuff.
What happens when and I'll just there's a lot of statistics on this. So once your debt is beyond 90% of your GDP, so it negatively affects the growth of the economy, which then in turn affects its tax revenues, which become less. In other words, your company starts it
So
starts to
I'm
create it.
sure you're not the only economist on the planet that knows this, and there's really smart people at all levels of government and corporate that are also aware of what you're talking about.
If you hear Rand Paul, he goes he's like a rabid animal.
Moose, you're coming in really weird.
I don't know who this is, but they're coming in real hot. But
Yeah,
no, but
sound like a bug zapper.
what happens is though is eventually it crowds out all the other spending, and all the money goes to the
But do
infrastructure.
economists know this? Like, are they aware of this?
Economists know it. The government's been warned 80
Are you the
times.
only person with this
No.
insight to save the world?
The problem is, for politicians, it's hard to tell the voting base, hey, we've got to tighten up the budget. We can't put all the money into all this shit, right? The Democrats want to cut defense. Well, not anymore. Now they want to expand defense. But the Democrats used to want to cut defense, and the the biggest line item is Social Security. And I sat there and watched this year as Biden said, we're not cutting Social Security. And the Republicans said, we don't want to cut it either. It's the number one budget item. How do you not at least raise the retirement age? It's political suicide. That's why they don't talk about it. Because they're trying to get in office now and this year and next year. They don't care about 15 years from now, but you better. Because I promise you, they're going to cut Social Security without a major law to change it. They're going to cut it.
Well,
There's
now
no
you're
choice. There's,
talking like none of us know the future. So we've moved from COVID and current stuff to stuff that none of us really
I can
knows.
send you email. I mean, I don't know your email. I can, but if you look at the
Yeah,
projections, they're dire. They're dire.
Well, I'm not an economist, so that's none of that's going to mean
like
anything
I
to me.
agree with this guy. Can you hear me, Jeff?
Yeah, what's up?
Jeff, all right. So I agree with this guy with the economy, right? He's dead on with the economy. With his child, he just has expectations that he has of her. That's your own thing. Like you have expectations of your child. You know you want them to be a certain way, and you're disappointed in them for not achieving that. And I get it. I look around. Nobody balances a budget. Nobody can get their shit together. I'm looking at my neighbors. Everybody is, struggling right now. The economy is collapsing. We're going through some hard times, and people aren't being responsible. I get why you're, disappointed in people. I get it. And the economy is going down the shitter. The problem is that nobody realizes that the reason why our economy is so good is because it's all propped up on gas money. Once they stop trading gas in dollars and they stop using the dollar as a reserve currency, then
Well, that's
they're
big
gonna
trouble.
stop using our money. Then we're all in trouble.
That's the
So it
government
is
oil its
something
money. Is
wrong.
that? Yeah. I'm
They're
not,
just slow boiling us.
and I'm not a prognosticator of doom, but these politicians don't have the balls, and they want to get reelected, so they don't tell us a lot of stuff. But
Well,
if
it
you
sounds
go
like
to
we're screwed. Like we're
so
just
do this,
a
Jeff.
helpless
Go
victim at
to
the mercy of a.
so a semi-independent body is the Federal Reserve. If you go to the Federal Reserve and look at budget projections, if you go to the OMB, Office of Management. These are government things. These are not like independent bullshit Fox News, MSNBC. These are just basic projections on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Brookings probably has something. They're on the liberal side. The projections are tough. Like they're going to cut this stuff. And then when the government can't spend any money because they're out of money and they're spending it on interest, that hurts the economy further because that government money used to stimulate the economy, you know? So then we got to get it under control. We got to get it under control. And they're out of control. These politicians are terrible.
I really suspect though that if we were to get it under control, something else would still take its place for you to worry about. I don't think it would stop at the stimulus money. I don't think it would stop at the taxes. I don't think it would stop at the debt. I think you have the type of brain that would
No,
always find a problem to worry about.
they're the fiscal part of our I only care about the money. That's it. Like all the
I don't
social
know if I
bullshit,
agree
I
with
don't give
that
a. I don't.
assessment,
I could
Jeff.
care less about social stuff. I don't
It
care.
could be, you know, I think that like the economy is a big thing because if you're a logical person, like if you think logically, um, the numbers thing is really easy to
Yeah.
like put two and two together and say, hey, something's not adding up, right?
But you're looking at numbers from afar, from behind a computer screen. You don't have all the inside information of why those numbers. You're speculating. You're
Definitely,
making inferences. But I do think a lot
definitely.
of this is the autistic brain, like you said.
I'm.
And you have to make inferences because that's all we got. We only get the
Right, but
information
they
that we're
taught.
presented.
My problem with inferences is people make them and then they adopt them as though they are a real
So.
story about
So
things, and they
here's
lose
an
their
example.
status as inference, and then they become people's reality.
So here's an example, Jeff. Right. So they know how many people through the census and through just general population studies, how many people are going to be going on Social Security in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Right. As more and more people go on to Social Security, there's more money that is paid out by Social Security. They know those numbers. So
Right, you
they're
said they already know all of this, so
yes.
they're it's good. They're aware of this. They
If you look
have
at
the
how many,
information.
and there's a huge number
And
of
we don't know
people,
what politicians are going to get elected in the future, so I don't know what
so they
possible
can.
narrative any of us could put together.
They also know how much money those people are going to cost, and then they look at workers current and future based on birth rate and say, okay, based on the projections, we're going to owe a lot of money in Social Security because here's the life expectancy rate, here's the blah 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 blah. What's this say? This woman's voted Democrat since 1978, so that says a lot. Not switching once. Which, by the way, I voted for Obama once, Clinton once. Uh, which Clinton was my favorite president. Reagan beat the Soviets. He did a good job. So I'm not a single. I don't just vote on one side and listen to the news on one side. I try to be very independent.
But I think
And
her point is that we've recovered from national debt before.
so World War II was the last time we were in this level of debt. Now, World War II is a little unique because we were the only producer after World War II because we blew up everybody's ability to produce. We don't have that situation now. We have global competitors like China, like Japan, Germany. So this is a bit more of a unique situation. We haven't been in this level of debt to GDP, to what we produce every. GDP is a gross domestic product. It's what we produce every year. We haven't been in
Sorry,
this level of debt ever.
we did
It's
the opposite though. We did the opposite. We blew up our own manufacturing plants, gave them all to China and Taiwan and all that shit, and now
yeah,
we don't manufacture anything at home.
Hmm.
we offshored everything. Some of it's coming back though, fortunately, because global trade is
Not
difficult.
enough of it's going to come back to
Well, a
make a
lot of it's going to
difference.
Mexico, believe it or not. We're bringing stuff from China to Mexico.
It's capitalism. It's going to go where it's
I mean,
the
it's not all
cheapest.
bad. Like, we don't want to make clothes. We want to make computers and,
But
like
we're not even doing
expensive stuff.
that.
No, we don't do it. We're not doing it. So, unfortunately,
We're not picking fruit.
but,
We're not making shit. What
and,
are we doing
and,
as
and just so
Americans?
you know, like, I don't indict Biden for everything. Like, the CHIPS Act was great policy. He's done some good things, right? I'm very independent.
But it's not
You know,
about Trump and Biden. You just don't like that they gave your kids a bunch of extra money that they spent on things you didn't want them to spend it on and not college.
um, look, I think everybody should be a saver to a degree. You got to have an emergency fund, and parents teach their kids that a lot. Like, hey, kid, like save a little bit of money. Otherwise, you're gonna like imagine you're
Yeah.
30 years old, you don't have a penny saved, and you just not a pandemic, you just lose your job, right? What do? You can't make a mortgage payment. You're living on the street, or you're living, you know what I mean? So we all try to teach our kids to save a little bit of money. It's normal. But my daughter, I told her 100 times, she never listens. Save a penny, honey. Say,
Yeah, and
look,
that has nothing to do with Trump or Biden. The fact that your daughter
I
does
know.
what she wants with her money and not what you think she should do with it has nothing to do with Trump or Biden. Either one.
It's also the examples that are set around her. It's like you look at, like I said, everybody that I know has a problem with their budget almost.
yeah,
Even me, I don't deal with my finances anymore. I give my wife all the money. I say, hey, you deal with the finances, and then I have my fun money, and then I give the rest, and I say, look, You get all the budget going, and then we go from
Yeah,
there. Because it's like if you can't save money, you need to find a way to save money. You need to find a way to put money in a hole in under the bed, or you need to put it
I agree.
somewhere where you can't get it. So I agree with this guy about saving money, man. And it's disappointing because the people I worked with at the casino, because I left the casino to buy a hotel, and then the pandemic happened, and everybody at the casino was making, they were making double their checks, and they were getting paid because the casino was shut down. So they were calling me up saying, "Oh, you're a dumbass. You left at the wrong time. I'm making $5 grand a month or whatever." And I said, "Whatever, dude. I just opened up my hotel and kept going, right?" And it's weird because like when you have responsible people in the world, it does seem kind of fucked up to look at somebody else who would take that money and just toss it to the wind when somebody else would use that towards bills or towards something responsible. But at the end of the day, we're only responsible for ourselves and our own actions. And if we're worried about other people, like it's just gonna drive us fucking nuts.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah, that was kind of my
as a
point.
father, of daughters, it's very important to me that they are independent and not dependent on a man. Not just they can go in the world and make it on their own. So that's why I'm like, you need to save. You need to be like, I don't want them to ever be dependent on a man. I don't like it, especially like he could be
But
abusive.
that's her. She's gonna decide that for herself, how much she
Well,
wants
no,
to be dependent on a man or not. You can want that for her, but that's all you can do.
I'm definitely going to give her the lesson though and say, look, you need to control your life, your outcome, and your future. Do the best too, right?
Well,
And so,
exactly. She needs to
yeah,
control it.
yeah. I don't control her. I don't control my children, but I'm definitely going to guide them in the like they everybody recommends you save some money
What
and stuff.
age does that stop?
You know, I was just talking to my dad. I'm 50, right? My dad started explaining about how his funeral will go and about how as a 50-year-old man, he said, you might want to start consider where you're going to choose to lay for for you know plots, life insurance. And so he started to tell me about his life insurance, right? And he said, I started getting life insurance when I was younger. It's always smart for people to do it. That's the first thing he said. He planted this little seed, right? What he's saying is, hey man, if you don't have any life insurance, you might want to get it. So he's 50. I'm sorry, he's 78, and he's planting little seeds. See, he's still being my father, right? Now I don't depend on him for anything, right? So I don't think you ever stop being a father. You never stop. So now he's not going to say you got to do this. He's not going to, but he's going to suggest it. And so I suggest things to my kids all the time, and then they come to me for advice too. But so I don't think it stops. I think it's just being a parent. I want to have 4 independent kids, self-supporting, do
Yeah,
their
you
own
want independent
efforts.
kids, but then you want to have fatherhood over them the whole rest of their life at the same time. You
I
want to
didn't,
guide them and have them be independent at the same time.
but the thing is, Jeff, like I didn't. I'm not. It's not a carrot and stick where I'm like, you do this or you're not getting this, right? It's hey, I reckon whenever I talk to young people, I say, hey, if we're one on one, my nephew, hey man, you ought to put away, I understand you're making money, it's great, you got a job. You should put away a couple bucks in case you lose it. Like when we're talking, if it's open, I'll say that. So I think it's smart. Most people recommend that. They recommend that. So financially. Hey, by the way, um, you should probably eat a decent diet if the conversation's there, right? You should probably exercise 3 times a
I
week.
don't I don't tell other grown people how to live. That's just not my nature. I mean, I guess it might be different when it's your kids, but
Yeah,
just in
yeah. I
general,
mean,
when someone's
I
an
don't just walk up on the
adult,
street. I don't walk up on the street and say it to people. But my kids also come and say, "Hey, Dad, what do I do about this? Hey, Dad, I'm
yeah, if they
thinking
come
about
to
buying
you,
a
that's
car. What do you
different.
think about?" So
And your brain
so
changes when you become a father too. Like the way you're thinking,
Uh,
it definitely changes, Jeff. So you start thinking in a different. The world's different. You start thinking more as a caretaker, more as a guide in this
yeah,
world, and so it just fits your role. So it's just part of who you are after you're a father.
yeah. It's a duty.
sounds
It's a
stressful.
it. Well, it is. It's a duty. I have a duty as a father to try to guide these people to their own independence. I've said it before. My job as a father is to be able to die and leave behind people that will be sad only for missing me and not, man, I really needed some money from that guy. You know what I mean? I want independent people that can go in the world, you know? So that's my
But
duty.
isn't she independent? You said she has a job. Your kids in college.
Um,
Are you worried they're gonna come back to your
the,
basement?
I want them, there's a lot that comes from like being able to go it alone and forge your way in the world without moving back to the basement. Sometimes you got to move back to the basement, right? But I'm going to try to nudge them to not have to and, save a couple bucks. Like, think about what if the government didn't show up, Jeff? What if they didn't show up? What if it took 3 months to get any money approved? She would have been destitute.
Well,
She,
all of society would have been collapsed at that point. That would have been the least of your worries.
well, some people would. She would be one of the ones that were without, because I guarantee she didn't have $18 in her checking account. Probably nothing. No food, nothing. She was living on her own, but she didn't have a penny scraped away. She would have been like, Dad, I don't have any money for food. And here she is like 24. I would feed her. I definitely would feed her. I love her. She's my daughter, right? But so my thing was always save a little bit of money, put as much as you can aside for a rainy day if something happens. So because it does happen. So I'm not terrible. And I don't want to control them. That's a good life lesson. So
Yeah, but
anyway.
you teach it to them once or twice, and if they learn it, they learn it. If they don't, they don't. But she's 20 something years old. How many times does she have to hear say, put a little bit aside, put a little bit aside before it just becomes
Mm,
obnoxious?
at the time, she was like 20. She's like 22 to 20. During that period of time, she was out of control, just going everywhere, spending all this money.
So it's
And
about more than just the
no,
pandemic.
the frustration was, you know, I don't know. And by the way, she went to college at 19, failed out, went back, failed out. I was helping her pay for school, but because I told her, hey, I'm not paying out of pocket. You go to community college because you don't deserve full-time college, 4-year school because you don't. They shouldn't even let you in based on your grades, right? So you go to community college, you pay out of pocket, I'll reimburse for if you get good grades. I did it. So she started to go back. So I was paying, and she did good in school, and then she went and finally graduated. But the thing is like I'm not gonna give you college money to squander if you're gonna bring me D's, really?
Well,
No.
usually you don't even get to keep going back if your grades are too bad.
Well, you do now. I assure
Really?
you,
You could
colleges
fail out and still be in
they,
college.
you can major in the stupidest subjects. These
But you
colleges
still
just
have
want
to
the
get
money.
grades.
Dude, she had a lot of problems. It's not like when we went to school or when you went to school or back in the 90s, man. These kids, like, all you need is a GED and the money, and you can almost go anywhere. The colleges just want the cash. So, well, she went to community college, and eventually she got it together. She figured it out. But anyway, but yeah, during the pandemic, I was not like, I hope you suffer and live on the street. I was just frustrated that they gave her so much more, and but she did learn the
That's
lesson.
weird to be frustrated, but when you didn't know the future, you should be glad that she has as much money as she could possibly get in case we're locked down for 5 fucking years.
Well, the stimulus
We didn't
was
know if
one
we were
thing.
ever coming out. It could have been like 12 monkeys where we had to go live underground.
The stimulus was one thing, but the unemployment was it was a lot of money, man. Like this guy said, like they were paying 3 times as much.
Mhm.
There were look, so I have friends in construction. My buddy's a superintendent. He's got about 80 guys working for him. His got They found out they were getting all this unemployment, like more than they were making normally, right? He said the next day, like 30 of his guys came to him out of 80 and were like, dude, lay me off, please. Please lay me off. They all wanted to get laid off because they make more on unemployment sitting home than they would be out there working. They literally begging their boss, please lay me off, please. I mean, like they didn't want to
Yeah, it was a
work.
pandemic. They were still doing construction during COVID. They were
Dude, there was
essential workers.
Uh, all
I just
construction
remember
kept
the
working.
pandemic very differently than you do. It was not an ordinary time for over a year.
Most of businesses. So first off, in the South, they closed for about 2 weeks. In my state, they closed a lot of stuff, but there was still business was still going.
In Seattle, you didn't even see other people on the street for like a year when you left here.
Well,
It was a
that
Yeah.
ghost town.
yeah, I know
I opened
certain
my
cities.
business in 2020, and we didn't open the first month, but then after we opened, we were open to like 3 states, and then 3 months later, we were open to 6 states, and then within 9 months, we were like fully open to everybody and
So
business like usual.
so did you get PPP loans? Did you get loans? If you
Hell
don't mind me.
no. No, the neighbor hotel did, and what they did was they took the money, they laid off their employees, so their employees got a bunch of money, and then they sold the hotel. So they took the money, sold the
So they just
hotel,
stole it
and ran off
basically.
in yeah, they basically just stole it all, and then they ran off into the sunset. I
Jeff,
I've
this
never been
happened
on
everywhere.
I've never
This
been on
happened everywhere.
any like
I've never.
program that would help me like that. I've never been on
There
any
was
like support thing, majig.
there's trillions in fraud from this. There's
This is
trillions.
honestly the first time hearing about it.
There,
If it's
yeah,
that
it's
like
egregious.
ubiquitous, I'm surprised it didn't make
There,
its way onto my social media at some point.
Jeff, there
No,
were
the
major
people are getting
businesses.
busted now. They're getting
Yeah,
busted by the FBI and shit.
it was, and the government passed all these laws without any real checks and balances. I think like companies like Starbucks were getting loans, PPP loans. A couple of big businesses, I was like, they're getting PPP loans. These franchises, it's crazy. So I don't want. Look, I don't. I'm not a barbarian. I don't want people to die and just be
Yeah,
destitute for
but you want
life.
them to suffer to learn something, which
Yes.
I mean, in our modern that sounds so Bronze Age to me.
Listen, I
Our,
personally,
our, our
I
educational methods have advanced.
I personally have only learned things through sticking my hand in the fire. Right. That's how it's hedonistic learning. I don't learn from people saying, "Hey, you should do this." What I learn from is pain. That's the truth.
And do you know that that's how your kids learn too?
I know my daughter does because she's saving money now. But my one daughter will take advice and say, "Smart people do this. I'll do it." Right. My other daughter needs to bang her head against the wall to realize it's hard. I think a percentage of the population are hedonistic learners. They got to. It's just the way they are, you know. But that one, the older one, she is. She needs to. If you say the flame's hot, don't touch it. You think she'll do it, right? And sometimes she'll do it like 3 times and then stop, you know. And I wasn't different. I had to be literally be living in an abandoned minium, sweeping up crack needles to have a place to live at one point, you know. So I needed that. And then not having shit, being embarrassed, being broke. All my friends were making money. Here I am just totally destitute. That was great for me. I said, I'm never going to let this happen again. You know, it was great for me. And I've always had a budget since then. So, but that kid, yeah, she's a hardhead. She's a hardhead. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know. She tasted poverty though for those weeks, a couple of weeks. She saves now. It's like I don't want that shit to happen again. That was a really scary time for me, you know. So I don't know. I don't know. What do I know?
What do
So
any of us know? I don't know.
yeah. So
I
anyway,
mean, what really matters is that she's all right and that she learns the lesson, so that way if something worse happens, that she's prepared.
yeah.
Or
Well,
just that she's all right.
she got a little money put away now, and yeah. I mean, so
Is
she's
that
now
what
getting.
fathers do? They try to teach kids these sadistic lessons that they
Listen,
set
man.
up, and then they're glad when their kids suffer enough to learn it.
No, you're glad they're learning, and if they're learning and they
Yeah,
get the
but they're
point,
not learning unless they're suffering.
They're going through failure, like we were talking about yesterday. You
yeah,
know, that
man.
you have to fail
Yeah,
to
you
be
got
to learn
you
sometimes.
fail, and then if you just wake up and then everything is given to you your whole life, you never suffer for anything. You never have to. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't work that way. You know, it's not
A
life.
lot of parents. want to see
Oh,
that for their kids. Like like most friends I know that have had kids are trying to give their kids a better life than they had. They like, and our parents and our grandparents, like my grandparents were poor and they were able to leave my parents a little better life than they had, and then my parents were able to leave us a little better life than my grandparents left them, etc. So that each generation they want them to be a little better off than the generation that came before, not start at the bottom every time
Right.
and suffer all the way up like each generation before them
But
did.
that comes with discipline, and that comes with like
yeah.
learning, different things, and going through trials and tribulations. Like everyone, no matter how good of a parent you are, your child is going to go through trials and tribulations, and they're
but
going to
Yeah.
suffer.
But what I'm
Do
talking
you
about,
believe
if you've reached a
in
certain level of prosperity, you're not going to make your kids start at poverty and get back to that same level you have. You're going to use your level to help your kids
to
start
elevate
out
them?
at
Yes.
a more of an advantage.
Yeah, but there's also
In
a
theory, yeah.
choice you make, because like say I have $1 million in my pocket, and my daughter wants some of that money. Well, me being a responsible person, I'm not just going to give her that money, but other people might. Some people buy their child that thousand cc motorcycle for their first bike. They just turned 18. Guess what? They drive it off the lot and they kill themselves. Like there's a difference between being responsible and being irresponsible. And just because you have money doesn't mean you're going to be responsible. You know what I mean? So like it doesn't mean you're going to give your child a better life just because you hand them money, or just because you have that money. Like the better life comes with all the trials and tribulations, the knowledge and wisdom that you and your forefathers and their forefathers have passed down. And that's why you have a better life, is because all that experience wraps up into what you pass down. That's where it all
But
comes
you
from.
also like have suffered so that they don't have to.
But I don't think that's true, because we all have to suffer. We all suffer.
Yeah.
All three of us suffer, dude.
I
Yeah,
don't,
but not
and the
in the
thing is, if
same way that our
I,
parents suffered. Like they suffered in a certain way to make sure you didn't have to suffer in that same way.
so you don't, so I'm the backstop. I'm not going to let my daughter ever live on the street, right? However, she's not, she ain't getting a 4 bedroom house, right? You know what I mean? So I'm a backstop. I want her to feel some risk. I mean, look, I could have paid for all the college, right? I didn't. You know why? Because it's normal to have a student loan or to pay your way to go to school. Yeah, I want them to experience that, right? And I have a friend of mine who is wealthy, horse people, right? Now I came from the fucking trailer, right?
That's what's even more weird to me, that you came from poverty and have this mentality.
So
Because
these horse
everybody
people,
I know that came from poverty, and it's most people I know, are so happy that their kids did not have to live in the poverty they did, and that they could give their
I
kids this higher quality of life just as a start, like as a baseline starting point.
look, she
I
had a
agree.
good life. Look, look, my daughters went to private school. Okay, they were fine. And then, they get out of school, you go to college and mess around. I say, hey, man, you're going to work. You got to save some money for a rainy day. It's what smart people do. She don't do it. Guess what? This is going to be a tough time for you. But I told her, I'm not going to let you starve. And what I meant by that is, I'm not going to let you live on the street and starve, but I'm not going to make it easy for your
Well, Trump came along
irresponsibility.
and changed all that for you.
Yeah, that fucking
He
guy did
fucked
that.
up your parenting
He did.
plans.
He did. But it was hard enough for her though, just to be that scared that she said, you know what, maybe my dad was right. So the thing is, no, do I want my kids like having to deal with that bullshit? No, but I want them to know it's out there. If you don't get to work, you know, pinch some pennies here and there, hustle, because otherwise you just raise a bunch of brats that are 30 years old and
But
have got
what if you
everything the
just
government
show
wants.
them to work, and it's then you don't have to teach them the opposite of that. Just show them how to
Jeff,
work
it
and
doesn't
and
it doesn't
save
work like
and
that always.
It doesn't, yeah. I I used to
It's
drive
hard,
through
man.
the hey, I drove through the old neighborhood and said, listen, if you mess around in school and you don't play your cards right, you're going to end up living here. And they were like, oh, I don't like this place because it's an ugly place,
I
right?
don't know. I'm not a
There's a bunch
parent.
of
I just
derelicts.
I feel like if I were, I would
Yeah.
go about it
There's a
differently.
bunch of crime and violence and shit, right? So ultimately, if you girls don't work hard and get good grades in school and do the right thing, you're going to end up living in this neighborhood. We don't want that, Dad. You know what I'm saying? So, you
Not
know,
really.
Yeah, but when
yeah.
you say things like that, you better be damn sure you're 100% correct. Because at being a child,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
my parents would always tell me stuff like that, or my teachers would be like, "Oh, you're gonna end up at 7-Eleven and whatnot." Because I was always the smart ass, and I was like, "Hey,
You were
this
a
the
goofball.
answer's wrong." I said the
Yeah,
answer's wrong on the board. I'll show you how to do the right answer. Next thing
yeah,
you know, I'm getting thrown out of class, and so.
What?
No, it's true, but that's the big thing. As a parent, you have to be honest and true, and he was like, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're gonna end up back here in the trailer park. Same with me, man. I grew up in a trailer park, and it's like my daughter is not gonna get everything handed to her. She has toys, but she's not gonna have
Are you
like
gonna
every
let her
single
live in
toy
a
she
trailer
wants.
park?
No, but I'm also not going to use my resources to make sure that every single opportunity for her is padded.
yeah.
I'm like Renato. He's not what
You're a
he's saying
backstop. You're a backstop.
is yeah backstop. I don't think he's cruel at all. I think what he's saying is let them learn the lessons. But hey, if you're jumping out of an airplane, I'm going to be the one that catches you if you
Yeah,
don't have something to land on. And
yeah.
I don't think it's
But pack a
cruel, but I think he
parachute. Pack a
sees a way
parachute.
to do it.
Yeah,
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 you
yeah,
better
yeah,
bring a
yeah.
parachute, but if you don't, I'll catch your ass because I have to, because that's what being a father is.
And the thing is with daughters, it's a big deal to not have them dependent on a man, right? Because they can end up in abusive situations.
Well, you have her dependent on you because you want to guide her and control her whole life. You just said
It,
that. Like,
guess what? Guess what? I don't give her any money, and I haven't given her
okay,
any money.
financially dependent, but like intellectually, you want her dependent on you for decision making and lesson learning. She,
Yeah, well, that's still my duty to.
well, so when do the training wheels come off and she gets to fail on her own, make mistakes on
She
her
lives
own
her own
without
life.
you?
She's a school teacher. She's getting married. She's doing all the good stuff, right? So the training wheels are off. They've been off. Like she doesn't come and say, "Dad, I need money." During that time,
I'm
she said,
talking
"Dad,
about the intellectual training wheels that you
I
want
mean,
on her your whole life, like you just said your father had on you his whole life.
well, no, he didn't. Like my dad calls me for advice on stuff, right?
Well, you said the insurance. You
Hey,
gave the insurance example.
yeah, he said he was trying to pass on this. He feels it's his duty to say, hey, as a responsible adult, it's probably a good idea to have life insurance in case you die, so your wife doesn't have to deal with this immediate expense of this, right? So he was kind of saying that, right? So I don't think he ever stopped being a dad. But listen, I would say that to anybody as an older person, if there was just somebody that said, "What do you think about life insurance?" I go, you know what? When you hit a certain age, your likelihood of goes up that you're going to pass on. It's probably a good idea to get it. You know what I mean? Like it's just general advice you give a friend, right? So he was kind of passed that on as a duty. And I tell everybody that now, like, hey, put away a little bit for a rainy day. And if there's once if you keep doing that almost like habitually, just saving a little bit, then I mean you started a business, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had to put a lot of skin in that, and you could have saved for it, you could have borrowed for it. But it's not bad to save for a rainy day. It's a smart thing for people to do.
Right, but how you could put that on a bumper sticker? How much does somebody need to hear that lesson before it just becomes obsessive? Every
I
kid I know was told at least
I
like
didn't beat
five or
her. I
six
didn't.
times, be sure and save for a rainy day. But I don't know any parent that still drills it into their kid's head 500 more
Well, I
times.
don't. I mean, understand. This wasn't every
Like
conversation,
even
right?
tonight on this stream, it's come up like at least a
Oh,
hundred times. It seems
well,
I
like
think
we're
it's
talking.
just the
We're
topic of the
talking about it.
night.
We're talking about it. Yeah. So,
a
but
lot.
it wasn't like every time I saw her, I was like, "Hey, man, you need to do this, right?"
Oh,
But
okay.
you
I
know,
guess I
it
Like
was
was
every
brought
several.
every,
up in the
every time you see your
conversation
daughter, you're like,
tonight.
"Hey, did you get that savings
Yeah, let
fund
me see your checking
thing?"
Because
account.
if
What
it
do you
was
got in there?
anything like this conversation, it
I,
seemed
I
like it
Well,
I
wouldn't be
think
that way.
this is
I'm
the
getting a better
topic, though. We're just talking the
understanding,
topic. Yeah.
Renato.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. It's not.
I understand his
Yeah.
disappointment in other people because I oftentimes have expectations of other people, and I just want people to just do what's good and what's right for them and have a better life. And so it does make me disappointed sometimes.
It's kind of a frustration because the one kid is again, she just goes, oh hey, so people eat this, and then that's good. That's what they should do, right? The people save this. That's what they should do. Like she just gets it, right? And she will watch other people struggle and suffer. And hey, it's probably a bad idea to do drugs. I don't think I will. The older one, hey, what do people know? I think I'm going to go out and try this, I'm not talking about drugs, but just I had to learn the hard way on everything. So I kind of see myself in her, right? I see myself in her. When I was her age, saving money, I couldn't save any money. Hey, my dad say, "Yeah, you ought to save a couple dollars in case your truck breaks down." Oh yeah, Dad. I go blow it all. Then I'd be working on Sunday in the rain, trying to build I was doing construction, trying to build a wooden pole barn for somebody out with power tools in the rain, struggling all day, right? And have to go back work Monday. So, but I see myself in this child a lot. So, my whole point was about we were originally talking about the just saving in the pandemic and all that stuff. But so, but so I only want them to struggle a little bit just to learn the lesson of this. That's all. I don't want to see anybody hurt, but sometimes you gotta hurt. How do you know the value of money otherwise? Like, how do you know what it's worth? You know what I mean?
It's
So
like
Well,
it's
riding a
you
just
bike,
need to
different.
know
man.
what it's worth.
You
Just
fall off riding a bike a
use it.
couple times and you scrape yourself and you get back up, you ride the bike again. Like
Yeah,
life is about the burning, you get some fucking road burn every once in a while, but it's about learning and then riding the
yeah,
bike and staying on the bike. And when you learn with little lessons that hurt with the monetary thing, you didn't lose your house, but hey, I'm hurting, I need to eat this week, now I got to call dad. That is a very embarrassing situation. That's
yeah.
going to
That's
stick
right.
with you for
It
the
just
rest of your
seems
life.
like more humane ways to raise a child. Like if I had a child, I would try to figure out what kind of life
But it's not
they're
a
wanting and
precalculated move,
start
Jeff.
helping them set. I don't need to drive them through the ghetto and scare them with these scary stories. I can just say, what kind of life do you want to
It's
have?
not as bad as I
Let's
make
get
it
started
sound.
on building it right
No,
now. Let me help you get that
It's not as bad.
established while I
I
have
It
you
wasn't
under
like
my
a field
roof.
trip.
I think it really is like it sounds way worse than it is, Jeff. I,
Yeah,
I
It
I
really
think
yeah,
like
does.
as an
yeah. It
outsider,
wasn't.
I, at first I was like, oh man, this is bad. But then after talking, for an hour or whatever, this is he's not bad. He's just expressing what a father goes through and stuff, and
He
what he
sounds like
wants
a
for their
neurotic
children.
father that goes through more than a
You know,
regular father would because he has all these
no, no,
extra expectations of
I think that
exactly
we
how
just
his
don't
kid
talk
has to
about
learn
this
this
stuff very
particular
much.
lesson in this
And when you
particular
start
way. And
when you start talking about this stuff, you're fixated on it. You want to pull out all your thoughts and all your
Yeah,
articulate your arguments and stuff. And I think that's what it is. I don't think it's any different from any other man. Like I think if any father sat down and had this conversation, I think they would open up and they would keep circling on their points and
I'm going to
stuff.
test it. I'm going to ask all the dads that come out here
yeah. Just say, would you
if
do
they would
this?
be upset that their daughters got 3 times more money during the pandemic because it robbed her of the opportunity to learn that
I
she's going
don't.
to have to starve and suffer and save money.
I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here, just like the disappointment factor. I think once we realize how hey, we don't control anybody else and we just kind of sit back and laugh about it, it's all good. We're just analyzing stuff. We're just looking at stuff and like if someone has a better way to teach their children, I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. I learned through experience. I learned through failure myself.
Right.
I have to learn by doing it myself. If I don't do it myself, then I don't really understand the concept of it, and I don't understand how the gears work together and stuff. So it's like I got to play around with it, and I got to break it a little bit. Not everybody needs that. Not everybody's the same. We're all different. Some are
Some
frogs,
people
some are
learn from
monkeys.
just. Some people learn from reading. They go, "Oh, that's smart." Some like there's this bottom line
Yeah,
person
some
on.
people are awesome at learning from reading.
It'll be like it says here that if you had like bottom this, it's just a I don't know what you call it. Bottom Line Personal is just like a publication that people get. A lot of older people get it. My parents get it. It'll say like, if you're having trouble sleeping, try vitamin A, right? Some people go, I'm going to do that. They'll go out, just go buy it, right? Or they'll just get advice from their doctor, right? And they'll do it. No, that's not how I roll. Just I need to blow it up before I fix it. Some people are like that, and she's one of them. So, but she learned the lesson. So, but yeah, I think Jeff, I think maybe I speak a little more harshly than I am because I am very much a their daddy's. They're the girls are daddy's girls. They come to me for advice still. I haven't scared them off. So, you know what I mean? I haven't, I had, they still come around. So, hey, dad, let me ask you about this. They asked about the car, asked about, you know, um, just their job, all the stuff. I'm really struggling at work with, she's a school teacher now. So she's talking about her interactions with her colleagues and stuff. And she's having a hard time in this. And I'll say, well, maybe you should just do this. So she'll ask for advice on things. So,
Yeah,
but
I think the relationship between you two is actually more important than the discussion that we were having. Like, if we were to see that relationship, like, and that she's asking for help and stuff like that, then obviously you're doing the right thing. You know,
yeah,
you're just everybody's doing the best they can, if they are, and if you're doing the best you can, then there's no
yeah,
reason to feel bad about it. It,
yeah.
Literally, I've read so
You
many
can't,
parenting books already, and nothing prepares you for actually the fucking experience. Like, the
you
baby
can't
pops
insulate
out,
them.
and you just like, okay,
This is it.
now I'm a father. Now I got to
Yeah,
figure this
I
out.
have
Now
to
I got to
form
figure out
the.
how to wipe their ass and make sure they breathe
Yeah,
right and stuff.
I have to help them form their mind. You want to get them into school. You got the school. Then you got to deal with the bullshit at the school. But then you're going to a bunch of sporting stuff like or scouts or whatever they choose to be in music. Right. So you're running around after work just trying to keep up. Right. Dad, I need this. Dad, I need it. Oh, Dad, the other kids have this. So then you deal with this the whole time. And you're just trying to put up guardrails, let them run their life. But you're just the guardrails, right? You want to keep them inside of those guardrails so they just live and maybe become intelligent and produce something, like be productive in the world, so to speak. But so and then they fall and they skin their knee, and it hurts the father more than it hurts the kid. It's painful to see it, but that's when they learn, hey, honey, you shouldn't run through here. You're going to fall because there's a lot of rocks and you're going to slip and fall. They still do it. And then they fall and hurt themselves. And you say, man, it hurts. And you pick them up and brush them off and say, I told you not to run in here. Right. So, it's a tough job, but it's my greatest job I've had. Right. It's the number one thing I've done is be a dad. Right. That's the number one job. It's more important than my job. But ultimately, it's hard, and you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what to do. They don't have a book on it. You can read books, but every situation is unique with these kids. So, but anyway, so it's a labor of love, but it is labor. Make no mistake. So, if you're gonna have a kid, you know, um, but it's. I mean, Jeff, you don't have any kids, and it's hard to. And not that that's bad. It's just it's
I
hard to
barely had
under.
parents. So
Well, yeah, but it's
Mo-
hard. It's hard to get some of the stuff right. Like, I have a friend that says their dog is equal to the kids, and I'm like, I have a dog and I love them, but when you have these kids, you kind of have an obligation to make them humans, like good citizens, right? And it's but it's a great thing. I mean, we've been doing it a long time, us humans. So, and people will tend to want to develop, they turn into adults eventually anyway, grown-ups anyway, right? So, but, I was going to say, I have a friend that has a dog, and he said, that's the same thing. I said, it's not the same thing, man. Like, you're trying to raise somebody that's going to go out and get a job. Your dog's not going to go get a job. I love my dog. He's great, but
Your
he's not going to
dog's
have
not
to
going to
go.
go get someone pregnant or get pregnant. I mean, if your dog
Yeah,
does get
yeah.
pregnant,
He's
it's
not
not
going to
like a
rob a
huge
liquor store.
deal.
He might
Yeah,
y'all
like,
fight
worry about
somebody.
all that?
Eh, eh,
Like you think your
dude,
kids are
like,
gonna do that?
Why
No,
wouldn't
I
you?
don't worry about that, but I'm saying like my daughter running into the street and getting hit by a car. Yeah, I worry
That's
about
terrible,
that.
man.
My
That's a
daughter like
future.
slamming into the concrete because she's like running
How
too
old is she
fast
now?
and she slips on something. Mine's only
Yeah,
2,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
so I'm not worried about that crazy
But
stuff
you don't
later on
worry
in
like
life.
she's not going to get a job or she's going to get
Why
knocked
would I worry
up or
about that?
Not
She's
at this
2 right
age, you
now.
know.
I'm worried about her like developing skills and like playing and
Yeah, motor skills. Yeah.
being able to communicate with me and stuff.
That's right.
Once we get to 13, 14, 15, everything changes. Like that's the thing with children is like it's not something that's a constant. It's continually evolving as you're evolving, and it's like every day is different. That you have to learn something new all the time. Every single second, you're like tested in a different way. It's hard to keep up sometimes.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. But it's a beautiful thing. But it's also it's labor, man. It's you know. And by the way, it's you kind of. I looked when I first saw my daughter born. Like you, it's instant. It's instant love. Like you just say, okay, you'll like imagine you see this kid come out and instantly you will jump in front of the bullet, right? If there's a shooter, you're getting in front of your kid instantly,
You don't even
automatically.
have to think about it.
It's there's no
It's
thought to
just
it.
done.
It's
It
I will protect
happens.
them immediately, right? I'm willing to just lay it down. That's the deal with it, man. That's so it's a lot, right? Like think about something you do that for. Like would you do it for your dog? I love my dog, but I don't know. You know what I mean? But that's what happens, man. So your brain changes. Then you go into this matrix, right? Where you're a parent. There's other parents. You got these stupid little things. You get your house is full of toys. All your dreams get put on hold. You know. You go into this thing almost like a tunnel, and then you're talking parents, other parents. You got the strollers. You know, all your shit is done. Like you wanted to, like you were in volleyball. You did these hobbies. They kind of get put on hold. Then all your friends are other parents at your kid's
Yeah.
school. Then you come out of it. I just came out of it a couple years ago. Look around. I'm like, who are these people? I don't know anybody. What happened to me? You know what I mean? You come out of it. You don't know who the hell you are because you've been in it for so long, you know. And you got to make new friends. You got to do new things, you know. So it's another adjustment, you know. But it's just what it is. So it's kind of crazy, man. But,
Well, I guess I'm glad
Oh,
that y'all are doing it at all.
so
thank
you don't
you.
have to.
Yeah, it's
Just like I don't want to do that
I
shit.
mean, it is a commitment and a duty and a dedication and
and
conscientiousness
it's
and all that. And
sacrifice.
there's many parents that don't even like do
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah, a lot of people that because I've been married for 10 years now, and so we didn't have children until the 8th year. A lot of people just don't understand how the dynamic works now. They're like, "Oh, can you come spend the night at the house? All the boys are coming over." No, I go home to my wife and my daughter
Yeah.
every night.
oh
Like
Yeah.
yeah,
that's,
Yeah.
my daughter expects me to be there, when
Yeah.
she wakes up in the morning. Like, you know,
Yeah.
um, and then like going over to someone's house, where I would used to, the bong would be sitting out on the table, and the beers would be passed around or whatever.
oh
It's
yeah.
like I'm not going to
You
bring
don't
my
even want
daughter
that no
into a
more. You're just
situation
like,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're
I
not
might
doing
have
that.
a beer, but I have one beer, and I sit there and I sip my beer, and it's a very controlled action. It's a relaxation thing.
Yeah.
It's not a hanging out with the boys trying to get
Dude, you don't
smashed
even
and
have
acting
the
like a bunch
energy
of
to get
idiots.
drunk. You're like, look, I got too much shit. I got to work tomorrow. I don't. It's just I don't want to hang with. I don't want to do it. You know, it's just too much.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
got
You
other
lose a
stuff.
lot of friends, and a lot of people don't understand. Oh, you can't come out
I've
after
lost
work today.
so
You got
many
stuff to
friends
do.
to kids, marriage and kids. You never see them
Yeah,
again.
Yep.
yeah. They're
It,
they're they're gone. You know, but they're and it's not. It's just not even fun because you got this other stuff you got to do. You know, it's not even fun.
But
So
it's an important role. Like we would even have a society without it. So
somebody's got to do it. So
yeah.
but but yeah, but your brain changes, man. I'm telling you, it's weird. Like you're all of a sudden, it doesn't. Like I said, you got to take the bullet. You will take the, you just, okay, this is what my job is now, right? I got to protect this person. I got to raise them up to be just a civil human being. And, it's the world, they're the next generation on you, right? You're 22 years old, like 25 years old, whatever you are. I was 22, right? So then it's like, okay, man, I got to pick up some extra work. So, you're working a job, making enough, but this kid's going to cost, I want to get her in a decent school. I got to do it. So, next thing you know, you're working all weekend, and it's okay. It's what you do. So, you got to get out there, and it's not just you anymore, right? Like, I don't mind me being in poverty, but I don't want her in poverty. I love her. She's my daughter. So, you don't want your kids to be raised like that. So you got to work. So, and the problem is here I am living in the abandonmenium and getting my daughters and bringing them to my mom's and spending time at my mom's because I didn't want to bring them to where I was, right? So, that I was like, I'm never gonna do this again, right? I'm never gonna not have a few bucks saved. And so I just worked a lot. But so I don't know, but it's awesome, man, because now I see them. I got a cop, I got a state cop, right? I got a teacher, I've got someone in the ministry, and I got a cook. For these people, I produce these people. I mean, they do the work. This is what they do, right? But ultimately, they're out here. They're paying taxes. They're putting into the system, the American system we have here. They're, they're trying to do good in the world.
I thought you
Nobody.
hated like taxes were. Are you
Well, they're
happy they're
paying
paying
them.
taxes?
They're going to eventually pay for my Social Security. You better believe it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, 25% less, right? But no, they're doing good things in the world. So it's, it worked out. I mean, no, there's not. Nobody went into accounting, even though I I
Sounds
I
like
promote
like it might have been a good
Look, the
thing.
man didn't raise a politician, okay?
I
So let's be
promoted them.
proud of that.
I was like, what do you think about majoring in accounting? Nah, we don't like that. So, but like none of them, no business, no accounting, like cop, a teacher. I mean, like what? So my one daughter's somewhat. She went into the ministry program. Like like we're not a religious family. She was like, I'm really moved to do this. I'm like, hey, rock on. So, so whatever, to teach his own. But anyway, it's a crazy thing though. It's a crazy thing, Jeff. It's definitely, you immediately have a responsibility when that kid comes out, and you can't help it. Like, you just love the kid, right? So you got to do better for them. So anyway,
I
I've probably
don't
been
think
rambling.
if I didn't become a father, I don't know if I would actually have like quit being a drunk. And I wasn't like a drunk every
Yeah.
night, but when I would drink, I would get drunk. I'd have 4, 5, 6, 7 beers, and I'm only 145 pounds. And after my daughter, it took one time. I woke up in the morning and I looked over and I said, "What
I
if she
can't be
needed
this
me
guy
last
anymore.
night?"
Yeah, I
And
can't be
that's
that
all
guy
it took.
anymore. Yeah,
So it's
yeah, yeah. I can't be that guy anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
get out of here. Oh shit, I got a squirrel inside my shed. Little fucker.
You mean right now?
Yeah, he
Oh.
almost crawled on my foot while I was about to take a bong rip.
Oh.
Hey,
It's funny.
I said I wouldn't go into a house with
Shit.
a bunch of bongs sitting everywhere, but I do smoke a bong, and I do it in the privacy of my own garage. Oh, there you are. I wish I could put the camera on and show you. He's a cute little
Oh, the
fucker.
squirrel.
Yeah, my
Yeah, that
dog's
would
out
have been.
here.
That's just something we see every day, I think.
All right, all right.
Yeah, I
Sorry
think
about
it
it.
was a good conversation, and I think that like honestly, like it goes back to accountability, expectations of other people, just doing what's true and what's right. I mean, you know, if everybody holds themselves accountable for what happens in their life and they make the best decisions they can, then that's on them. And if we have expectations of other people, that's our own issue that we're putting on them and putting on ourselves. We're just putting weight on our own shoulders that we don't really need. Like we really don't need to worry about anybody else but ourselves. Um, and then when we come together, you know, bringing forth what we have, what we can share with each other. I think that's what is what builds the community stronger. Is everybody pulling their perspectives in and having a safe place to have these conversations, to get into the minds of each other, because sometimes, like he was saying some things that sounded a little bit harsh and a little bit like, man, all right, that's fucked up. But then it's like once you let him like talk it out and let his thoughts all out, I started to realize that the patterns, that I
Yeah.
have in my own head. And I'm like, as being a father, and I'm like, okay, so it's not so crazy. Like, a lot of men don't actually talk about shit that's in their brain. And so I don't know, man. I think it's really fucking healthy. And
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the stream tonight. I'm glad I woke up super early.
Come on,
Well,
water.
yeah, me
Okay.
too. Thank you. I, hopefully there'll be more like this.
My dog was being a pain.
More like anything, just real stuff, man, where people aren't putting on a mask.
I
It's
don't think.
nice to see the real person.
I
I
think
think
also
like
maybe my
smaller panel, like
language
you don't
is.
need 10 people on a panel, and less of
I'm
the drama stuff.
maybe
Because
Jeff too,
there's
and
there's
maybe
plenty of channels people can go to get that from.
I might be too gruff too because like I said, I'm in the commercial building industry, and people are pretty direct, like pretty. They don't soft shoe a lot of stuff, right? People are very direct, and they're
Well,
very
I mean that certainly doesn't bother me.
yeah, they're very I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it's my language too that I'm
No,
too.
just for me, it was the context of a pandemic that was throwing everything off.
Well, Jeff, I wanted to say this. People had different levels of fear with the pandemic, so I understand where you are. Like you were probably scared to death. Like, oh
No, it
my
wasn't.
god.
It wasn't fear. That's definitely not the word. But it was a
I just felt
whatever
like
the
this is gonna
emotion is that
pass.
lets you take something seriously, like that, like give it the gravity that it requires.
I look. I watched MSNBC for like 3 months with the pandemic, and I was like, oh my god, this is the end of the world. I had like my family putting booties on coming in the house, right? Like
Oh man.
yeah, like it was crazy, right? And then I had a point where I was like, okay, this is going to get people sick. I was looking at the numbers of people dying, and I was scared to death, right? And then I had a point where I was like, okay, the government's stepping in, they're helping out, great. We'll get through. I just had more faith in us getting through it than some people were scared to death, though, right? So, and then they just
Dude,
kept playing it up. I felt
I
a lot
was
of it was
impressed at
political.
how well we had come
I,
together as
I
a species so quickly.
check this out, guys. I was in Mexico when this all happened. So I'm sitting there and I'm fishing, and I come back from fishing and I find out that there's some pandemic spreading across America, right? I'm not thinking anything
Yeah.
of it. People are like, "Oh, maybe we should go home, or maybe we should wait to go home. Maybe we should wait to go home." I said, "Yeah, well, we're leaving in 3 weeks or whatever, so we'll go." And we waited, and all of a sudden it got worse and worse, right? And so they're like, "Oh, we might not be able to cross the border now." So we started going, and we get to this border crossing, and there's not one person around. There's not one street vendor. There's like usually you'll see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people or cars or something, right? And we pull up to the border crossing, and I'm like shaking. And I look at the border person. I said, "Are we allowed to come back to America?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, no problem. Give me your passport and stuff, blah blah blah." And then they just let us go. And as I'm driving across the country, I drove all the way from California all the way to Maine, and it was the
Wow.
scariest fucking thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. I'm driving through Los Angeles, and there's nobody on the road. There's 8 lanes of traffic. There's not one car around. There's not one homeless person outside. Um, we get all the way through the Midwest and all that stuff, and then we get to New York, and I'm driving down the highway and there's nobody around. There's like 3 cars. The only place that I saw people was at a gas station the entire time driving across the country. I literally thought the world was ending. I was
Oh
like,
my
I wasn't
god.
scared. I wasn't scared at all. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Where is
Uh-huh.
everybody? Like, what happened to everybody? And
Yeah, it was
so
crazy, man.
I mean that was my experience. And then when I got back to Maine, we had bought a hotel, but we bought the hotel, left to Mexico so the owners could do their last Christmas in the hotel. And so we hadn't even moved in yet. And because of the pandemic, we weren't allowed to stay at a hotel in Maine. So we had to sleep on the floor. But that was my experience of the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, it was. They closed my state, and then I was in construction where necessary, so they weren't stopping road crews, highways, all the infrastructure was necessary. And I mean, they closed retail. They kept a lot of your main businesses, big businesses open and closed the small guy down, generally speaking. But logistics, infrastructure, all your life support systems were not stopped. So I wasn't as scared as others were. So I was just going to say that.
Hey, we're echoing off of
Yeah, there's
Nancy.
some kind of echo. Hey, Nancy, welcome. I think there's an echo on your side.
Life support systems were not stopped. So
Do you have YouTube running? Maybe you could mute it or close it.
Hey, we're echoing off of Nancy.
Yeah, there's some kind of echo. Hey, Nancy, welcome. I don't know if you're there. I'll put you on mute for a second.
I'm sorry, that's probably my echo.
Yeah, I think it is.
That's better.
I'm so confused.
Do you have YouTube playing? The video
Don't
in the
worry,
background?
Nancy. I wake up confused
I'm
every
trying
morning.
my new microphone. Does it work? Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we
Is
do.
the echo still there?
Because now I can't hear you.
You can't hear us?
All right, maybe it wasn't my echo.
No, it was. Can you hear us now?
All right, I put you on low volume on my computer. I can only go on panel with my phone. And I'm trying this new microphone.
Do you have the YouTube playing in the
We hear
background
you.
somewhere?
It might be StreamYard.
Oh.
Because I went on Robert Escobar's panel last week, and it was crackly and goofy. So I have.
It's kind of.
If you go back into StreamYard, you might be able to go to audio in StreamYard and click on audio, and then if you can switch between the headset mic and the other and the phone mic, right?
Yeah, there's that echo again.
Well, right now I have a new microphone that I don't want to make it all about my stuff either, but I bought this new microphone for my camera, and it also has a plug-in for my phone. So do I sound halfway okay?
Yes.
Yeah, the problem is the sound from the video is coming through the echo. It's echoing, so like we can hear ourselves doubled.
Except for the accent.
Yeah, it's not so much your voice, but the background of the video that's coming through.
Is there an echo for real?
Yeah. Well, not so much now, but there has been.
How about now?
No,
I think she's good. I think she's good now. I don't hear her echo.
Oh shoot. Oh good.
No,
okay, so not so much now.
I don't know. It's weird. But
of course I'm being quiet, so
that's what it is. It's a delay because she's listening to it on YouTube, so she's got like a.
Oh yeah, if you turn the YouTube off, the echo will go away. Because now that you're on StreamYard,
just being
quiet. That's what it is. It's a delay like, she's listening to it on YouTube, so she's got like a. Oh yeah, if you turn the YouTube off, the echo.
Yeah, it's the echoes. I think it's going to be too bad if there's
But
no way
see,
to
now
stop it.
that I have my, oh, I'm so loony. Maybe I should just get out of here.
Either that or just put your YouTube on mute or turn it off.
The echo's bad.
Yeah,
That's funny.
are you
Jeff,
running the YouTube video in the background while you're on StreamYard? That's what's echoing.
yeah, and then you can't hear what we're saying because you're hearing stuff 3 seconds later, so you're not even like in the conversation at the same time. We're like in two different worlds at the same moment, you know.
So Nancy, when you call in, you go over to StreamYard and you're on StreamYard. So you're no longer on YouTube at that point. You're just on StreamYard, which is a different app. You go back to YouTube and close out of YouTube, and you'll be on StreamYard, and you can still talk to us and everything.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of here for right now and see if I can figure this out. Okay, thanks, fellas. Bye bye.
Okay, take care, Nancy.
Jesus.
All right. Well, it is what it is.
Technology.
I have all these problems too sometimes, so. Well, we were going to hear what she had to say, and I guess not now. So,
Yeah,
Jeff, where are you with monetization? Are you getting monetized?
No, I need my subscribe. How many am I at? I can't get my. I've been stuck at. Like, I need like 200 more subscribers.
Who do you have? I mean, you got Midlife, and you got like that kind of group. Obviously, I hang with him, so.
Yeah, I want to like find some other channels to collaborate with that are focused more on mental health and men's
I think
work.
you got to pull up on them, but it's hard to find healthy channels. Dude.
Yeah, it really is. That's my challenge.
You know, like most people are going on here to just have grift with each other, and you're trying to have like help people here, like and talk about men's autism or like men's connecting and
I
autism.
really am. I'm trying to do the same thing I
health.
used to get paid to do in the real world, so I don't have to go do it in the real world. I could just stay on here and do it.
Yeah, so you're trying to like, and most of the participants in YouTube are terrible. They're just people.
Well, it's all kinds. I think there are some wonderful,
they're battling,
fabulous, fantastic people, and there's
a lot. Well,
it's
let's
the
put
human.
it this way. There's a lot of
human
fun
comedy.
There's a lot of fun. I do think it's healthy to collaborate and to even spar, right? But ultimately, you know, I don't know. It might be. I don't know. I don't know. Like I think Barney's show is kind of positive. Like you've been on there. Do you think it's fairly positive? Like there's comedy.
It is, oddly.
But yeah. And I'll tell you what, man, Chaotic Truth, like his channel has taught me a lot about culturally, like back and forth, you know what I mean? So that's been interesting. And
he was on here one time, but there were a lot of people on, and he didn't really get to. People kept cutting him off and interrupting him, so I don't think he had the best experience.
I will tell you that the show is so interesting, like his platform, because except when they get on racial stuff, it just gets redundant kind of, but
I thought the whole show was racial stuff.
Here's what's weird. You got a poor white guy living in a barn talking about how it's great to be how great the whites are. And I'm like be brave, right? And it's so funny. When I first started watching the show, I'm like, here this broke guy is who looks like, you know, Papa Smurf, and he's talking about how great the whites are. I'm like, bro, you live in a shed with a 2x4 holding your door closed. And then you've got super, you know, very successful black folks. So the juxtaposition is just neat, right? It's very interesting, right? It kind of just blows up every myth that we're currently being told about oppression, society, and all this shit, right? That's the funny thing about it. That's what makes me laugh, because I'm like, you know, because, you know, the media is like, oh, it's a white supremacy and all this stuff. And then you got this idiot in a shed talking about white supremacy. And then there are these wildly successful black folks that they're the oppressed. Like, what are you talking about?
The
So
black privilege.
it's just very interesting. And then you get some screaming. Chaotic keeps it funny, so it's a good show. But it gets wild, and that now lately there's even some new characters that are kind of weird. So, but I don't know. I don't know. I know a lot of these other shows, they just talk about relationships all the time. They're not very productive. Just man, woman, this, that. I can't do it. So, oh, we lost our friend. We lost our guy the guy
Oh, he
who.
might have lost connection.
Oh, okay. But I don't know. I think you're gonna have to go up on a lot of panels to find your group. Getting people to come to you. You're gonna have to go up on a lot of channels. So you're gonna have to find.
Well, I do, but every time the same problems I have in the real world are showed up on the panels lately. So I every time I go to a panel, it turns into chaos.
Oh, it does. Okay. And you're also a very you're a laid back dude, right? You're a pretty laid back guy.
Yeah, but I'm not being neurotic.
Yeah, but you're not. You're not confrontational. You're just kind of chill, right? So,
No, that's not always true. That's not always true. He's actually confronted some people. He's gotten into some heated arguments with people or heated discussions when he's passionate about a subject. I've seen some various aspects of Jeff.
Okay.
And he can also be the kind of guy who pushes people away with his firm stance on things. When he has a firm stance, there's other people that just don't accept that he is who he is.
Yeah. Well, I did see one time somebody on the panel was like, "What gives you a right to cut me off?" And Jeff was like, "It's my panel," and he just dropped him.
That could be anybody.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's
like,
who
do you think you are? He was like,
I mean,
don't
who goes on a panel and fights with the panel host?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I don't know. It's a hard gig though. It's figuring out the whole YouTube thing's a hard thing, man. And there's some shows that are just really bad. I would never want to be seen on some of these shows. Some of these topics, So
yeah, there's plenty of channels I stay away from.
Yeah, and you don't know who's who. You end up on the show, and then it's just all these people. Like what? And then you're up there with them. I always, at least show my face at some point on the show. To talk to people.
But each channel it's whatever that person brings to there's potential in each channel depending on what you can bring out of it, and that's what interests me the most. That's what I'm here to explore. What can we do with this? It seems like a missed opportunity if we could figure it out.
I don't know. I'm going through your YouTube, and I'm trying to figure out how to improve it, because it's like I don't know.
Like visually, like branding type stuff.
Yeah, but
I've always been bad at that.
Is that I feel like it's you, right? I feel like your page is all you, but then
how much does that stuff really make a difference
to
new people? Like
the thumbnail matters more than anything. The thumbnail has to be it has to be something that makes you want to click it, makes you curious.
Yeah, but they're all the same, dude. It's always okay. Let me give you the normal thumbnail. It's
it's the corn dog mouth.
Every something like that. Yeah, it's always the same.
But you got to put you got to put something sweet, dude. Like open panel on there, and then have it looking for Jeff it'd be like Satan sitting on a throne or whatever, and a bunch of plebeians like
you're inside of a prison, something. Yeah,
something something weird, but for the most of the channels, it's like a mouth open or some titties on the screen or something.
Always.
Yeah, we're trying to get more boobs.
But he's trying to be somewhat it's a positive thing, so it's hard to.
Yeah. And I don't want to be the brand. I want the community to be the brand, not necessarily me.
Like Jeff, the problem is anything that comes with Satan is already has like a negative what context, right? Is it
Yeah, but
context?
they used to say that about gay and all kind of other stuff. So autistic people. So I can overcome that part of it.
Yeah.
But the Satan stuff became
But you got to
necessary.
get them there. You got to get them there. You got to get them
Huh?
to the
Yeah, I'm
faith. You
not.
got to get them there.
I'm not. Honestly, it doesn't seem to be that big of a barrier for most people. It's not stopping. If
Yeah.
it is stopping people, they're the ones not coming in the first place. That I'm not hearing anything about it. But the people
Yeah.
that have been coming, it doesn't seem to be
I know, but we need. You're
throwing
trying
them
to
off.
suck other
Well,
people in.
here's
You're
the
trying to
reason for
suck
the
your life.
Satan thing is because a lot of the issues that keep coming up on the stream, I think, are because of some of the same things that has me being a Satanist in the first place. So that if I emphasize that, that brings all that out, so it's out in the open ahead of time, and it doesn't have to keep coming up.
Oh,
That makes
Like
sense.
the emotion policing, the intense emotions, the personal
but
empowerment, the drawing bound, not wanting people on here that can't take accountability or responsibility, and that kind of stuff. Like all of that can be communicated with the Satanism.
but are you really a Satanist? Like
Yeah,
you really believe in Satan? So you believe in the Bible then? You believe in a biblical thing?
I believe the Bible exists. I'm
You don't.
non-theistic. I'm
Oh,
not
It's kind of
supernatural.
just a.
he's a different kind, which is
It's
like,
kind of a
why would
story.
hey?
I just think it's a lot
Like
of
I can
stories.
leave the Satanism in the background, but every time one of these conflicts or shit comes up, everything about the Satanism comes to the forefront, and I have to draw on it to get the stream back. So I'm like, well, shit, I might as well just
Well, for
feature it
people to
now.
believe, because I know I have a couple of friends. I had a couple of friends years ago, and they were like, "I can't believe in Satan, man." And I'm like, "Listen, then you have to buy the whole story. You can't just buy. You got to believe the whole story, right? You got to believe in God and Jesus. Like I mean,
Well, I
it's
mean, it's just
it's just a
stories. You
book.
can do what you want with
It's
them.
yeah, it's stories, right? But it does. You're right. Like so, here in a sense, like I was telling somebody about the Jesus story. I was like, it's its own thing now. It's not real. Like regardless of whether or not he lived, it's its own thing.
It was its own thing from the beginning. The Gospels
Yeah.
and Paul wrote generations after Jesus
But you know what I'm
supposedly
saying?
the events that supposedly
Like if there's
they were
no
writing about.
historical evidence, this story has affected the world. The story of Buddha, like these stories have affected humanity in one way. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
who,
And
like,
everybody has their own different version. Like everybody has a different version of the
yeah,
Bible in their head. No two people have the Bible conceived in their mind the same exact way.
yeah. I mean, and I think there's some great lessons in there, like Aesop's fables. Great lessons in there.
Like
Then you got
make sure you put away extra wheat for the harvest.
you know what it's called? It's called tithing,
Yeah.
which means
That
a tenth. By the way, I'm just going to give you some financial advice, everyone. I know no one wants to hear, but this is from Big Daddy, Old Daddy here. 10% of your income, if you redirect that into savings and then invest 10% of your income, right? So once your savings is maxed at capped, you got 2 months income in there, right? In case you lose your job, and you keep on putting that 10% away, then you put it into investments, right? You can actually rainy day hits, I'm okay. So that's what they recommend that you do if you can, if you can afford it.
that's great advice for when you actually have the income. But for a lot of
Well,
people it's getting the income in the first place and keeping it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, like it's hard, right? I agree, but I think my first time when I was in the abandonmenium, once I didn't even, you know what? I started putting away maybe 2%, right? I just said, you know what? I can do without buying a cup of coffee, buying 2 cups of coffee that week. I'll make it at the house, right? And I just started to skimp a little bit on stuff like that, and I was able to actually save it a little bit. And I said, this isn't bad, right? Like it's pretty. I feel more secure to have this extra cash here, and then I just upped it every time I got a raise. I would like take half of the raise and put it in savings, and the other half I would spend it as a reward. Um, But that's actually a biblical thing to just save up a little bit of money
I mean,
in case
it's
shit
great
happens.
practical advice for people that have an income, but that's like the
I-
second stage.
If you don't have an income, then go get one. So you got to get one.
That's a whole set of
Yeah.
challenges in and of itself.
Well, you're trying to piece together. It's what you're trying to do is fairly. It's not a common thing. You know what I mean? It's not like okay. So I had a business, right, Jeff? And I was working for a business, and I said, you know what? This other thing I was doing, which was I was working as a distributor rep, and I said, you know, I'm going to start a business, and I did it on the side, and eventually that business just took over my life, and I just worked at the business, you know, my business that I started, right? But I didn't quit my day job. I just worked nights and weekends to get it going, and then eventually I was like, all right, I'm ready, and I quit my job. Took a big pay hit, and then took a couple years to really get out of the ground, you know. So what you're doing is hard though. You're trying to build your business, but then supplement after the fact. You know what I mean? Most people do it the opposite. So what you're doing is fairly unorthodox. It's probably difficult, I'd imagine. You
Um,
know, it's hard on you.
I don't know. What's a channel intro? Are you on Discord, Renato?
I don't know what it is.
Then you're
I don't
not.
even know.
You
I
would
mean,
know.
no, I'm on it, but I don't understand it.
Yeah,
It's,
you're on
it's.
the
I
other
mean,
side of the
I
technological
don't know.
curve.
I don't know what it is, man. I know that there's a lot of threads everywhere, and you click on them. It seems like there's announcements, just conversations on the side. I don't know what. I don't understand any of. There's different channels on there.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah, I
you
know
really have to
it is
manage your
kind of
notification
confusing.
settings.
oh,
It,
dude, I got like
I got pissed off
450
at
I
notifications.
3
recommend
a.m.
turning them all off and then
ringing
turning
me.
them back on as you need them.
I don't understand it. Send me your thing. I'll subscribe
Or
to your
email or
Discord.
something. If you email, we can get an
Yeah,
email
I put
version.
the invite in the back, but unless
Okay.
there's another way to keep in touch with you.
Yeah.
Here, I'll
Well,
put my
I try to
email.
pop up when you have a panel, Jeff. I mean, when I not working or something, I try to pop in. You know. Usually it's the middle of the night. We had a dialogue the other night that was like 4 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, we 4.5 hours tonight.
It was like me and you and another person. That's funny. So you only had a couple viewers. So
My goal eventually, I want a 24-hour stream. I want something that's just always open that people can drop in on when they want to
that's cool.
chat, have conversations, connect, etc. And maybe we could have like a separate channel for people that need
I like
support or
that.
have issues or want to talk. But just to have something perpetual that's always there.
How can you do?
Well,
You know
I
what?
have
That's
an
a great
extra
idea,
setup
dude.
that I can have something running 24/7. The problem is we need an admin to be able to,
Like a
add and
humans.
remove
That's what I'm saying.
people.
Like I'm thinking like a little team. If we get the right team together, and we could like take. That's what we did during COVID when we ran our COVID Zoom. We just took different shifts, and we kept it. We had people in different time zones, so like the people in Australia and the UK could cover the night shifts for the people here in the US, and we were able to keep the thing running all day.
That's a good idea, man. Like people need that
Yeah,
service.
you just it's the art. The key is finding the right people, and that's where I suck.
Well, I wonder though, like there's got to be some liability. Are you giving advice? Like, are you giving advice in this channel? Because you got
I
to
don't
have some
know. What's
liability, probably.
advice?
Well, people call in and
Nobody has
say,
to
"Hey,
take it.
man, yeah, but man, it's like you're a, it's your profession, so I could see people getting sued if something
Well,
bad
my
happened."
peer counseling I do under my business, and that's I have a contract code of ethics that they sign and all that, so that's covered by that. What I do here is not any different than anybody else on YouTube. I don't think I should be held to any higher standard of liability than anyone
Well, I was
else.
thinking like the emergency hotline kind of thing. Like, you know what? I'm gonna
Yeah,
go up to my son.
I volunteered for over a year on one of those.
I can see this on YouTube, right? So, like, oh no, my wife just left. I need help. I
Yeah,
think I'll
they
call
people
into
already come here
Jeff's.
for that stuff,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you could. I think it would work. But
especially
then,
men's mental health. If
Yeah.
men are struggling and don't know what to do or where to turn or just come here. Just show up here.
Yeah.
Talk to us. We'll figure it out from there. It's at least like a starting point, like a landing pad for men
Yeah. That's
that might
true.
not
I think
know
that would be good.
where else to go.
I think that would be a good thing because there's not a lot of talking,
Yeah, I
communication.
think it would
So,
be too. And then like
well,
neurodivergent people, they don't fit anywhere else. They're finding their way to these spaces, and they're learning kind of to interact with people and build social skills, etc., with people that are more like themselves. So it has so much potential for many different groups. My focus is men and neurodivergent
yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah. Well, it's good. I think I don't know. I mean, I know that socially I'm not very smooth, but
You're not very what?
smooth. I'm not very
Oh,
good socially.
well, you're uh you're in the outliers.
Yeah, it's fine. What do I
I
care,
mean, if we had perfect social skills, we'd probably all be somewhere making six figures and not even on this thing.
Ultimately, not
Yeah, but
everybody.
I burn my bridges by being honest and like when somebody's a liar or they do something that's morally fucked up, I call it out and
Yep.
then it ruins
Same.
shit.
Yeah,
That
and
is.
honestly, if you ask me how you look in that dress, I can lie or tell the truth. Like it's. Do you not want to hear it? You know what I'm saying?
Some people
Like
don't.
they don't want to hear it. Like, you want me to lie to
It
you?
fucks up
Why do you
their.
want
It
me to?
enters their meaning.
Oh God, just this is the deal. Look, no, you look really fat in that dress. I'm sorry. Okay, but then maybe they'll be like, you know what? I got to change. Look, I look fat in pictures, right? It's probably because I'm fat. And when the pain's great enough, I'll eat right and exercise more, like, so I don't know, but, so I think honesty's a good thing. Just be honest. This is what the deal is. Hey, look, Michael Jordan's, his 10th grade, high school basketball teacher said, you know what, Michael, you're not good enough. So he sent him home. He didn't make the team. He got cut. And you know what Michael did that summer? He played and he played and he played and he played all year. And he made the 11th grade team and 12th grade team. And then he went on to become the greatest basketball player in history. But he had to hear the hard truth. You're not good enough, Michael. Go home. Right? Right? It made him great. His failure made him great. Michael Jordan. That's a true story. I don't know if you guys knew that. So
Mm-mm. I
yeah,
don't think I did.
yeah,
I
sometimes you
did.
gotta do it. Yeah, man.
I took Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's basketball camp one summer. It was pretty awesome,
That's
and
cool.
it was
You did
free
what?
because I was poor. This guy Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he's a basketball
Yeah,
player,
I remember him.
legend, and he
Yeah,
did a basketball
he
camp
was on
for poor
airplane.
kids, and it was free for us. So I thought it was awesome. We learned a
Wait, you
lot.
got to. You did a basketball clinic with Kareem Abdul?
Yeah, I mean it was like hundreds of us, but
Oh,
like it was awesome. He's
wow.
down to earth, dude. These guys shaking everybody's hands, hanging out with the kids. Like we were young, but like I don't know, it wasn't like a superstar. It was just like a coach, man. He was like a
Hmm.
coach.
I guess I was thinking. Nancy didn't get a chance to come up, so I know she wants to give me the business because
The
she
men
was
feeling
pulling.
sorry for themselves.
Well, no, I think it's because I was saying women shouldn't be able to vote.
Yeah, you did. You said they're stupid. They go crazy 5 days a month, and they should be able to vote.
Eh, look. Here's the deal. I just think they vote too compassionately and don't understand that sometimes too overly compassionate things are
But
not
people
good.
can vote on anything they want to vote. Like they don't have to. They can vote on compassion if they want. It's their voice. They get to use it however they want. If they want to
Mm.
use it to express compassion, they get to do that here in the United States.
What about this? What about requiring more than just a human, like just a living person to have to vote, right? Like we let people at 18 vote.
Wait, I don't
They're
understand the
we
question.
don't hold them.
You
Okay,
talking
like
about
so.
election fraud?
No,
Oh.
what I'm saying is we let the dumbest of the dumb vote that have no idea of the
Yes, we let
issues.
every American citizen vote. That's part
Yeah.
of
So it
being an
used to be
American.
you couldn't vote till you're 21.
Stupid in America, stupid people have the same equal voice that smart people have. Poor people have the same exact voice that rich people have.
I'm asking if you don't understand anything about politics, civics, or anything, why should you be able to vote?
Because our country is set up to give every citizen the right to express their voice. It doesn't have to be an intelligent expression or a formal expression. It is their voice. They can use it however they want. They get it as part of being an American, and they can express it however they want.
Is it,
It's free expression.
is
It's
that in the
not.
Constitution? Is that in the Constitution?
I think
Um,
Yeah.
idiots should be allowed to express whatever they want. I think free speech and I think individual freedom is the biggest thing, and the government should only be there for property rights.
But all of our
your
rights,
vote is your speech. There should be no restrictions on how somebody
I
uses their
can't
speech.
I can't say bombing an airplane.
Well, can you say bomb with a vote?
Well, why should you have so first off, if you're an ex-con, you can't vote.
Yeah,
We do
that's up
constrain
to
it,
each
right?
state. Each state has
We do
different laws of
constrain it.
people about people that get disenfranchised from the system through their own actions. Those are special cases. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
ordinary American citizen when they turn 18
Oh,
or
that's so
whatever
dumb.
that doesn't have a criminal record.
These people
They
are
get
so
one
stupid though.
voice
But
that they can use however they
I
want.
mean, they're
They don't
talking
have to
about
answer to you. They don't have to use it intelligently. They get to use it just because they're an American.
some people think the electoral college is a college. It's like a college with a campus. Not that it's a conglomeration of the House and the Senate.
I'm sure there are,
They think it's
but
a
I've never
college.
met one, but there
Oh,
probably
it's not the popular
are.
vote. Like we should vote people in by popular vote. Well, that's not how they set up the system for a reason. Here's
Right.
why, right? A lot of people don't understand those things. They're too dumb to know. 18-year-olds, first off, you got to keep a
But
kid on.
that
You got to have a kid. It was
what
21.
what does their knowing all that have to do with their right to express themselves? Like people don't have to have a certain specific knowledge before they express themselves. That's what free expression is. They can vote because they like somebody's shoes better than another candidate, or they don't like this guy's teeth. They can base their vote on anything. It does not have to be rational. All it is it is originary with them. It is their voice. This is what they want to say with their vote as an American. It doesn't have to be intelligent. It just has to be their voice. That's the only requirement.
Do you think politicians would play on that and go,
I think they do play on that.
yes. So the thing
But I
is,
think they always have. Like that's nothing. They played on that back in Athens when democracy was being born. That's not
so what I believe it was Plato who said,
do
once
you
po-
want a rule of the intellectual elite, which by the way also can't agree on anything, also can be very dense and stupid like there are really
I
stupid smart people.
I think that there should be qualifications to vote beyond you're a living human being and haven't been to
Well, the
jail.
United States thinks otherwise. The vote is something you get as a privilege for just being a citizen of our country. There's no extra barrier you have to reach to be in the voting class. You get to be in the voting class just by being born an American. That's how highly we think of our citizens. You know,
Yeah, I think
Greece gave it to
it
the
hurts our country.
landowning, property owning men or whatever. We give it to every American citizen. And that was a historical process. It wasn't
I
always
just
that
think
way.
it hurts our country overall.
Because they don't vote the way you want them to vote. But
No,
that's
that's
not what
not it. No.
democracy is.
No, because it's too easy to exploit. Politicians can just go, "Hey, man, here's what we're gonna do. Right? We're gonna
But
do,
the fact
we're gonna do."
that you're saying things like exploit means you have a preconceived outcome that you're trying to get from the system, and other people are making it go a different way, and you don't like that. But that's what's called democracy. That's not exploitation. That's people exercising their democratic voice.
I don't think it would be a problem if there wasn't the corruption that we have right now.
Well,
Like
then people need to stop voting in corrupt people, and they need to vote them out
Not
once the
not
corruption
not
we
just that.
becomes
you
Not
can't
apparent.
just that.
vote them
It's
out
The
once they get in
accountability
there. Some
is
of them
to
are
the
stuck in there.
voters.
You know, there's the House and the Senate. Like they both have
Right,
different
there's checks and
term limits and
balances that
shit.
they
You
could
know,
do, but
there's
I'm
not
talking
checks
about
and balances anymore, unfortunately, because there are corrupt people in power that have
but
like
the,
they
the the
have been
checks and
shown to
balances
do
are still
bad
there. That's
things.
independent of any individual that's in power
There's
anymore.
no
another.
balance
Those
though.
still
The
exist.
checks are
Whether
there,
they're
but the balance
used,
isn't there. There's no actual enforcer to stop the corruption. So it just keeps going on. You know,
And the
corruption's
because you
other
can
always been
vote.
part of politics.
the other thing is it's overacted. Like since FDR, the government now is a massive part of everything. Prior to that, it wasn't that big. Like in other
Yeah,
words,
we're scaling up. We're not going back to a less complicated system. We're going to
it's
be
just.
going to more complicated systems as humanity scales up. That's just
Which,
part of
But
it.
which
hold on,
means
hold on.
the corruption that's already there is just going to mean that the other shit that they scale up to is going to be corrupt as well. And so we're basically losing money that we could be using to like rebuild our schools and roads and stuff. We're losing that to people's pocketbooks.
People are still getting school and road money.
Jeff, how are these people going into politics with a hundred thousand
Where are
dollars in their bank account and coming out with hundreds of millions of dollars, man? How?
We
Their
didn't answer
paycheck
the.
doesn't support
but there
that.
people are still getting their which states are not getting their road and school money?
Have you driven across the country lately?
I'm from Louisiana. We got the worst roads in the country because they're constantly holding our federal highway money because we don't always do what they want.
No, no.
Well,
We
that's
didn't
my
want to,
I
we didn't raise our drink a day. They wanted us to raise our drink a day to 21. We said no. They said you're not getting your highway money. We said keep it.
America's
And we drive on
infrastructure
broken
is
roads.
failing. If you look up the infrastructure, that we don't have infrastructure that's actually in today's standards. Like it's everything needs to be repaired, everything needs to be
Yeah,
rebuilt, and yet nothing is being rebuilt.
probably,
And
but
and you're
that
saying
is
there's
not
nothing
that doesn't
wrong.
come down to like a single individual or group of
It,
individuals
it comes
that you
down to
could
the
say, oh, it's
corruption.
because of this
These
little
people are
group
passing
that's doing
laws. They're not
corruption.
even reading what the law is. They're 800 pages in there of bullshit, and then they pass the law and say, "Hey, we're gonna figure out what's in it later." Like, how is that okay?
What other country's doing it better that y'all want to go live in?
That's not the point. It's not about what other country. This is the country. This is the last stand of freedom, as far as I'm concerned.
And
And we're
I
not
still
even
think we
through.
have that. Like I've I have not felt a diminished sense of freedom in 53 years of living in America. So people that are feeling it subjectively, I don't know where it's coming from because I'm missing it. I have as much freedom as I've ever had.
But you don't travel as much as other people. Like, if you were to go on a plane if you were to go on a plane in 1990 versus 2004, you
I
get
went
treated
last year.
100% differently. It's not free.
I went
You
last
have to
year.
get
It was the
you
same.
have to go through these lines, you have to go through these scanners, you got this wand on you, you get to sit in your little box. They don't treat you the same. They used to give you peanuts and
I
give you
got
soda and
peanuts.
all kinds of stuff. They give you all kinds of good stuff. And then now you get on there is different. Is different, dude. You're seeing people get punched in the face on airplanes. You're seeing all kinds of
I
crazy
didn't
ass
see
shit.
that. So wait, that's the problem with government is that you don't get peanuts on
You got
airlines anymore.
No, government fucks everything up, dude. Like you used to be able to walk onto a plane and get to your destination no problem within 10 minutes. You didn't have to go through all these checks and balances where you can actually look up the statistics. They haven't done any fucking protecting. They don't protect you. They basically are annoying the fuck out of people and harassing people all day long. They're not protecting you from bombs. They're not protecting you from terrorists. Show me why we should be paying for these people. Give me a reason why government is should be doing this shit. They keep creating new branches of government so they can keep paying people for jobs that we don't need to fucking have. They're useless jobs. They're jobs created just to fucking keep the bullshit running.
Well, quit voting them in.
I don't vote.
Oh,
So
okay. Well,
I
then
mean,
you're at the mercy of us. So I hope you're happy with our choices. It sounds like you're not. If
oh,
I ever get a
I
chance to
voted
get
for a
your
long
peanuts
time.
back for you, I will. I will vote
Yeah,
for that.
I
But
want my extra large peanuts back, and
I
I
will. I
want the
will vote for
squishy
that.
ball, and I want to be able to bring my nail clippers on the airplane without being looked at like I'm gonna stab somebody with a fucking pair of nail clippers, man. Like,
You
come
cut
on.
your nails on the plane?
No, but you can't even have nail clippers in your handbag.
For what?
What if you only take a handbag?
Oh, like a
Like,
carry-on.
yeah, like I mean, what if that's the only bag you take, and I mean, what you're not,
Yeah.
you can't have nail clippers. You
You just
can't. I
have
mean,
to
you
like
can't cut your nails
buy a
on
cheap
vacation. You
little
gotta.
$2 pair of nail clippers at your
But that's what I'm
destination.
saying. You're not free then. You're not free if you have to do that. You have to go out of your way. You're inconvenienced because the government says that, hey, I'm protecting you. You're not. You're not. You're not. You're not doing anything. You're useless. They're useless jobs, and we're paying for them out of our tax money. And my roads
I don't
aren't
want people
fixed.
to be able
I
to
got
just walk on a
potholes in my
plane.
roads.
I do want some kind of screening system. And I
Don't
have
you get the
never felt like
terrorists
I
aren't
have
there?
less
They don't
freedom in America
exist.
because I couldn't take a nail clipper on a plane. That's
No,
never impacted my sense that I live in the freest country in the world.
I I get that your sense
Like
of freedom
like
is
not being
different.
able to take a nail clipper on a plane doesn't impact what I'm able to do on my day to day life. I still have day-to-day freedom.
I know, but when you continue to allow government to expand and expand and expand, it's going to get to every aspect of your life. It's going to start getting into, okay, now your television, right? Now you can only have whatever the government says you can have on the television, and it's got to be up to their standards. If it
But
goes
that
against
hasn't
their
happened yet.
standards, it's going to get pulled off. Just like
It's
YouTube. YouTube's not government, right? But it has a form of government on YouTube. Now, if you talk about the wrong thing or you have the wrong person on your show, you can lose your channel, right? We don't live in a free society. We don't actually have freedom. We are directed by the
we
barriers that
we
are
definitely
around
have
us.
freedom. It's degree of freedom, and like it's like, do we have 100% freedom or do we have
So,
98% freedom? Well, I'm
so,
happy with even 95%.
okay, so you're saying there's degrees of freedom. I'm saying there's not. You're either free or you're not free. A
No,
bird
there's
is either
well,
in a
it's
cage or it is
situational because
not
you're
in a
not going to
cage.
have a society at least in at our stage of evolution with perfect freedom because you need some kind of ability to regulate and enforce the behavior of the members in society. You need to be able to
Okay,
regulate murder, violence, fraud, corruption, theft, all that stuff. So you're not you can no one can have perfect freedom at this stage of humanity because we're not these enlightened beings that can live without all of the conflict that needs regulating.
so you're
So it's
into
a
the
relative
Leviathan.
freedom
You're into the
relative to the
Leviathan
freedom
theory,
that
basically.
humans have had
Like
before the United
humans are
States.
inherently evil, is what you're saying. Like the
No.
Leviathan theory.
I wouldn't say evil. I would say they're animals. They have an animal nature, and
Okay, so
like
they can't
animals do
govern them.
things too that
You
people might
don't
see as
feel
evil.
that people can govern themselves.
I think that some can more than others, and that in a country like America, it gives those that can the maximum opportunity to exercise that.
Okay, but in this country, in certain areas of this country, if you were to encroach upon my safety and my freedom, and I were to excommunicate you from this life, I would get thrown into a cage for the rest of
Yeah,
my
I
life.
would hope.
Yet, if this was actually a free country and you were coming into my house and trying to rob me, and I excommunicated you, then nothing would happen. We would clean
Well,
up the
in some
mess and we
states,
would go
that
about it.
is the case. You do
I
have the right
know.
to self defense.
In some states, you're freer. Some states, you have a bigger
Yeah, some
cage
states
for the
you
bird.
can go to the
And
store and
some
buy
states, you
weed
have a smaller
and
cage.
smoke
Like,
it. And some states you get thrown in jail for the same thing.
but that's my whole point. Is you're not free, and we're all and this is all slavery. And
I mean,
until
I
people
think that's a little much. I don't know if
I
it's
if this is
slavery.
slavery, oh my God, please let me come back as another slave again. I love this
I
is the
mean,
best
are you a
slavery I've ever had.
libertarian? Are
I
you
want more of it.
libertarian?
I wouldn't say I'm libertarian. I'm independent. I don't
I
think
mean,
people should
like,
have tanks in their garage. I mean, I think that's a little excessive. If somebody wants to
like,
buy a
like,
tank and shoot it off, I mean,
here's the thing. So, like, I'm somewhat libertarian in this. I should have a right to do what I want with my body, right? If I want to be trans, I'll be trans. If I want to be this, I'll be this, right? But
I'm with you on that.
as soon as I start affecting others physically, right? Lay the hammer on them, right? Like these criminals running around that hurt people, and they're like, "Oh, he was just young. He was a." I don't care. You're going to hurt other people. You need to pay a severe price, and then it'll stop, right?
Right,
Like I can,
exactly. That's the way
yeah.
I feel.
But that's
They
an
need to
enforcement issue.
hammer. Yeah, well, I agree, and they're letting oh my God, he had a rough life, or oh, he didn't have a dad. I didn't have a fucking dad. Who cares? Nobody asked about your dad. My dad wasn't around. I have a father, but he wasn't there when I was a kid, right? So, and if I broke the law, I break the law. But what about the person that was harmed, right? So like we have this idea that we kind of let criminals off easy. And then we want to talk about people's right to their body. I'm like, let people do what they want with their body. Who cares? Cut your arm off. Do what you want. I don't care.
As long as you're not
But
harming
then,
somebody else, like if I'm driving
yeah,
on my motorcycle down the street, it's my
yeah.
responsibility to wear a helmet because if I don't wear a helmet and my brain splatters on the concrete, that's going to affect the people that clean me up. That's going to affect the people that are driving by. No, seriously, it's a
Yeah, no,
serious thing.
it's gonna affect all of us.
So it's like I
What about
I
and
believe that you have the freedom, individual freedom, but you also have to have the responsibility and take accountability for not doing harm to others. I don't
Yeah.
care about the law. I don't care about law. I care about if you have done harm, injury, or loss to somebody else. That's all I care about.
yeah, I agree. And then and like bankruptcy. Bankruptcy essentially, like I understand people claim bankruptcy, right? At the end of the
Because they didn't
day, if you
save.
yes, often that happens. But people like some people claim bankruptcy for sport and then they screw all these people and it's like, well, hold on a minute. Now you're just good to go. Like this guy that played
That's like an
football.
insanity plea, right, Renato?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay, restart. Okay, hold on a minute. You owe $400,000 to all these people that they gave you money, right? And then, oh no, I'm good. I'm gonna start over. You could literally just squirrel money out of your account. Eventually, there's enough money sitting there. Claim bankruptcy. Meanwhile, you got cash sitting over here, right? Because you've taken it out over a period of time, and just start over. Okay, I'm gonna start over. I'm gonna take this money. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna work, and I'm gonna save money. And it's like, oh, he's bankrupt. So it might hurt his credit, but if he doesn't buy anything on credit, it doesn't affect him. I'm like, I don't think that's right. But by the way, my ex-wife did it. So actually, she did it several times, but that's another story. She does
Y'all
it like
must
for
be
fun.
miserable. Y'all live in a world where y'all don't like the way anything's set up.
Listen, I live in the greatest country in the world.
Except
It's
it's very
it
imperfect.
it has its problems.
It
Of all
sounds
the
like
other
it's all over your
countries, I
nerves.
really like this place. I do think in the last several years we've kind of gone off the rails with some of this stuff. Um, and I think we're just going more leftward, which has its perils. Jimmy
Well,
Carter
not
was not good for
not if you
anybody.
live in Louisiana.
Why is that?
Well, they just passed that Ten Commandments law. That's not left.
I don't know why they're doing that. That's a stupid idea.
Yeah, I thought so
Well,
too.
it's a
It's to
divide
make a
and
point.
conquer tactic.
It's more expression than anything else.
It's all for show. I mean, look, you got the two most polarized individuals as presidential candidates. You got Biden, who's a racist since the 1960s or whatever, and hasn't done anything in politics worth a shit. in his 48, 49 years that he's been in there. And then you got Trump, who's an actor, who's a failed businessman, who's a liar and a con man.
By the way,
And
he's claimed bankruptcy. He's claimed bankruptcy, and he walked
exactly.
away. We're good to go. Good. Okay, let's start over.
Everything's good. Let's
That's
just
not right.
walk away while all those people that he screwed have to deal with picking up the
Oh,
pieces
look,
and
look,
paying
look.
bills still.
I triggered Nancy. Look, I triggered her. What's it say? I can't read it. Here, read it. What is it? You're
I
funny.
like Nancy. Nancy
I
is
carry my try. Recycling and composition down.
she's
6 flights
full
of
of
stairs.
wisdom.
It's all about dividing everybody up so
No,
they
I'm
can
serious.
conquer us all. They got the Black Lives Matter movement, right? They prop that up on the news every day, so that way they would get the whites and the blacks against each other. They put the gays up there
That
every
was under
day.
Trump
They
too.
start
That's
That was
so
about getting
hard to
rid of Trump.
remember
they started
because I
putting the
associate it with Biden, but that
LGBTQ
all happened under
on
Trump.
the news and everything. They started giving the LGBTQ all these holidays. It's all about dividing all of us up, so that way we're all mad at each other. So that way when they want, they can just do what they want with us. And they divide to conquer. It is a tactic
Who's
that
the
they
they?
use. The people that are making the money, the people that are making the deals off of children going to war and the bombs and the missiles that we're sending to Ukraine. All you got to do is look where the money is going, Jeff, and then you know who the people are.
Is it
Well,
Do the
one
research;
group?
it's
Like they're all
there.
coordinating, or it sounds like there
It's
would be
not. It's
many
not a group,
individuals.
dude. It's a bunch of individuals of corrupt politicians and their families who are all connected to the King of England, who have been proven to be connected.
I don't know about all
It's a
this.
huge lineage.
I don't know
Dude,
about any of
you can
this.
look up all of it. Not everybody is connected to the
Well,
King of England, but all of the presidents other than two are connected to the King of England. Seventh
well,
grader figured it out. I'll pull up the clip right now for you guys. Like,
no, look, I'm not saying it's not real. What I'm saying is I usually take things in like, for example, a lot of people say the election was stolen in 2020, right? And a lot of people say this and that. And my thing is this: the, there's not enough evidence to suggest it was stolen. I don't know if it was stolen or not. I just know the evidence wasn't there and it wasn't proven in court, therefore it wasn't stolen. That's kind of how I do it, right? So, in other words, here are the facts, and then that's where we stop. Like it wasn't proven in court, therefore it didn't happen.
It
How was
was
John F.
exhaustively disproven.
Well, John F. Kennedy, right? I believe John F. Kennedy was killed from a book depository within 6.2 seconds from a Mosin Nagant rifle by a Marine. By the way, I can shoot that. So ultimately, he wasn't killed by the CIA. They might have been aware. There might have been some players. Maybe it was Cuba. I don't think the CIA killed our president, right? Because it wasn't proven. So therefore, I don't believe it. That's what I do, right? I don't believe in a lot of conspiratorial stuff. So
Yeah, I don't either.
I want to see it proven out. I don't think that everybody went to Epstein Island. I think there were some people that. Why would the guy want to tell everybody about what he was doing, by the way? But either way, so all these Republicans and Democrats have all these different conspiracy things, and I'm like, I think we need a little bit more information um, to say yes or no. So I just say I'll take it as is, prima facie, basically. So
yeah, I
that's the
mean,
deal.
but think about it. It's hard to really
But what if they
it's
are
hard to
related?
turn the
What if
other
they're related?
cheek when
What if they're
you
related to the
see
King of
white
England? Like,
losses.
what's that have to do with it? Like, so they're all related to the King of England, right? Which a lot of people in the United States because like I think 1 in 16 people has relatives that were on the Mayflower because they've been here so
I
long,
have I
right?
have relatives on the Mayflower.
Okay, there you
Right.
go. So I mean, there might be a lot of people related to King Edward.
It's not the biggest detail that's important. It's just a detail that you're caught on right now. See,
Okay,
all the people that are making money are the people that are making these decisions that are changing the country, that are making deals that are going to solidify the future. You know, the same people that are going to the World Economic Forum are making policy
But do
for
you
our
think they're in
country.
cahoots? Do you think they're colluding with each other?
Yeah, people do.
Do
They
I
think
think that
there's one centralized group driving the bus, and I
no?
think there's like
Do I think
thousands of
Bill Clinton is
individuals
sitting in a
profiting,
room
making money,
with
competing.
Trump
There's not
and
coordination at
Biden,
the
and they're
top.
all coordinating? No, I don't think they're all sitting in the
Okay.
same room saying, "Hey, like let's screw these people, let's do this or that." I think they're all in their own rooms and they're all trying to figure out how they can make the most out of the situations
Okay.
that they're
Okay.
in.
Yeah. So I agree
I
with that.
mean,
I agree with that. Yeah,
the
I think the Republicans got their people, the Democrats got their people. But I don't think it's one. Some people think that they create these Democrats and Republicans but it's one group behind it. But then they create the illusion of choice, right?
Yeah.
oh, I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
think that's the
No, I
case.
don't think they all hang out, and I don't think they're all colluding. I think it's
Okay.
just, I think it's individually they're doing what's best for their family and what's best for them,
Okay.
and to
Okay.
try to
Okay.
get as much power for their families. Because
Well,
some of these families go way back hundreds of years. They used to be big families. They used to be, lords and stuff of towns. You know what I mean? They're hundreds of people in their families.
I mean, but there's not
so
like people think in America like inherited wealth is how 80% of millionaires are new millionaires, new money, right? Carrying inherited wealth generation to generation, it's fairly hard. And after the 1930s with the Depression, everybody ended up broke. Very few people came out of that with what they had before, right? It was a reset.
There
So
are the
most,
ones that have enough money to get through it though. The Rockefellers and stuff like that,
yeah,
but they're
but
very few.
well,
it's
just become a
very few,
communist if you're
very few.
that
Why would you
bothered by
become a
status
communist?
hierarchies.
There's no successful
Like
communist countries.
there's not
Well,
one
you get status
example.
hierarchies or communism. Pick your choice. But you can't bitch about both. That leaves you with no alternative.
No, the thing is if we had an actual free market capitalism and it wasn't a crony capitalism, then things would be able to course
We,
correct.
we
You
don't.
would
We're
see that
not.
you would
Yeah,
see oil, right? You would see oil at a price that, oh, if things actually were scarce, the oil would jump up so much that it'd be $15 a gallon or whatever. And bread and milk and cheese and stuff, things would be able to correct themselves in the market instead of being price
yeah,
fixed. And then, in Canada, I tried to tell you, like, and you didn't believe me. They were dumping out millions of gallons of milk because the
yeah,
Canadian government decides how much milk goes on the market. And it was good milk. It's these
yeah.
things are it's not free market when you've got this shit going on. Like
Well, we
it would
don't have a pure free market. I don't know if we ever have. It's partly
so
capitalist,
it's
partly
not capitalist.
socialist,
No.
partly corporate, partly regulated.
Capitalist does not mean it's not free market. Capitalism is not the problem. Corruption is the problem.
But if you take out the corruption part, which you're never, if you want to live in in a political system with no corruption, you
Yeah,
might
it's
as well
not.
go
It's
join
not.
Jack Talcott on his street because you are living in a
Yeah,
non-human universe at that point.
there's
There's
going to be
going to be a
corruption.
certain amount of corruption anywhere you have humans. I don't care if it's like three ladies trying to put on a bake sale or an entire nation. When humans
Yeah,
get
that's true.
together, they're going to take opportunities to advance themselves if nobody's looking.
Yeah,
Or if a few of them
they're gonna
can
try.
coordinate and get away with it, that's going to happen.
I agree.
So it's the degree and level of corruption. But you
But
have I think to be a
If
psychologically
there's a
mature
level of
adult living in America,
accountability,
you have to tolerate some level of corruption.
it's fine, but there has to be a level of accountability and some
And we
kind of
have
action.
that. Those
We
are all
don't.
built into our
We do
system. If they're
not.
not being
We don't.
used, that is on the shoulder of the voters.
Well, here's an example.
We have to ensure that those accountability measures are being enforced. And if we're not doing that with our vote, then we get what we get.
Well, you would think okay, so Jeff, here's an example. You would think that the Democratic voting base, who is mostly anti-business, they're anti-big business, they're anti, all
I don't
these.
want to make assumptions about
Well, they always
individuals.
talk about quote
That's
unquote
too large of a group of people to make that kind of
Biden.
assumption on.
Biden says greedy corporations
I
as if
know, but
it's
what was the point you were going to make about the voters before we got
so here's the
derailed by
point. The point.
inferring? For,
The point is this. The point is is that if corporations are so bad, uh, there isn't any pushback against the fact that most of the Congress can go into a committee meeting, talk about when they're going to shut down the economy, talk about requiring people to wear masks, walk out of the committee meeting, and literally immediately place a trade and buy stock from the mask manufacturer. Democrats and Republicans both do it. And you'd think that the Democratic voting base would be up in arms about that. Corporate greed, corporate corruption, da da da. Nothing. Nancy Pelosi's like, yep, we're allowed to trade stocks, no problem at all. They've conducted hundreds of stock trades. Who has more insider information than them? You'd think that the Democratic voting base would be up in arms and
This
say,
sounds like inference
Amazon
again.
doesn't pay any
This all.
taxes yet.
Inference
It
is
doesn't
useless to me. I have no idea what's in these people's head when all this stuff is going on. This is a story about what's in people's heads that you don't even know, have never been in a room with in person ever, but you know what's in their head and why they're doing all the stuff they're doing.
No, it's about adding two and two together. If you walk in a room and you make a decision and you walk out and you make profit from that decision,
boom.
Okay,
it
that's
is
still
illegal. It's
inference, and if
100%
it's illegal,
illegal.
then there's ways
It's
to charge them,
illegal.
and they obviously got away with it, so it's not that
It's
big of a
legal.
deal.
It's legal. It's legal.
That you can't
You think
justify
there'd be
someone
pushback.
getting away with something as not being
It's not against the
is
law.
yeah, I can't believe that. Jeff, I am not I'm against that one. Like if I get away with something, it doesn't mean that it's okay.
I'm saying nobody knows that this is a narrative. We don't know that it's happened. It's never been tried in court. No one's been prosecuted. This is a story.
No, it's not.
It's a
They're allowed to
story. It's an
listen.
inference. Nobody knows. You, Renato, and you, Moose, have no special inside knowledge about what happened with these trades that no other human on the planet has. I
What
guarantee
up?
you don't.
It's
You are
okay.
making inferences based on
No,
observation and speculation.
What does a
there.
police officer do when he investigates a crime? And how does he come to
Okay.
the conclusions that he comes to? And how do they solve a crime?
Well, it depends on the crime, and that's certainly part of it. For the more complex crimes, they have
It's
like
not. No,
the
Jeff, you're
street
not
cop
understanding.
is not going to be the one
It's not illegal. They're allowed to
investigating
do
that.
it. They're allowed to do it. It's legal for congressional
Oh, then
people.
what are we even talking about? If it's legal, you just don't like the system, so change it.
Yeah, that's my
Okay,
point.
then
The point
change
is,
it.
it's totally legal.
It's still
Why?
insider trading, though.
You just
Well,
sound
Cam's
whiny. Like,
freaking
just
out.
change. If it's
It's
you're
legal.
whining about something that's
It's legal.
legal,
It's
just
legal.
change it if you don't like it.
You can't
I
change
don't
it.
like
That's the
DEI
problem.
and implicit bias and that kind of stuff. I'm out here trying to change it every day.
So
This is my
If
point. You can't
something
change it.
motivates you that negatively politically, use that as an
I
opportunity
mean,
to
I
make the
talk to
change
people
you want
about
to
it, but
see.
unfortunately, so Nancy Pelosi said that's totally legal. Would she
Yeah, it
say?
just doesn't bother me. What
She
Nancy
said, I
Pelosi
believe
does
in.
with her stocks just
She
does
said, I
not
believe in
bother me.
capitalism. They they shouldn't be allowed to do it. It's not right. They have
But they are
instituted.
allowed to do it. So all you're doing right now is venting about something that's perfectly legal.
I'm expressing an issue that we should all vote on, and we should all say, hey, this is a major thing. You guys are enriching yourselves, and it's not fair when we can't do that because
Okay,
we're
well
just
then show me
citizens.
the specific bill or the specific politician to vote for that's supported. Like, bring it down to some
None of
concrete
them. No one
specifics.
has suggested to ban it because why would they? They're all making money off of it.
Oh, okay,
You're
okay.
the
So no,
only person in the
insider trading
whole
is
world
legal,
that's
but it's not
upset that this
considered.
is legal.
It's not considered insider trading from
No.
them because they are merely just making decisions on the cases, and this is
Yeah,
crazy. This is
it's insane.
it's absolutely
Yeah,
crazy. This is some Orwellian double speak to justify it.
it's
So yeah,
insanity.
apparently it is legal. So I'm gonna
It's
leave it
legal.
at that. But the mere fact is they can take advantage of you every day of your life, and they can bend
But
you
she's
over
not
with
doing anything to
COVID,
me. My
and
life hasn't
and it's fine,
changed because of what
and it's
Nancy
fine.
Pelosi did.
Well, I guess the thing is I can't insider trade. right? I can't. All the people in the financial industry
So
can't
I'm
insider trade.
confused as to whether, because I thought insider trading was legal. So I'm confused as whether this is insider trading and is legal somehow in this case,
No, it's not
or if
considered
this is
insider
legal
trading.
because it's actually not insider trading.
Okay, so the reason people insider trading is illegal is because according to the government who passed the law about it, they said, listen, if you're working for a company and you have all this inside information, knowing about what the company's going to do with this or that, you can't trade securities, right? Or if you work in the securities industry, you can't trade securities because you have access to information.
Right.
However, who has more access to any information than government? Hey, guess what? In some committee that they're in, they decide, you know what, let's not tap into the Alaskan Reserve. Well, we all know that that is going to not, it cause oil to go up because there's less supply, right? There's less demand. So they're literally making massive decisions. And then they can walk out and unload Exxon
Well, you
stock,
should run for
unload my
Congress
Sunoco.
then and get in on some of that.
Well, no, I think it's terrible. They should outlaw it.
Oh, okay.
That's terrible. They shouldn't be able to do that. Like your money,
Well, they can until someone stops them. I don't understand the.
I'm simply expressing an example of a situation that is being exploited that shouldn't be.
But it's
It
not
is.
exploitation if it's legal. Like I can understand being upset about something that's unjust, illegal, corrupt, but you're working yourself up into
Well,
No,
a
I'm not worked. No,
hyperventilating
I'm
froth
not.
over something that's completely legal.
I'm not
it's
hyperventilating.
morally bankrupt though. It's
Yeah, it's
morally
morally bankrupt.
corrupt.
Yeah,
Well,
it should.
morality has nothing to do with the law. So though you're
It
in a
it
totally
actually has
different
everything
domain
to
now if
do
you're
with
bringing in morality,
individual
because we're all
rights
gonna have
and
a
the way I
different
live.
sense of what's moral.
I'm just expressing it. That's all. I'm just saying it's
But the
not.
law is what unites us as citizens. The morality is not something that's going to unite us.
Yeah, but it doesn't unite us because I don't live like that. I don't live by the law. I live by what's right and what's
Oh,
true. Like I live by
Nancy's here. Nancy's here.
not causing harm, injury, or loss to somebody. I don't, if the government says I can't smoke weed, do I listen to that? If the government says I can't do this or that, do I listen to it? No, I don't. I don't live my life like that. I live my life differently. So that
I'm
doesn't
saying the
unite
law
us.
binds us together whether we follow it or not. It's the law that we all share as citizens, whether we
I always follow it.
individually honor it or follow it. It's like the common legal framework that holds America together. But we
Like
don't have a common moral framework because our morality is drawn from different sources. Like each
I,
individual
I get
person's.
that,
So
but
when people
mine
try to
is very
mix
basic.
morality and law, there's epistemological reasons to keep those categories separate.
Hey Jeff, we should probably say hi to Moose and Nancy.
Oh well, we're talking to
This
Moose
is
right now.
Moose. Sorry, that's
Oh, my
Mother.
fault. Oh, my fault. My fault. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
Hey
hang
hi,
on.
Moose.
hi.
Uh,
I'm
uh,
just laying back listening. I don't want to butt into a whole conversation.
oh,
So
okay.
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
just listening.
Well,
Well,
you can butt
I
in.
think the most
I think the
American
echo
thing
is
is
not
when
there
you
anymore.
find something wrong with the government and they're doing something that's morally corrupt. I think the most American thing to do is go against it. Um,
I
Well,
whether
just
what I
whether
think
you
do,
you
I
could
write
work yourself
letters.
into
I
quite a
write
state.
letters and I make phone calls.
right.
I'll tell you what, when President Obama was in office, he was in office, what, 8 years? I bet you I called the White House 100 times because when he was in office, a human being would pick up the phone.
I
And
understand
I
that,
would,
but
no, it was so cool though to call the White House. Right, and also I write letters to my mostly when I write to because my congresswoman is Barbara Lee. Also, is my audio okay?
hit the
It's
echo
kind of
cancellation button
flickering in and out, but we
and
I'll
can
shop it.
more
it'll
or
get
less
I'm
make you
fixed.
out.
sorry. I'll hold it away from my face and see if
Not
that
hit the
works.
echo cancellation button and it'll fix it. Trust me.
What?
But
Which button?
Jeff, go
Uh,
click on Nancy and click the button for her, please.
Oh, I'm
Echo
which
check.
one?
sorry. I'm such a granny right now.
It's
Which
okay.
button
You're
am I
doing good.
clicking?
Go to audio and then echo cancellation and check it.
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, uncheck it.
Oh, uncheck it.
Now talk, Nancy.
Sorry, whatever it is.
There you go.
Is that
You're
better?
good.
Is that
You're good.
better?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
When I'm right, folks.
I know I can't hear you. Wait,
You
something
can't hear
happened.
us?
No,
Oh, fuck it. We're gonna have
Oh
to do
my
no,
this
god.
another
I
day.
can. It's just really
It's
low. Let me
I've
see
been going
here.
5 hours. I can't do another hour just on this.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I thought I lost you there for a second.
It's about not obsessing over that stuff and letting it like build up into you, but just realizing that it's going on around you, so that way you can make changes and take accountability for your life
But
and be responsible for what's coming, because things like
I
I
can
can
do
tell you
that
by
despite the corruption.
2030,
Ow.
by 2030 we're gonna own nothing and we're gonna be happy. That's what they keep telling
And we
us.
could eat the bugs.
I
That's what
own
they
my
keep
Which we're
telling
already
us.
car
eating in
and
our
I'm
peanut butter.
happy. I mean,
I
and
mean,
nobody's going to steal my
not to be
car
unsafe.
because it's a crummy little car. It runs, so that's all I care. But it's non-theft worthy. So I mean, is the government really going to want a 2004 Volkswagen Buggy?
It's
Nah,
not
but
about
The
like
car
them
thieves
coming to
don't
change
want
your
it.
stuff. It's about
I-
the system's going to end up breaking down, and they're not going to provide
but
you with the
but
things that they
I
normally
don't
provide
own
you.
my home, but I have lived here for shit 28 years. I've been renting here for 28 years. I don't own it, but it is my home. And guess what? My rent is below $900 a month,
Wow.
including heat
That's
in
pretty damn
Oakland,
good.
California, because we have rent control here. And when
oh
I
god,
moved in, it was
You
a
also have
crap
like the highest
neighborhood.
MERS in
I
the
didn't know
entire
what rent
U.S.
control was. And they were happy to have me move in here because the place was half damn empty. Um, and the rent was, I think, $490 a month, including heat and electricity. See, now I pay electric, but we have rent control, so they can't raise it more than 3% a year. I'm sorry. If my audio's bad, I'm sorry.
It
But
sounds like
it's a
You're
somebody
good
perfect,
laughing.
Nancy.
story
You're
because
beautiful.
I've been
You're
living
beautiful.
here
Tell us
all these
about.
years. And okay, so I'm paying 800 bumpty bump dollars a month, including
Hey,
heat.
hey,
The
Nancy.
people across the
Nancy,
hall,
one question for you, hon. Can you tell us
yeah.
about when you first got there, what like a grocery basket would cost you to what it costs you now? To kind of give us a
Oh
big
shit.
perspective.
Probably half. I would say half.
yeah.
And
So
maybe
you've lived
that's
there for
generous.
how many
It might be
years?
less than half.
You've lived
Well,
there for like 20
Meat
something
has
years.
meat has gone up like crazy.
yeah, yeah, but
So
it is.
I get mine, and I don't eat meat that often, maybe 3 times a month, really. But when I eat meat, I eat like hella meat. But
Well,
I get my red meat at the farmers market, and it's a little more expensive. But the meat at Lucky is crazy expensive, and I'd rather pay these organic farmers. So you guys know about the. Well, you don't live here.
no, we
It's like
read
I'm
about
having
it.
a picnic with my neighbors. No, there's a
We read
farmers
about
market. There, let me sip
Oh
some.
yeah, we have one here, like a few blocks from here.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. What was the topic? Because I'm going all ESB over the place.
it. The
Oh,
topic is
I think
why
we
we
all
should
are.
ban.
It
The
was
topic is
corruption
why.
in government.
No, it's why we should ban women from voting.
Why we
Oh,
should
he's
ban
trying
women from voting? Well, that's a stupid topic, you moron.
because y'all go
Which
crazy
one?
5
Okay,
days
now
a
I'm
month,
not even
and y'all are
gonna.
stupid.
Cause
All right, I'm just
that's
messing around. I'm just messing
somebody
around.
trying to get a
I'm just
rise
messing
out of me, and I'm not your auntie. Go try with some other bitch.
Look,
I'm not
no, I was
interested in
all right. We're
even
just kidding.
having
You
that
got the wrong
stupid
bitch.
conversation. I ain't got the time, and you know it,
All right,
dumbass.
I'm just messing around. I'm just messing around. All right,
Georgie
but
Cat, you
no,
tell him. Georgie
no.
hears me. Georgie Cat hears me yelling at somebody,
Oh,
and
is that
she
what was
jumps up on
laughing
that
in the
couch, going,
background? Cat.
"Roar!"
I thought
What
you
is
like
it,
the
baby? You tell these
grandkids
boys.
over or something.
Tell these boys a thing or two, Georgie. Oh, nope.
Are you a cat lady?
I have one cat.
Oh, I mean, technically,
She
you're
was
a cat
born in
lady.
What is a cat
Yosemite, and the
woman?
whole rest of her family were eaten by bears. And the rangers found her and took her in
Is
and
it like a
fed her
poodle?
milk. And the neighbor across the hall went camping in Yosemite and brought her home because my cat Stevie had just died. And we had this goth funeral outside because it took me like a week to get over Stevie's death, and I dressed in black the whole time. And we had this terrible goth funeral when Stevie died. So this lady she was subletting the apartment. She came down because we were playing this crazy doomy music and burying my cat. Uh,
Yo, give it a second line.
so then she goes camping in Yosemite, and there's this my little girl Georgie cat
Are we on an
was the
acid
one
trip right now?
survivor of the bear attack. And she told the rangers, I know a lady who would love this cat. And she drove my Georgie down from Yosemite. And she's going to leave the next day, by the way. And she knocks on my door. I'm dead asleep, like having dreams asleep. And she knocks on my door. And she's got this cat in this cardboard box. Are you hearing me still?
Oh yeah.
Word for word.
And she says, I brought you this cat. And she really needs you. And I got to leave tomorrow. So you got to take care of this cat. I'm like, what? And I barely knew this woman. But
She just
she
abandoned the
handed me
cat.
this orphan bear carnage kitten, the little tiny thing from Yosemite. And I'm like,
Go to sleep.
okay. Right, baby girl? And it was very perfect. She's still so tiny, and she's jumping
Alicia.
around. I should clean the house so I can put Georgie Cat on camera. Anyway, so I will shut up now.
No, you're great, Nancy. I'm
Uh,
I'm
and
I'm just
also,
Well,
of
actually,
minding
course,
y'all
the
keep
women get to
talking because
vote.
I'm gonna
Who the fuck?
be right back.
Well, thank you so much for. Aw, you kids are so cute.
Wait, what? You're leaving? Where are you going, Nancy?
I'm not leaving. I'm just.
She's just chilling.
I don't want to hog the stage.
Yeah, we're good. We've been talking for a while, so we're fine with others
Well,
chiming in.
somebody was pissed at me or something. I don't know.
No, we
Who
didn't
was
There
do
was
that.
that?
some difference of opinion with who has a daughter.
I have a daughter.
Is that guy still here with a daughter?
Yeah, that's me. I got daughters.
I have.
Now, who was
I
the
got daughters.
guy that was talking about? And I'm not trying to pick a fight with him, but I
That's
have
me.
to.
What's the question? That's
The
me. What's the question?
gentleman whose daughter he was not respecting her financial decisions, shall I say?
That's you, Renato.
That's me. What's the question? What's the question?
How old is the young woman?
At the time, she was approximately 23.
How old is she now?
Well, the
Like
pandemic was in
tonight, when
21.
you've been bitching about her to strangers.
Okay,
How old
so
is she tonight?
number one, nobody knows who she is, and nor do we know each other.
She's
So
your daughter, darling. She's your darling daughter,
I'm
darling.
aware of who she is. However, nobody
When I'm
knows
just
her, nor
asking
would they.
how old she is for you to be up in her business like that and complaining about her on YouTube, dude. That's your little girl. No, no, no. Unacceptable.
So, number one, Nancy, what I stated
I'm a
was,
daughter, and my father would never do such a thing. I'm
well,
just saying. It's
this
none of my
explains a
business.
lot.
I'm not your mother either. I'm
Do you
just
save your
saying
money?
it's not
Do you
a
save
good
money, and
thing
how
to
you waste it
do.
all?
And I'm going to
Okay,
walk away from that.
okay. So,
None
you
of
know,
my business, by the way. You
okay.
do
So
you. But I wish your daughter, respect your daughter more than that, please.
this is why
She's
women
not
shouldn't be allowed
here,
to
so
vote.
I'm going to say it.
She's a lunatic. Number one, Nancy. So, just for clarity, we were having a
Okay.
conversation about saving money. We were having a conversation about the way I dealt with the situation, which was, you know, a conversation that I had with my daughter, whom no one knows, right? So ultimately,
Why? Why are you blasting that on YouTube?
no one
That's
knows my.
between you and that young woman whose business does not need to be blasted all over YouTube. Dude,
Yeah, but
What are y'all
Nancy,
talking
not
that's
about?
your
one
little
person.
girl.
Hold
You
on one
should be
second.
more protective.
Not one
Whether you
person here,
agree with
Nancy,
her
is gonna know
financial
who that little girl
decisions
is.
from 4
Nancy,
years
hold on.
ago during a
Nobody's
pandemic
gonna know
or
who his
not,
daughter
you should
is. Like,
just,
What's the topic? Who
you're
y'all
getting
talking
mad
about?
over nothing. You're getting mad over
I'm
somebody
not
who
mad. It's not
he's
my
talking about a
business.
shadow character at this
I,
point. You
I'm
don't know who his daughter
I'm
is. You'll
not
never see his
angry.
daughter.
I'm not
None of us
angry
will ever
because
see
I'm
his
not
daughter.
involved. I'm
I
pointing
know, but
out
you're wrong
that this
because he's not
gentleman
putting
is
prejudice on the
disrespecting
table
his
because you don't
daughter's
know her and you'll
privacy.
never know her. It's not
How am I
Okay,
disrespecting
disrespecting her
anyone's
privacy?
privacy.
I'm a check out. Sometimes a little Nancy goes a long way.
I,
No,
I
but
know what
You
that's
sometimes you're
like.
gentlemen have a
wrong.
lovely
Sometimes you're right.
evening. No, also, Georgie Cat really wants to play bouncy ball. You know, it's a full moon tonight.
Yeah.
So Georgie Cat is ready to like pull up the blinds and play bouncy ball and chase the mousey all night long. She's losing her
Sounds
marbles.
like a fun day.
So I'm gonna put up
Yeah.
some content this
Yeah, I
week.
You
think
have
the
a
cat
channel?
lady
I do have a
patented it.
channel. It's all about monarch butterflies, though.
Oh, what? That's what it's
Do you
called?
So,
raise monarch butterflies or what? My grandma does too.
well, I used to raise them with the school children because I used to, I taught high school for 20 years. And for a bunch of years, I worked in this one classroom and they had a garden outside and we made it a monarch butterfly garden.
Oh, cool.
Um, and we got this
Don't be
grant and
betrayed.
put
Try
in
to
all
save the
these monarch
butterfly home,
plants.
Nancy.
So, and we were raising monarch butterflies. Yeah, and the monarch butterfly isn't, I'm going to teacher's head. The monarch butterfly is a federally designated endangered species. And the Little Scrappy Monarch Society has released 660 healthy monarch butterflies into the Oakland skies since our
Awesome.
inception.
We are stop
And
number
what,
7.
we plant the plants for the monarchs, and the thing they
Nancy.
eat is milkweed. I'm
Nancy,
sorry.
we are stop number 7 in the journey of the monarch butterfly. And so if they weren't actually born where where you guys are doing it, then they might not get to where we are. And it's actually the monarch butterfly. If you I should give you the link for the map. I'll look it up right now. It's very, very interesting. The monarch butterfly flies all the way from Mexico to Canada almost.
Jeez,
And
Well,
one
and
butterfly?
you know what's also interesting is there's the eastern monarchs and the western monarchs. And I'm all about the Western monarchs. And we are like just I had to go out and run errands today, and I'm walking around Oakland, and there's monarch butterflies all over the place. And I was so happy. What are you doing? Georgie's
Renato, you're a
throwing her
naughty boy.
mouthies up in
Love it.
the air and chasing them all over the house. She's so cute. But there are monarch butterflies all over the place. So today I did monarch because up at the elementary school up my street, they're not doing summer school this year. So and they have this lovely gardening program. But all the plants are like, the place is like a ghost town, and the plants are overgrown. And I go up there, and there's like 20 monarch eggs and 15 little caterpillars. And if I leave them out there, they have a 1% chance of survival. Or I could bring them home to Spa Nancy, where they have a 99% chance of survival. And then also, I get to go up the street to the little children's house because there's a lot of little grandchildren on my street. And I can knock on the door and say, "Hey, you want to come outside and see some butterfly?" Like when it's ready to turn them loose. Um, and say, I have 7 butterflies in the cage, and I knock on little Natalie's door. Natalie, let's get rid of some butterflies. Oh, oh, oh.
Sounds like a movie.
And she's so
I could
tiny she
see
can
that.
bounce up, and she's like smaller than the cage. Uh, just big enough to be excited, like shit, the butterfly's as big as her head. So, and then her mama comes. It makes the neighbors happy. Okay, so don't get me started on the butterflies.
Well, I think it's too late for that.
But yeah, I will have some new content up because I'm doing a before and after in my apartment building backyard. I've had enough of their sterile, no grass, no plants bullshit. I'm staging a revolution and I'm making it a whole monarch garden back there, and they can kiss my
Oh
ass.
shit, we got the
Well,
female Jack Talcott.
I'm gonna put your channel in the chat.
What?
She's marching for the monarch butterflies.
Well,
Erasing secrecy.
sometimes you got to be passionate about something, right?
No, I love it. I
And
love it. You gotta be passionate.
the butterfly garden up at Oakland High School, it was right outside the class of the children who were nonverbal, but they had the
Oh,
capacity to use.
what about the one in up by Monterey? That the fuck, what's it called? You know what I'm talking
Oh,
about,
there's a
Nancy.
whole monarch garden in Monterey and one at Pismo Beach.
Yeah, but it's not Monterey, it's called something else.
Um,
You know what it is.
well, I know there are trees in Monterey that where the monarchs hang out for the winter. Oh God.
It's like a half an hour around the corner from Monterey. You can go in there and you can walk
Uh,
around, and there's like thousands and thousands of monarch butterflies just sitting from the trees. And
that
I
Pismo Beach is the one I know. See, I have a patch on my jacket from Pismo Beach.
did you
Cause
used to ride motorcycles, Nancy?
what?
Did you used to ride motorcycles?
No, I'm scared of motorcycles.
Oh.
Oh Lord. Okay, I'm gonna
I always
save this
got this
one.
bad bitch kind of vibe from you,
No,
like you were one of the
let
badasses.
me sip some coffee because I'm stoned and dry mouthed.
That's what it is. You need some more vermouth in your coffee. I understand.
No, I'm gonna say this in a steadily non-tearful voice. In 1987, my baby brother, who was 23 at the time, was chased down by some people who hated him and murdered. He was riding his motorcycle. Okay, so the next
Holy
morning,
fuck,
he and his
Nancy.
motorcycle were found chopped up all over Good Luck Road in New Carrollton, Maryland.
Good
And he
luck,
was
road. That
23 years
sounds
old.
brutal. Jesus Christ, Nancy. You.
And it was a week before my wedding. And my wedding was happening because the day before my wedding, I was graduating from UC Berkeley with an English degree, by the way. So I talk too much. But yeah,
No,
and
keep talking.
here's the thing about my Matthew. Um, and Matthew got me through UC Berkeley. God bless him. He did the cooking. I rode a bike. Oh, I had thighs of steel. I rode a bike from North Oakland all the way up to UC Berkeley and went to class. And what you want? Georgie wants to say hello. What?
What you want?
What?
What you want, cat?
I knew you were a cat lady, Nancy. It's all right.
What? What's up, baby doll? She hears me talking to people and she gets all happy, but then she gets distracted because also
That
she's
cat
got
would drive me
She's a
wild.
cat.
she's so pretty. I gotta clean my house so I can put her on camera. Maybe I'll just take her out in the hall.
Nancy, I got a better idea. Why don't you just take me out back and shoot me?
Do what?
Like Lassie. Put me out of
Do
my misery.
you? What? Why the fuck would I shoot you? What's your problem? I've lost the plot. Okay, I'm gonna shut up and let the boys talk
Oh, you're
because
making me crack, Nancy. Keep going. Talk to Georgie for a minute.
Yeah, yeah, Moose. Add this to your notes.
also it is like
It's daylight over here. I've been
Jesus
literally
Christ. It
up
is
all
like
night.
Oh,
sunrise
my bad.
o'clock.
Lassie was the good dog. Old Yeller. Yeah, old Yeller had to be
No,
put
I
down.
gotta
My bad.
go. I have to get a couple hours sleep because I got shit to do today.
Yeah, me too.
Thank goodness
Really?
I took 3 naps on whatever yesterday was. Saturday. No, Friday.
I thought
Today's
people in
Saturday, right?
Oakland didn't need to work. They just go into the store and take what they want.
It is Saturday. June 22nd.
Hey, did you celebrate Juneteenth, Nancy?
5:36 a.m. The witching hour, apparently.
The witching hour.
Yeah,
Are you the
all five
witch?
and a
Yeah, I
half
gotta
of
hang
them
up.
so
You
far.
guys, I gotta go to sleep for a minute. I didn't
All
realize
right,
it was this. I didn't
Dealing with
realize it
Nancy is like
was.
dealing with most women.
I
yeah,
She
you
did
doesn't get
not
a
going
say
all
in the
realize
nighter.
we
matter.
were so far into Saturday, and I have Saturday stuff to do. Yeah, I gotta go. You guys have a lovely weekend. For real.
All
You're
right.
laughing.
All right.
Please,
Uh,
I'm so happy I make you laugh.
That's my Joker
Rock,
laugh.
rock
He's
on,
about to
rock on.
destroy the world
Okay,
laugh.
well, I gotta go.
I'm
Really,
holding you back.
it's already Jesus Christ. It's 5 Saturday o'clock. No, I gotta go.
It's
Love
way
you.
past
Bye
your
bye.
bedtime. Please go to bed now. Thank you.
Leave.
Praise God. Praise God. Thank you. Thank you for the miracle. See, that's proof that miracles do happen and God exists. Thank you.
Wow.
cheers.
He knew I was about to
So
break. The Most High
Oh my
knew.
god.
so anyway, back to women's voting rights.
Yeah.
Stop,
And
Renato.
that's voting right
Stop.
though,
I was kidding.
Renato.
I was just
That's
kidding. I was
voting.
just kidding.
Oh.
I
You-
was just kidding. I say that to troll a little bit, but it does irritate me that they just vote one way all the time. So 80% of the time. But anyway, it
yeah,
is what
but
it is.
I mean, they're citizens. They have the right to exercise their vote.
Yeah, they do. I mean, that's it. So it
You
is what
sound
it
like
is.
you have a problem with people don't vote the way you think they should vote. That's not very democratic.
I
No.
think the
So
problem is that government didn't used to like be so overreaching, but now that it's
yeah,
overreaching,
yeah,
it's kind of like
that's it.
it's starting
That's
to
it.
affect people in
I
their
bet.
real lives. So
I
once it
bet
starts
if
to
you,
affect you, Jeff, then you'll start to feel it. But it's not
it
in your
is.
backyard yet.
You see me. No, it is. You see me on stream going over all that DEI stuff that's in Washington
Yeah,
State and the federal level
Right,
and the
right.
peer
Okay,
support.
no,
It
so
is
you're
in my
right. It
backyard.
is affecting you. Yeah, it is getting
yeah,
you. But see, yeah, that's the
that's right.
thing is it doesn't really get to most people until it gets into their backyard, and then they go, "Oh, wait a second.
Yeah,
Now
and
you're
for me, it's
here,
the
and
wokeness.
now it's
That's
my
the thing
problem."
most creeping into
Yeah,
backyards right now. Is the DEI crap.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Like
was
so,
gonna
Jeff.
say. I bet you could go back to newspapers from 1977. I mean 1777, and find articles of people complaining about government overreach.
Well, Jeff, here's what I mean by that. Okay, so Plato said this. He said, the minute the government figures out, the politician figures out that they can buy the voters by giving festivals, okay, is the end of the democracy. And I feel now that these the Democrats are worse, the Republicans do it too, though. They show up and they go, hey, vote for me and we'll give you blank.
Well, then stop
It
voting
doesn't,
for them.
well, listen, it doesn't matter if it's for the good of the country. You don't even have to justify it. Like this college loan payoff deal, on average, college graduates will make $1 million a year more over their career. That's the statistics, right? I understand college is too expensive, but ultimately, paying off student loans, they're not even looking at the grades. You could have just went to school for 30 years and they're going to pay all these. Why? So they're targeting a voting block and saying, "Hey, we're gonna basically give you this money, right, to vote for me." And I have a problem with that because it's not for the good of the country. It
That's how
certainly
you're
doesn't help.
interpreting it.
I don't think it's for the good of the country either, though. I don't think it's good to take out loans and then, like you're gonna buy books with those loans, and you're supposed to be paying for housing, and you're supposed to be paying for all these other things, and then you take out these loans, and then you default on them, and it's like, who's actually paying those bills?
We did.
Well, the
They did.
government
They
is,
weren't
right?
defaulted loans.
The
No,
government's
they're
paying it
no,
now, right? And
no,
so
no.
now the
Well, it didn't.
government does it. They have to print more money. What happens when they print more money? The value of our dollar goes down more. It hurts every single person in the entire country and the entire world when our dollar goes down. Every single dollar that's printed hurts everyone.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why would they pay off the loans of people that are going to average $1 million a year more over their careers?
Did you
Why are
research it and look into the issue?
those are the numbers? Plumbers are
But
paying
you want to know
taxes.
why. The numbers are not going to tell you the why. Did you look into the why?
Why would they do it? That's the question for everyone. Why
Well,
would
the
they
answers
say,
are probably out there.
well, why are plumbers going to not? I mean, there's a lot of people that went into the military because they couldn't afford college, and then they get the military pays. There's a
Yeah,
lot of people that
it's a
just said,
great
"Man,
opportunity.
I'm gonna go
I
be a
dropped out of
Marine."
college because I couldn't pay for university, so I just stopped at my 2 years. Um,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and so it's
So
kind of disrespectful to people like myself who I've worked and I've been responsible and I've built up my empire over time, and I was lucky to have the opportunities I had. Otherwise I might not be in the position I am. And people now are saying, hey, I got $100,000 in debt, but you're going to pay it off for me. Like, what about me? What about my
that's what they
debt
want
that I
to
had to
do.
pay off? It's not fair, and it's not right to absolve
What's wrong?
people of their responsibilities when they're the ones who chose, and they get the opportunities that come with that. You get to party with your friends, you get to go to the frat, or whatever. You get to join the
Yeah.
sororities, you
Okay.
get to have time with the professors. I didn't get that. I didn't get those opportunities, but you're going to get paid for it, and I'm going to have to pay for that. That's fucked
Yeah.
up.
And not just that, Jeff. Check this out. They're talking about inequality, white privilege, DEI, and then you're talking about all that. But then you're going to pay off all these loans of people that will make more on average than everyone else. Doesn't
You
make
don't
any
know what they're gonna
sense.
make. I had a loan. I'm not making shit. That's what I'm saying. Y'all add in an awful lot of assumptions about these nameless, faceless numbers that are just numbers on a paper right now. But all of a sudden, you'll have a whole
It's
story
policy. It's
behind them that your
policy.
mind is
My
generating.
my biggest thing, and it goes down to this: why am
The
I paying?
statistics.
Why should I have to pay for your thing? Why should I have to pay
You're
for that?
not.
You shouldn't
You're
have to
not.
pay for it. If I
I
pay
don't think you should have to
taxes,
pay
I'm
for it
paying off
either.
my loan. So that's all it is. I don't care who you are, where you come from.
Well, then
It's
why don't I
just
get anything? Why don't I get anything?
I think that's this is about. It's just your
that's
sense
what it's
of
about.
entitlement and fairness
It's
No,
and
not
just.
it's
entitlement.
not
I
entitlement. It's
shouldn't
fairness.
be forced to
You're
pay for
not.
other
You're no
people.
one's forcing you to pay off somebody else's loan.
That's bullshit. If you pay taxes, which I
Show me
do,
on
I'm a
some
law-abiding
receipts where you
citizen.
you had an additional charge because Biden paid off somebody's loan.
Show me
You
your
can't.
tax receipts. You couldn't
Show me
show
how
me
the
your tax
cost was
receipts,
passed
bro.
on
Come
to you.
on. That's a little bit that's totally crazy. You can't show
No.
me in your taxes where we're paying for bombs. You can't show me in your taxes where we're paying for oil and shipping it to another country and then buying it back from them at higher prices. You can't show me that shit. So like you can't ask me for shit that I can't easily
Right,
show
but
if
your
you can't
taxes
do
are
it as
not going
well.
up, are they?
Yes, they are. My taxes have gone up
They
But
way
go
at
up
the
and
higher.
down.
federal level, because I
They're
just looked at the
they're
tax
almost up.
brackets. They
Watch at the end of this year, my taxes went up over 150%, and then next year we'll see where it's at. My homeowners insurance went up. Okay, so like these
and,
are
and
these
and
are
is
all the
all of
shits
that
that
at the federal level specifically from the loan forgiveness? Or
no, it's
are
not
they going
specifically
up at
from that,
state
but
levels, local levels,
it's
etc.?
every little thing adds up, brother. Every little thing adds up. You say, "Hey, we need you owe me money for homeless." Okay, so here I give you money for homeless. Hey, you owe me money for
Money for
gas.
homeless.
Listen, you owe me money. This is the government talking. Hey,
Oh,
you owe me money for we need to fix the road, so I'm going to tax you on gas. Okay.
Yep.
What? Oh, you want to
Hmm.
buy something? I'm going to tax your product. Oh, you're working?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm
All
going to
that's
tax
been
your
normal. Like,
labor.
when did that become not normal? All of a
It's
sudden, that's always how it's
no,
been done.
that's not the
When I
point.
was alive,
It's always been the issue. And it's becoming a bigger issue because the more you want, the less we want to give because we already don't have enough for ourselves.
I
That's
don't
the
want
biggest
anything.
issue.
I'm not asking any. Like, all I want is subscribers.
It's
200
not
more subscribers. That's
you.
it.
It's not you. You're taking like a situation where the people are voting for it and you're taking accountability for an entire group of populace that's trying to get loan forgiveness. You're
No,
not
that's
them.
I actually got loan forgiveness. It sounds like y'all are doing that about an entire population.
I'm
What
the
it
one who has to
is it's
pay
not
for it.
fair.
You're the ones who have to
It's
pay
not
for it.
fair to many other people that are plumbers, that are just unemployed. They're not getting anything. Guess who's getting the money? Kids that
Well,
went to
you can
college.
certainly frame it that way to your, but
Like once it's done, it's
you'd
done. I'm
save a
not
lot
mad
of
about it.
wear and tear on your mental health if you didn't obsess over it that way.
Like
No, I don't
nobody's
Like,
obsess. We're
I'll
obsessing
give
just
you an
over.
example.
talking.
My
We're just
state
talking.
of let me my state of
Okay.
Louisiana, I had to pay to go to college, and like a year or two after I graduated, they passed a law that all high school students, if they kept a certain GPA, the state was going to cover their tuition. So, like,
That's
a
awesome.
year or two after I graduated, all of a sudden college tuition became free, and all that money that I had just paid for I could sit there and say, "God damn it, that's not fair. I
Yes.
was just 1 or 2 years ahead of the deadline." I was happy. I was happy that, oh, all of these people that are coming after me are not going to have to pay tuition because the state has this program now that can. That's a good thing. I wasn't like jealous or felt like it
It's
was
not
unfair that I
jealous.
had to pay,
It's
but
not
other people.
jealous or anything like that. It's a honeypot. It's a fucking trap. Is what I'm trying to tell you. It's pulling us into a third world country.
I
Our
just, I
economy is
don't.
going to collapse over this shit. Not just the loan forgiveness, but these checks that they print out $16,000 worth of checks when they only give you $2,000,
Is that
and
the
then
stimulus money
and then the
he's talking about?
stimulus money that they're giving to the businesses, the
I like
loans that
that part
people
of it
aren't going to
too.
have to repay. All this stuff that people are saying, hey, it's helping us, right? In the short term, it's helping us. In the long term, it's going to crush us. And that's what you're not seeing. And it's not about obsessing over it, it's just about noticing
We're
that
just
the
talking
more
about it.
you take from the government, the fucked you're going to be in the end. You take from the government, and they're wolves. They're going to eat you in the end. They want to feed you to get you bigger so they can eat you.
I don't
Look,
know. I
Daniel
don't care.
Price said, "Why?" Daniel
I've
Price
had a
probably don't have a
different
job.
government, I guess.
You trust the government.
Well,
You trust people
they've
that
never
lie
the
to you on
stuff
a
you're
daily
describing. I've
basis.
never had it happen to me. I've never taken from the government and had them try to feed me or fat me or whatever they're trying to
You
do,
don't
like honeypot me.
They are honeypotting you with the whole loan forgiveness. It's gonna come back, and you're gonna pay for it through some way.
Oh
They
well, then
always get their
it should
money.
be an issue then. Eventually, it'll get paid by me.
You're you're okay. Like, I wish I could be like that. I wish I could just like be cool with being fucked all the time and
I
just
don't
walk
feel
I
around
look.
fu-
like
I don't
it's
feel like
cool.
paying taxes is being fucked though.
Well, I've
Like
accepted
I'm living
this.
the same life as the rest of you. We're all living in the same country. I just don't have the same experience, like the subjective experience of being fucked over that some other people are having.
Well,
I've ex-
you might have a different like
It's
perspective
kind of
if you were
like
one of
growing
the
up, we
kids
all went to the
in
same
Ukraine.
schools, but some people felt like they went to a really strict school where they tried to control them and indoctrinate them, and other people that went to the same school felt like they had a perfectly normal school experience. Some
I
of it is
get
just
that.
how you experience things. Like
But
some
say you
people
were in
think
Israel and
that
a bomb dropped with a US tag on it. You know what I mean? You would feel differently about that. Like, I've had my friends go off to war. When 9/11 happened, I watched my friends leave and not come back. And so it's like stuff like that. That's why I'm passionate about the government not taking my fucking money and doing shit with it that I don't want. I voted against bombs. I voted against war. I voted against all that stuff. That's why I
you
don't
just got
believe in voting
outvoted.
anymore. It's not about getting outvoted. It's about nothing ever changes, dude. War never changes. We live in an Orwellian society. Vote
Yes, we're
doesn't
human.
matter.
War. Have you been on these panels? War is not gonna change. We're humans. We're
No.
constantly gonna be fighting with each other.
But being okay with using the system that is simultaneously destroying other people that are they're literally just like us, and they're using our money to do it, and they're destroying our communities. They're destroying our entire country little by little, and people are going, "Oh, it's okay because they're patching it up over here." They're patching your bank account up for now because they helped you with loan forgiveness, but they're hurting other people in the process. And that's the problem. And it's not about you, it's not about the person behind the loan. I don't give a fuck if everybody's debt was
And I
absolved,
didn't have
pay
a
me all
choice. I
that.
didn't ask for it. I just got a
But
letter one day that said, "Hey, this
and
loan you
that's
have,
cool. I
don't
don't
worry
I don't
about
hold
it."
any like animosity towards you. It's just about like the anything that we take from the government, it's gonna hurt us because they don't produce anything. The government does not produce. The government takes your money and uses it and moves it around to do what they do with it.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't
what it's
produce
supposed to
anything.
do. It's not supposed to produce. It's supposed to administer.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to be using your money to kill innocent people. They're not supposed to be using your money to fund corrupt shit. They're not supposed to be using your hard-earned tax money, that your soul, that you're working a job and take that money and put it into their bank accounts. That's not what they're supposed to be doing. And that's the problem I have. I'm not obsessed with it. I'm just against the whole fucking thing because it doesn't work, and I don't feel that there's anyone there to say, hey, Like, I'm going to make sure that you are doing your job. You know, like Trump, everybody
But
thought Trump
the
was going to be,
ballot
oh,
box
I'm going to
is
clean the
supposed to be
swamp.
that. You hire them for 4 years, and if
And
they're
that's
not
the
doing their
joke.
job, you fire them.
That's the joke of the whole ballot box. It's like it's a suggestion box of slaves. You get to walk up there, you get to cast your vote, but you're not voting. It's the fucking
So you
electoral
don't
college
trust
that
the
picks.
elections?
I don't. It's not a. Yeah, I don't trust people who lie to me. Jeff, if you lied to me and I found out you lied to me, I wouldn't trust you. Uh, the government has lied to me countless times. The news lies to me countless times. I could show you articles in the news, and then I could show you how they recount.
Oh
Six
yeah, I
months
know.
later. I
I
don't
don't
trust
use.
people
I don't
like
pay
that.
attention to media. Like I.
I'm okay with people like having a slip up or saying a fact that's wrong or saying something that out of line on accident, but I don't trust people who lie on purpose. And the people that are in power are lying to us on purpose, and they've been benefiting out of that lie. It's not right. It's just
So
not
then
right.
you get rid of them.
How am I going to do that? Am I
You
going to
vote them
Jack
out.
Talcott and Nazi them? I
No,
mean,
you vote them
voting
out.
doesn't work. I've tried. I've tried to vote them
Oh,
out,
it
Jeff.
works. I've used it. I've voted people out before.
Once you bribe enough people, they're just going to vote how you want them to vote, and that's
So
what they do.
you don't have faith in our system. Y'all are cynical. You've
No,
lost
I have
trust,
faith in our
faith.
system, but I think that the politicians, it's now as such that the politicians just give
So
people what they buy
do
voting
you think
blocks.
the elections reflect the will of the people?
No, I don't. No, I don't because
I mean,
Hillary. No, no, hold on. Let me take this real quick, and then you can have it. Remember when Hillary and Bernie were going, and every single person I knew was going for Bernie. Every single person I knew, they were like Bernie, Bernie, Bernie. Anybody who was on the left, nobody was like Hillary. Then all of a sudden, Bernie backs out, and then he backs Hillary. These are
But
things that like you literally can't make this shit up, man.
that
Like
was the
you
primary
mean
process. That was not the election.
after she ousted him and Wasserman Schultz, they basically 86 this campaign. Yeah, after that,
Yeah, but
that's
I'm
what they
talking about the
found.
election itself, like the just any election, not even that one specifically, but any election or any recent election.
dude, remember
Do
was
you
it
believe it
1999?
reflects
Was
the
it
will of the
Al
people,
Gore?
or do you think
Remember
it's
Al Gore was the popular vote, right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
the Florida
And he
recount?
lost, right? No, it doesn't reflect the will of the people, man. This is my point. I'm
But
trying to
I'm
show
what I'm
you the
asking
majority of
is
people.
do you think that every election
Every
is
election
not
is a
reflective of the will
selection.
of the people because of things like Florida?
Definitely
Like, are
not.
you that black pilled in our
No,
election system?
it has nothing to do with Florida. It has everything to do with all these people are selected in advance.
So like election night where everybody votes and the next day we get all the results that come in and they say this person won, that person won. You don't think that's actually an outcome of people casting their votes. You think it's
So
some they're announcing these results, but they were determined by some other method than votes.
no, they could totally get the popular vote by votes, right? They can get that, but it never
So when they
determines who
announce
wins.
election results, then you do think that they reflect
Do,
the
do
will
you
of the
do
people who
realize they
voted that
announce
cycle.
you realize they announce their election results in two different ways. They do the electoral college vote, and then they also do the popular vote, and they show that during the election cycle, and they'll show you on different
And I'm
times
also
of the day.
talking about like things like local elections and other offices. So not even just president. I'm
Local
just talking about a
elections,
general
I think
election
local
cycle.
elections are definitely the most important thing to vote for. I think that by any way, shape, or form, that you do have some power at the local authority. I think if you even
That's where
do,
most of the stuff
that's the only
affects you
place to
anyway.
do. So I would say that, like, if you're gonna vote, you better vote for the local. But I don't have faith in the system, man. I've used to be really heavily invested in the news, into the local politics. I used to vote for my city council. I used to vote for my sheriffs. I used to vote for all that stuff, and I used to do a lot of
You don't
research
vote
on that
anymore?
stuff. I told you I don't vote at all. I don't believe in the
Wow.
system, and the only way I will not vote for the lesser of two evils. I do not believe uh, giving my consent to somebody who is evil to govern over me. I don't believe in it,
Yeah,
and so
that
like
that is a voice. Like not using your voice is an expression of your voice. So I think that's valid. I think not voting is a valid use of our voice.
I think that's the only way I can possibly go now because I have no faith in the system itself. I have only faith in myself. If I don't do what I'm supposed to be doing for my family and for myself, I know my future is going to be harder. I
Mhm.
don't think that the government's going to save me. I don't think that the police are going to save me. I don't think the firemen are going to save me. I don't think you're going to save me. I think that you might be there to pick me up when I fall down, but I
Well,
think
I
that
would I
it's
would
really
also
us.
I would definitely make the attempt to save you if I were in that situation. I wouldn't just stand there like, oh, he's in trouble. Let me watch him suffer.
Right. And that's why I call you a friend. Out of very few people in my life, I call you a friend. But I also don't want to ever need you to save me. You know what I mean?
Right? Yeah,
Like if
yeah. I get
if
that
I
too.
if I fall down and you throw your arm out, I'll grab it. But I don't want to need that. And I don't want to
Mhm.
need that from the government. And I don't want to need that from my parents. I don't want to need
Yeah.
that from my wife or anybody else. And I think that if everybody was like that, the world would be a better place. But I don't think it's practical.
Yeah, I don't think everyone's gonna be like that.
Some people got to pay the tab. That's cool.
What was
It
that? Did you
works.
ask a question?
Who, me?
Oh, I thought I froze up for a second.
Oh yeah, something froze. I think something froze, and then Renato said something.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like even if I'm wrong in some of these things, I like getting both your guys' perspectives because then it kind of rounds me out a little bit and kind of gives me more of an open, rounded mind. But
Yeah,
I'm always going to be the
I have a lot
same.
to think about too. Actually,
I'm always
yeah,
going to be like, I can't vote anymore. Like I've had people yell at me to my face and scream in my face, and I've had family members tell me, if you don't vote, like, don't bother coming to dinner, or something like that. And
what?
I've
Oh
had
my
some real harsh
god!
shit. Yeah, like there's
Voting is
people
such a
that,
private, personal matter. That is nobody's business.
and it used to be, but with the whole Trump thing, like when Trump came about, like it really divided like families up.
Yeah,
It divided
yeah.
the red and the blue, and
The
and then the
left
whole
has
Black
never
Lives,
recovered.
and then the LGBTQ. Like the more like wild that shit gets, the more the divide gets, and then like we were coming, like everybody was coming together for so long, like
Yeah,
we were voting like for gay marriage and stuff. Like I thought like, oh,
they
gay
started.
marriage, boom, we did that. And then we got pot legalized, and it was like, all
Hmm.
right, cool, now you got your individual right to be able to put whatever medicine you want in your body for your decision. And then it was like, okay, cool. But then it started wilding out. Then the
Yes, it
movement
did,
started
and
getting
they started
crazy.
fucking with the kids.
And then they started fucking with the kids. And then once they started fucking with the kids, that was the last straw. That's when the parents were like, no, hell no. And then now we basically have it where, you know, on the news and stuff, they're in the media, they're just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. So that way, if you're not on board with all the shit that's going on, then you're kind of the enemy. And
Hmm.
that's why I even speak up against stuff. It's not because I'm obsessed about having to pay for somebody's loans or obsessed with having to pay for somebody's EBT card or something like that or any of that. It's just that I notice the patterns. I have really good pattern recognition, and I've always been able to see things that other people can't see. And what I see is the more that I've voted to put money into homelessness, to try to like fix it, the more money I've tried to put into like fighting cancer and all that stuff, the more I realize how it's just a money pit and how people are getting rich off of these things. The people that are supposed to be helping the homeless are
Hey
actually
Jeff.
getting
The
rich
homeless, you're
off of
right. It's a
building shit.
racket. I've worked in it. It is at least here in Seattle. It is definitely a racket.
Hey, listen, I gotta run.
Hey,
My phone's gonna die.
Okay,
all right,
good talking.
Renato,
We'll
great
we'll
talking
Good,
with
talk
you,
again.
brother.
good pulling up,
Have a good
guys.
night.
Yep. See y'all.
I'm saluting
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
You can't see it.
See you.
Trying,
All right.
but
Be good.
Oh,
All right. Bye,
oh, your
guys.
camera's still doing its thing.
yeah. And then fuck, where were we? Yeah, so all the
About
pattern recognition.
the
Pattern
homeless and
recognition.
yeah.
So the homeless, and then it comes back to the schools. So the more that the federal government dumps money into trying to give people money to go to school, the more the tuition goes up. You see, because uh, the schools aren't doing what's true and what's right. They're taking advantage of the situation all the way around. The school's job is to pull in as much funding federally as they can, and so they pull in that money, and then they also double dip by charging you extra. So when I first started going to community college, it was like $14 or $26 a unit. Now that same college is like $50 to $130 a unit or something. And so it's it's one of those things. And books, you can look at the price of books. The price of
Oh
books has
yeah.
gone through the roof. And
I
it's like,
never
has the
understood why they were
price to
that high.
print the books gone up? No, but the access to money has gone up for the poor people. And so they're basically raping the poor people by giving the poor people a little bit of money. They're charging the poor people more money, and it's actually overall it harms them because it's kind of a way to like reverse sucker them. It's a honeypot, man. It's a honeypot because if they didn't get that $5,000 or whatever money to go to that college, the college would have to charge less. If there's less people with less access to money, they would either charge less or they would just close down the school.
That's what Renato was saying. He was saying almost the same thing.
It's not that I'm against anybody. Like, I'm not against you. I'm not against my fellow man. I'm not against people absolving all of their debt completely because I would, be fine if everybody's debt was just wiped away right now. I would be fine with that. But what they're doing is they're trying to turn us all against each other by giving some people opportunity and taking away opportunity from
Well, it's
others,
working
or
because look
or
at y'all.
stopping. Oh
It
no,
worked.
it didn't really work that much
He's
because I didn't
upset
really go
about the
anywhere.
stimulus money. Y'all are upset about
Oh,
the loans.
well, when you see like a neighboring business take a PPP loan, which is specifically made so that way you can continue to run your business and pay your employees, and then they close down and then they sell their business, they double dip.
Yeah, but aren't there
That's
like didn't they violate the terms of the loan, or weren't there
I don't know the
checks and
terms of their loan.
balances
That's a
written into that?
private thing. And the checks and balances, they weren't put into place because the money was it was rushed. It was rushed to the forefront, and so there was people. You can look it up. There's people that they would create a fictitious business, and they would get all their friends to sign up with their social security numbers. And so there was people in California that was getting Lamborghinis with that PPP money, and they're getting caught now, years later.
Yeah, I was about
But
to
they got
say
the
that
money.
there seems like there would be consequences for something like that.
Right. It's taking time though. It's taking time, and by that time, the damage is done though. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to get that money back. Nobody's going to be able to pay that money back once they spent it.
Will they get jail time or something?
Where'd you go? There you are. It's
Oh,
not about being mad. It's just about realizing that like we live in like the twilight zone.
only if you see it that way. That I guess that's what I'm saying is some of this is how people are seeing it individually in their heads.
Well, I mean, the way I see it is like
And I'm
it's
sure I'm
really
not seeing it accurately either, but but I don't know if any of us are.
Like when I run a business, if I offer you a product, I'm going to offer you the best product I can give you and the best service I can give you, for your money. And I feel like the government is running, it's supposed to run itself like a business so that way it can balance its budget and you know, you don't think the government's supposed
You
to
should.
balance a budget?
Well,
You
I don't
think
know if it was.
it's supposed to run in the red or
I honestly don't know if it was set up to run like a business or if like I don't know enough about that
well,
part of
we're
it.
set up as a corporation. And so I mean that leads me to believe that we're a
I just
business.
know my whole life we've never paid our debts and it's never been an issue. Nobody's ever seemed concerned about it.
During the Bill Clinton era, though, there was actually a surplus of money in the economy. We had a surplus, a budget surplus. So
Well, maybe we should get
it
another
was
Democrat in there.
it was a very short time. Well, we did. We got
We have
Obama.
one now.
We had Obama for a long time, and we thought that was going to change. So it's not. That's the thing. It's not about just simple. Hey, let's get a Democrat or let's get a Republican. It's like how do we get how do we even get a person to get elected? How do we find a person? Because there's all these people that are graduating from college that are 100 times smarter than me, right? These people they ace their SATs, they've got IQs of 150, 200 IQ or whatever. Why aren't they being utilized to you know what I mean? There's able bodies that are much more proficient in all these ways, but yet we have two 80-year-olds running for president, and you
Well,
say
part
just
of
vote,
that
just use your
is
vote. I
the primary process, the DNC and the RNC,
I
because
understand
they're the
that.
gatekeepers of who ends up on the ballot in November, and they both of those organizations definitely have their issues. I don't think
So
either
you
one of
you
them are
recognize
serving the party, the
there's
people.
gatekeepers. At least you recognize there are gatekeepers to having access to these things, and that's where the breakdown comes for my for having distrust in the whole system is because the gatekeepers. There shouldn't be gatekeepers.
But
There should
well,
be
the
access. If
gatekeeping
I want to be a
is a
politician,
process. It's a primary process, and then at each cycle, there's different people in the process running it. So you're going to have different results and outcomes depending on who's using the process, and so that's where. So you have the gatekeeping process, which is neutral, and then you have the people using the process to gatekeep and get a
that
certain
are not
candidate
neutral.
in.
And that's the disconnect. Is like if we only had a system of processes that were neutral, and we had nobody there that was like with biases,
But
because we
that's
should we
you,
should be able to
you
have no, we should be able to have a candidate that is qualified for the position, regardless of their upbringing or how much money they have in their bank account or how many people are behind them. Like if someone wants to run for office and they're proficient enough, they should be able to run without the biases holding them back. I mean, you can't tell me
they
that the
have to meet
system's running
certain
properly.
eligibility requirements, but they don't necessarily have to be qualified.
Once you look at what we have as president and then you tell me that the system's working, it's not. There's no way in hell that you can tell me the system's working.
Well, it's working
We
in the
had
sense that we still have a country. What's the alternative? Like to me, the system not working would be complete societal collapse and there's no more United States. I look around and we have pretty much the same United States that we've always had. And so to me
mm,
that's an
we
indication that it's working. Like
we're
the
not
car
used
is
to
still
having
running.
we're not used to having a guy in a nursing home like
Well, we could have a
running the
guy
country.
running it out of prison soon
Usually,
too.
usually like we have a guy that's a little younger, not super young, but like man, once we
But
got the
Trump,
Bush,
Biden is
we really
not the
went down with
system.
Bush.
He's the chief executive officer, and Trump is the chief executive officer. So there's still individuals within the system, but they are not the system. The system does not depend on Biden or Trump alone. And I learned
Oh,
that during the
I get
Trump
that.
years, where it looks
I
like Trump
completely
was going to
get
be able to
that.
get away with all this shit, and there was this giant system he had to work within, and he couldn't accomplish half the shit he wanted to do because it wasn't just a solo game. Oh, I don't think freak. I Trump is the one that taught me this because under Trump, it look and remember I was into Russiagate. I don't know what happened, Moose. It kicked you. You lost connection or something. Under Trump, I was nervous for a while that our system was going to break. I'm like, Trump is going to break our democracy, and I watched that system hold, and I watched it like keep Trump in check on all. And at the end of 4 years, I was amazed at how resilient our system was that it could survive Trump. So after watching Trump try to break it and watching it survive Trump, I have much more faith in its resilience than I did before. I think it's way less fragile than it appears.
I think that's what the whole point was. I think it was.
Oh, like, oh, hold on one sec. My earphones.
Oh,
Damn it.
man, this
So
is this
yeah.
is like a TML stream. Oh, you just I'm trying to go to bed. I've been going since midnight.
The whole Trump thing was a big circus, man.
Oh, it was.
It was all a distraction, I think. Like it was huge, man. It was Trump was on the news every single day for like
It
6 fucking years,
yes.
man. It
He
was
knew how to keep his
exhausting.
name in the news.
It wasn't just him. It was everybody was just talking about him regardless. Like you know, you go to work, it was like people are talking about, "Oh, what did Trump do today? What did Trump?" You know, I got to the point where I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You know? And I think that his presidency was just so exhausting that when Biden came in, everybody was just like, "Okay, this is what we got now." Okay. You know, cuz it's like you don't hear anything about Biden. You don't hear any good. You hear any bad really.
He was boring, and that's exactly what we needed after Trump. I was relieved. I'm like, oh, finally, I don't have to wake up and run to the Twitter to see what Biden did today. I could just not worry about politics for once and just let him run in the background.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the beauty of him is he's just like the old dude eating ice cream, shitting his pants, and
Yeah.
like we don't have to we don't really have to worry about him because he's not really cognizant. But at the same time, it's like, you know, if I was running the company, I I would want somebody better at the head of the company, somebody that made us look a little better, maybe a little stronger, um, you know, something. And that's the thing. It's not about what I want. It's not about what I want. No matter what I want for the country, it's not going to happen. And so I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? I've come down to the fact that no matter who I vote for, they're not going to be the person that I want them to be. So I'm okay with other people being ruled by the system, but I'm not okay with people voting for me to be ruled by the system. You know what I mean?
But you're not voting at all, so you're leaving yourself at the mercy of how other people vote.
That's true, but I'm also like in the process of trying to figure out how to become a U.S. national instead of a U.S. citizen because I'd rather
Oh,
be a man of the land, and I'd rather absolve myself from any of the benefits of being a U.S. citizen. I don't need
is that
Social
a real
Security
thing?
and all that bullshit. Yeah, it's real. It is a real thing. There, for instance, I'll give you an example. Um, when Saudi Arabians went to California, they would rent some Lamborghinis and stuff. And when they get pulled over, they had diplomatic immunity. When they get in trouble, they had diplomatic immunity. Like it was all over. It was plastered all over the news for so long. They were drag racing down like 25-mile-an-hour streets, hella dangerous and shit. But it's the same. It's the same principle with American nationals. Is it's a different like you're under a different jurisdiction. You're under a different set of laws and a different set of like.
Well, I just looked it up and I have some good news for you. You are a U.S. national.
There you
All
go.
U.S. citizens are U.S. nationals.
But on your passport, you can get your citizenship like taken out or whatever. And I might do it. I might do it eventually. It's it's more like I said, I'm all about not causing loss, injury, or harm to somebody, but I want to be left the fuck alone. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And when I collect my paycheck, I don't mind paying some taxes. I don't mind sharing with the community, making sure the community that I live in is nice. But that's what I want. You know, that's what I expect. I expect that when you take money out of my check, I expect something back from that. I expect to see the roads look nice. I expect to see the schools look nice, and I expect the people in my community to be happy. You know, it's not the government's job to make them happy, but it's the government's job to do what they're supposed to do with the money that they take. That's all I'm asking.
There are a lot of places in the country where people are seeing that. And I would say if you're not seeing that, A, you may be the exception, and B, just put new people in until you see the results you want. Because that's what I would do if somebody was taking money out of my check and I was not seeing any of the results. They wouldn't last more than one cycle. I would just vote them out because they didn't do what I put them in office to do. They
Right.
didn't do the
And
job.
you can do that like on the city level and stuff. You can do that. But on the federal level, you can't really do that because there's so many federal employees that you can't. Yeah, you're not even really like selecting all of them. You're only selecting a few of them.
No, but you're selecting the people that those people are accountable to. So like whoever your congressman is or your representative or the president or whatever, the team, the part of the government, the bureaucracy that they're in charge of.
The part that's not working.
Yeah, they're still accountable for it. So whatever's wrong with that part, you have a person that you're putting in a position that can address the issues that you're not satisfied with. So, and if you don't like the way they address it, you just put somebody else in there next time. So you don't have to change out the whole bureaucracy. You just have to change out the parts that control the bureaucracy. And even those people change bureaucracies. Presidents come in and fire the old team and put their team in there, etc. So
Yeah.
even the people
Yeah.
you elect have some influence over the bureaucracy.
Oh man. See, we're
That's
not
what they
even
call
like
me up here, a smart brat.
we're not even arguing over like Trump or Biden, you know? Like we could see I enjoy having conversations with you. I don't enjoy the whole like hatred towards each other when they start, talking shit about each other for Trump this and Biden that and freak if Freak wants Trump and Chuck wants Trump, fuck it. Let them have Trump. Let everybody vote for who they want and let them make their decisions. It doesn't make them a dumbass just because they voted for him. Um, in my opinion, it makes them a dumbass for voting. But see, my opinion is like an asshole. We all got one, right? So why does it matter? It doesn't really matter, right? You know what I mean? Like people think I'm dumb for not voting. So it's like we all have our own opinions. As long as we respect each other, that's what matters.
Are you voting for Biden? I might end up voting for Trump. I don't necessarily want Trump, but I definitely don't want the DEI stuff that's coming from Biden. And so that right there is a reason for me to vote against Biden.
And see, you're on my side. You're on my side with individual rights and stuff. So it's like I need people like you who are voting because you believe in the system and you're against that stuff. And so
But also my vote's not going to make a difference up here, at least for presidents. Some of the other offices might, and the local stuff maybe.
I
But
don't think any of it
mine's going to be
matters.
more of a symbolic vote than anything else.
I mean, we could all vote for Mickey Mouse or whatever, and
Looney Tunes.
And I still don't think they would win, even if everybody voted for it.
Y-
But I also think that that's why the republic is set up the way it is. I don't think it's set up entirely for corruption and control like that. I think it's set up so that way the popular vote can't take mob rule over the entire country.
Yeah, they wanted a way to protect the like the landed property owners. They were looking because originally they weren't even sure like America was going to be set up for everybody, and they definitely had the wealthy landowners that wanted their interest. They wanted to make sure at least their interests were taken care of, and so they were prioritizing that set of needs while at the same time figuring out what to do with everybody else. And so we got what we got out of that. And that there were even some of those people looking out for the rest of us was pretty remarkable.
Yeah, we got lucky. We got lucky with the country that we were born in and raised.
I mean,
And I love
I
the
just
country.
I do
I
too. I
just
think like because I look at it relative to existing countries and history, and when I compare it to all of the past governments and all of the governments today, it stands out to me like like a glowing neon beacon of this is something so unique and special that's never existed in the world before. And I don't think people have an appreciation for just how unique this American thing is that we started.
but the thing is people feel entitled. People feel like they're entitled to a job. They feel like they're entitled to free money. They're entitled to, anything.
Well, I don't feel entitled to a job, but
Not
I
you.
can't for the life of me think why, if I have something valuable to offer, there wouldn't be a job that would match that. So it's not so much feeling entitled to a job, but it's having the expectation that the market is going to work for you if you bring something valuable to it.
Yeah, and
Except that
you
it's
know,
not.
it's not that part's not working for people like you and me
Yeah, it's just
because
not.
when we bring the value and stuff, we end up getting isolated and uh,
But I don't
you
necessarily
know,
think that's
stood
anyone's
out.
fault or the government's fault. I definitely think
Oh, I don't blame it
it's
on
the
the
current
government.
situation, but I don't know why it's that way or what to do about it.
A lot of people just weren't. I don't know, man. They weren't born with a work ethic. They weren't born with and the our whole childhood we were pounded with individualism and materialism and buying a house and buying cars and getting a family and like the keeping up with the Joneses. And you could say that it's not necessarily true, but if you look at all the advertisements through the last 30 years, like it literally has gotten people to buy into a life that they don't enjoy, and they're in debt trying to pay for that life, and they're struggling in a hamster wheel. Um, and they thought that that life was going to be fulfilling when it was really hollow.
Well, it
And
was fulfilling for a lot of people. And they were like our adults were doing that same thing in the 70s and 80s. They were buying into the same life and keeping up with the Joneses and all that stuff. So even that's not anything new.
but something happened along the way, right? Like it with the access to credit became a lot easier, and so the access to be able to the credit card system and being able to get a credit card and go out and just swipe things has become so easy now. And the access to like loans for housing and loans for cars, there was 0% financing for years, so people could go out and get brand new cars and not even put anything down. um you
How did they
know
make money? I mean, that sounds like a good thing, but how were they making money?
well, the way they would make money is they would charge more for the car than the MSRP.
Oh,
Or they would add on the warranty package and all the add-ons that they do when you're buying a car. They try to rope you into all kinds of dumb shit.
Oh, I think you just cut out again.
You know,
Oh, okay.
earlier I was talking about how the access to money with college, brings the prices up. It's the same with the access to money for the cars and the access to money for the housing. The more the government tries to help, the more it actually is hurting us. And the more that the access to free money or easy money, it's not free, right? It's got a trap attached to it, and this trap is a really harsh trap because what people don't understand is we're poor, and then so we get this access to this money that we really need, and we have to pay off our bills, or we got to do this, or we got to pay for a car payment, like or a car part, our car breaks down, we got to get to work, and so you don't have any money saved up, so you use that credit card, right? Well, if you can't pay that credit card at the end of the month because you couldn't pay the bill already, then you're paying 26% now, right? Because they're not charging you what they charge a rich person. They charge a rich person 0.5% to use his money because they can take a rich person's $100 million and they can make investments with that rich person's money and they can make tons of money with that. But they can't make that tons of money with your $500. So what they have to do to recoup their costs is they have to charge you that high interest rate to get that money from you, just like they would from the rich person, right? And so now it's got most Americans, I think it's like 90 something percent, don't even have like $500 in their bank account. It's under $5,000 for sure. Like under
Oh, good. I feel
$5,000
even
in
more
their bank
normal
account.
now.
Like if you look at my bank account, you'd be like, "Wow, Moose, really? Like that's all you got? Really?" It's not this is not fake, man. This
No,
is
I
an
know. I'm in
entire
the same situation. It's I
and,
know it.
and
Part of
that's
it was like leaving the workforce during like before COVID. I never
like
went back.
I can't lead you to all the facts, but I can show you the pattern recognition. I can show you what I'm recognizing as patterns and how I can put them together and why I come to the conclusions I come to. Because every single part of the economy where you're giving this money to prop things up or to sell things faster or to get the market going, it ends up pushing up the price of everything. And the more dollars they print, the more everything costs as well. So it just, it's a
Well,
trickle
we
down
can't leave
effect.
things like they are either.
No, what we need to do is we need to come together and we need to start producing.
Producing
Whether
what
it's
though? Like we all of our
it doesn't
manufacturing
matter
got
what we
sent
produce.
overseas.
You can produce content. You can produce this, right? And see, this is
Well,
valuable.
yeah, look at
Right now, you might not
ooh,
think it's valuable,
rolling in the
but
gravy.
but it is valuable to some people out there. And once more people get their eyes on it, and if they find value in it and they find community here and they come and join the community and stuff like that, you'll start to see that value sees value and you'll start to get more back out of it monetarily. But also, like, it's not just about producing that, it's about producing gardens and producing products that people can make at home. A lot of people don't understand how easy it is to make something at home these days that we have everything in life is being gatekept from us. Everything is appeared to be harder than it is. The internet, you can learn almost anything. You can learn how to paint on the internet, and you can learn how to like make different crafts, and you can learn how to grow different things, and there's all kinds of different things that we can do to come back to the American way. The American way was independence. It was built on like coming over here and building your own and founding your own thing and being like, a survivalist kind of thing. Like it
Is there
wasn't
an
easy.
American way though? Because I think a lot of people would not identify with that.
I mean, like if you look at our ancestors, I think that would, I mean, that's the setup of this country was founded on people who bootstrapped it.
Even the poor people who came over here, even the slaves, like the Irish slaves, all of them, they all bootstrapped it. They all they're hardy motherfuckers to survive what they survived and to get their family where they are now. You know, what can I say? I think that we're adaptable creatures. Humans are adaptable. And I think that over time, Americans lost their pride of being able to create, invent,
How many
come.
Americans actually were doing that? Because most of the ones I know weren't creating shit, and the ones that were the ones that everybody thought was weird and ostracized and marginalized.
How many things were created in America, dude? So many
But
things
but
were
but
created here.
but not by most people. They were created by the
You're right.
extraordinary individual
You're
that
right.
stood
Most
out.
people aren't exceptional. You're right. Most people are not exceptional. Most people are definitely normal, complacent individuals who gave up on their hopes and dreams a long time ago. I get that. I get that, but I guess it's just I guess what it is that's hopium or something for me. I feel that it's my duty to be like that, to be stronger, to compete, to be able to compete with other men, to be able to produce something, to be able
Yeah.
to provide, to be able to lead. I think those are all things that I take from our ancestors. Most people probably don't, but that's what
Yeah,
I
that's
take.
why I'm wondering if there's that's the American way for you and I, because that makes sense to us and fits our natural temperament. But for a lot of Americans, I wonder if there's not another version of the American way that they're working off of.
Yeah,
And
you're
so
right.
is there a single way to be an American, or and if so,
No,
how do
I
we
I
find
think
it?
that's
If
the beauty
not,
of
then
America.
it we need to recognize that there's more multiple competing
We're all
ways to be
we're all
American.
individuals, and so we're all going to come at it a different way, and so we're all going to feel a different way, and that's why the voting thing is crazy because we all want something different, right?
Yeah.
And
We all
and
have
so
different needs,
there's
preferences,
what 350
values.
million people in our country, and so when you got that many people, but then you're only voting for two people, you got red or blue. I think that makes a problem too.
Yeah, but it's
If we
all a
had,
two-party system's always been part of that's not going anywhere probably.
yeah, and I get that. It's always gonna, it always makes for the good bread and circus, having the red and the blue, or having the good versus the evil, or this versus that. But it would, I don't know, it would work out better for all of us, if we had a four-party, five-party system, different, because
Yeah, well,
America is
there's
so
I mean
damn
other countries
diverse.
do, but for some reason the US, and we actually have, Pew did a poll, a political typology article, and there's I think 9 distinct political subdivisions in the US, but they're all um, grouped under the two parties. So the Democrats, there's actually 4 or 5 different types of Democrats, and there's 4 or 5 different types of Republicans, but they're all grouped under one party called Republican and one party called Democrat. So we are a little more granular than the two parties, but we just those factions work within the larger two party system. And even in Congress, you have the things like caucuses and stuff like that work together on specific goals. So it's not completely rigidly two party. There are subgroupings within those larger parties, but
You're right, but
ultimately
it all
that's what it
trickles down to two choices.
and that's at the president level, and but all the other offices and stuff on the ballot I think are important to that's an ability, that's an opportunity to have influence as well.
Definitely, we got people arguing in the chat down there.
Yes.
I think what really matters. I think what really matters is what we do with our time and how we move forward. Because like what we create and what we do with the time we've got here. Uh, Maybe we'll leave something for the next generation. Maybe we'll leave something for somebody else to see when we're gone. And I think that's powerful. It's like planting trees. Like I enjoy the planting trees and just like sitting back and like envisioning, 50 years from now, who's going to be like picking the apple off the tree or the mango or whatnot. And I think, you know, I don't know. I think that modern day civilization has really like brought us away from things that will spiritually make us more fulfilled, and also just like not just spiritually, just like physically too. Just hanging out, like getting your feet in on the ground, your bare feet. They call it grounding.
Oh yeah, I heard of
Stuff like
that.
that.
There's a whole documentary on it.
Yeah, this stuff like that you don't really like. Nobody really talks about that stuff, and that's another thing too. Is like, if we talked about more like men's health stuff, like ways to um, relieve stress or ways to decompress or like healthy ways to like journaling and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about.
This is
I
my
think we
journal.
should we
Yeah,
should work.
we could do that. Like we should do little topics like that. Little like, short little features on a quick tip or
That's
two here and there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking we would do behind the scenes and pre-record it and then maybe throw an intro on it and throw an outro and um, then you could also like I could show you how to play it on the StreamYard and you could just click it during the middle of a stream if like things got quiet
Oh,
or
is that
something.
where
Or
you
maybe,
upload it into the video backgrounds?
yeah. Yeah, like Snafu, like when he was playing his videos or something, and then the stream starts to die down and he needs to go to the bathroom or something, he'll play that Talcott clip collection one of this is the Snafu creature or whatever.
Oh
You know,
yeah, yeah. I do need some like that.
and then
Some like
you can do like a little advertise like 10-second advertisement or something. Hey guys, like, share, and
send
subscribe or
me money.
whatever. And then you just say it one time or whatever, and then you record it, and then you just click the button and pop it up. You know what I mean? It makes it
Yeah.
easy. It gives you something fun. You could add some funny shit, like little clips in there if you have a funny clip, or you have like a profound clip, or you have like a
Oh, there it
satanic
goes.
quote or something. Like we can work on that. We'll work on it. That's what a producer's for.
Well, yeah. Let's talk. I mean, my skill is what you see on the stream. All of that other stuff is not the stuff I'm good at, and so I just try to throw something together to have a channel. But I don't really invest a lot of time in those elements. And so if there's other people that have more of a knack for that, I think the channel could benefit from some of that.
Well, I think that I'm either gonna have to invite you to my StreamYard or you're gonna have to invite me to your StreamYard, because that way I can show you how to like that way we can run the stream together and I
Oh,
can
is that when
I
you
can
like set someone showed me the other day, um you can add someone to your,
to your team.
yeah, like to admin. I think I have to
So
do it through the main screen, but
yeah, you have to go do the email. Like I can add you to mine if you want, and then you can run your stream off of mine, and then we can do it there, and I can add your whole like portfolio, or we could do it the other way. However you want to do it with the trust factor. Um, But I think you'd benefit from having like a scrolling banner in the bottom, or have a couple of little things that you can like click on and be like, yeah, see, there you go. Have a couple things you can like click on for funny stuff, or
and Barnabas told me that hang on one sec.
but you can only have one person, so it's like
Oh, you can only add one.
yeah. Otherwise,
He
you have to
told me
pay
that
for
this
something.
looked better with the red and the white, but then People in the chat were saying no, that they like the black better. And so even
Black
little
on black.
details like that, I have no clue how to figure that shit out.
I like the red. I like the red better
Oh, you
too,
do?
but I mean the chat. I don't know. I don't know. You just gotta pick what you like, honestly, and just go with it. 'Cause if you don't like it,
I'm
then
not visual. That's the
roll with
problem.
it.
Like I don't know what looks good.
I think
I
that
can't
looks
even
better
shop. I have to get other gay people to help me pick up my clothes.
to.
I had,
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I just wear basic clothes because
yeah, me
I'm just
too.
like whatever.
Me too. Very simple.
All right, but I actually got to take off for the day. You got to get some sleep. Let's reconvene in Discord when you get up, and I'll see what I can get cooking.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you again. This was great chat. Let's do more of it.
Thank you, good sir.
Yeah. Have a good day and talk again. All right. Ooh, man. We watched that Red Pill documentary and I had like a little second wind after it. Y'all should really see it. It's about the men, gender issues, men's issues, women's issues. And so I had this little like second wind. I said it's almost midnight. Let me do a stream. I had no idea. These 7 hours later. But it was good. This is the kind of stuff that I like on the channel. Yeah, Paul Elam, exactly. He's the one I got in the Twitter fight with, and he blocked me. So, yeah, you too, Moose. Thanks again. Thanks a lot again. Oh, let me I think I will leave the red and white for now. Okay. Yeah, I think my brain is shutting down. So let me go. P.F. Jung. Oh, Paul. Oh, thank you. I keep forgetting. I'm on his. He has that walkaway site. It's like a social media, like a Facebook for people that walk the way. And I'm on his site, so I was part of that little walkaway thing. Oh, you got into it with Paul too? Yeah, I was surprised because there's not very many of us that do that kind of red pill MRA work. So I thought we were all gonna like at least try to be allies, but no, it was the autism. And it was a combination of women and my autism, and I think some of them were autistic too, and that communication weirdness started to happen, and he jumped in to try to white knight for the ladies against me, like I was some threat to the women. And there's a guy I really like, I think his name is Peter Wright. He's from Australia. And there's a guy out of Britain named Phil somebody. And he's another big MRA guy that does good work. So yeah, I'd love some of those people to come on the stream. And that's what I need to do. I need to start connecting with more men's advocates, men's mental health in general, etc. Yes. Okay, so here's the story on him. My little Dungeons and Dragons group had the idea to invite him to play, and we thought he'd make a good addition to. Let me find his name. He deserves the credit. Hang on. He's out of the UK. Bill. Fuck. Hang on. I'm gonna find it, Daniel. So we had this idea to like ask Dave to join our group. He'd make a perfect addition to our little Dungeons and Dragons group. And so I volunteered to contact him. Yeah, like he didn't know any of us. I said, I'll contact him. And I tried to message him on Twitter because that's the only way I know, but he had his messages blocked. So I just put a public post like, hey, Dave, you don't know me, but we have this group and we think you'd fit right in if you're interested. And I like tagged all the other people in my group and we never heard from him. But it was a good plan. It made sense. We're like, we can get Dave Rubin in our little gaming group. So I haven't ruled that out. He's married though. So plus a lot of people don't like a lot of people in the citrus circles think he's a grifter, a con man or so. I don't know that much about him. I take him at face value until I have reason not to. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, finding that Twitter guy. Hang on. Peter Wright is really good. He does a lot of work on gynocentrism and like the cult of chivalry that came with the Middle Ages that started to elevate women. And Phil Mitchell, that's his name. Out of the UK. Phil Mitchell 83. So there you go. Those are some of the. Oh, he did? Dave did? Well, I have to look into it then because I might have a few degrees of separation between me and Dave. Okay, well I'll try to find out. But yeah, thanks for the ideas. Those are definitely along the right lines. Rachel's Ghost. I don't know her. And there's also there's a group of women, I don't know if they're still around, but the Red Pill documentary talked about them, called the Honey Badgers. And they're like a women's organization that are dedicated to supporting men against feminism and supporting men's issues. They're like women that want to stand in support of men. So maybe there's some Honey Badger connections. I know Karen Strawn is one of them. All right, let me. Rachel's Ghost. Let me look at her. Oh, she's live now. Wait. Is she okay? Talk to me about Rachel. Is Rachel Rachel?
Graves, you are missing out on really one of our pioneering people. Before the vinyl community existed, there was the Canadian Stud Muffin, and we're lucky to have him as part of our family. And look, he's got his Zeppelin.
Just a second, I'm gonna cry.
Who is this?
Damn it!
Guy?
It's
Is this Rachel?
right,
Is she?
so messy.
I don't want to be indelicate,
Anyway.
but
Thank you, Rachel.
The classic. Thank you, Larry, for all you've brought.
all right. Well, thank you. Flowing Raging Tomato. Oh, okay. Should I subscribe to her? She does. All right, I'm subscribing to her right now. I guess I should catch the Rubin report too. Yeah, I could start hanging out in their chats. That's a good idea. All right, let me get Dave at it. All right. So he's medical, like he Rachel is what I thought she was. Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't convinced. In fact, when I pressed play, I heard I heard two men talk before I even like processed what was on the screen. I heard two men talking, and I'm like, "Where's Rachel?" Yes, they were. That's the kind of trans from my generation. They were very grounded, down to earth. Misgendering was not a thing. They were very well aware of their birth gender. They owned it. It was not a big deal. It didn't traumatize them to be reminded of it. Dead naming was not a thing. They were very open about, I was this, now I'm this. It's called trans. It's how it works. And now it's like, I was always this thing, and don't you dare ever try to pretend like I was this other thing, ever. Maybe. All right. I guess I better shut down before I start getting sleep delirium and sit on here for hours and hours and make a complete fool out of myself. Thank you all. Yeah, I mean that. Are y'all talking about Sarah or Rachel? I watched Sarah's the other night, and I forgot who was on it, but they were having a conversation about men, women, and something, and I'm like, I need to go up. I have stuff to say about this. But then there was somebody on the panel that kind of had me wondering, no, I better not risk it. But I don't remember who it was or what the exact conversation was. Well, they do sometimes I think that's the point, though, is that the ladies can look like dudes now and the dudes can look like ladies. Sarah, Mel, last night was the only time I had ever been on Mel's, and I've never been on Sarah's, but I watched one of the streams and they were having a conversation that I wanted to come in on, but I think Flo was on and maybe Margot was on. I don't remember. There was a reason I didn't go on. I liked that she did the mental health thing. Like, she's stepping up for men's mental health, and she's willing to do it. She's going to try to do them weekly. So, oh wow, you like her that much, huh? Okay. Well, I don't know. Make a play. Yeah, I remember that one. All right, I should really cut out. Have a good Saturday. I don't know. I'm going to bed. I don't know when I'm going to wake up, but I'll try to at least be here tomorrow night sometime. Yikes. Okay. Good. Yeah, I could see she's a very womanly figure. I could see why people that are into women's eye might get drawn to her. And an engaging personality. You fix it yourself, or you take it in? All right. Well, I know there's YouTube videos that can help, apparently. All right. Take care. I'll see you later. Probably do one tonight. Well, they have a personality. It's not I don't find it a pleasant one, but you could be a passport, bro, to the UK. All right, take care, everybody.